What's up? What's up? What's up? Back at it. We got to get into this Carmelo Anthony trial. It's begun. It's dividing the nation. Witness testimony is coming in, some of it conflicting. Um, the tent, there's been testimony about the tent. There's been exactly what happened after witness testimony about four people, even testimony about distracting the teachers. There's been various people on Twitter who say they were there, and they're telling everybody. They're telling everybody what's happening, updates. But let us begin right here. It says right here, attorneys gave statements on Thursday in the trial of Carmelo Anthony, who's accused of deleting Austin Metcalf. Prosecutors labeled the fatal stadium stabbing as a provoked. Prosecutors said it was a provoked, unjustified sneak attack, while the defense says it was a split-second action of self-defense out of fear and chaos. "16-year-old student who knew Metcalf from middle school took the stand next. Anthony was sitting down next to him and saying something like crazy weather. Another teammate noticed Anthony and asked him who this guy. The teen said, I'm a nobody. The teammate replied, if you're a nobody, then get out of our tent. Anthony responded, F y'all. Witness testified that Anthony repeated, F y'all, I'm not going to leave. Y'all are a bunch of y'all not going to do anything. He said Anthony also threatened, touch me and see what happens. Metcalf told him, I'm not going to fight you. Witness says Metcalf didn't do anything for the event to happen. Under cross-examination, he says Anthony wasn't yelling. Another witness says when told what happened at the event, he said, we all told him to leave, referring to Anthony. Anthony got irritated and tried to provoke us as he was asked to leave. He remembers seeing Metcalf falling down the bleachers. We also said the team returned to the bus. Everybody was crying. We couldn't believe what happened. Do you think Anthony acted in self-defense or he committed a murder? The witness says he committed murder. Mm. Another witness. You know you're not supposed to bring weapons to a track meet. The witness says you don't expect to see someone get poked at a track meet or event. He testified he didn't see any anyone crowding Anthony. He didn't expect a fight. He didn't see any reason for Anthony to delete Metcalf. He also said it was not self-defense. Mm. Under cross, the witness pointed out the teen told the police that he remembers seeing Anthony under the tent before. He also admitted that Metcalf could look intimidating because of his size. Talk about a school resource officer. Multiple witnesses say that Karmelo was the aggressor. They stated that Karmelo entered the team tent to escape the rain. He refused to leave. The situation escalated. Mello, Anthony, well, no, Mello provoked Metcalf. Touch me and see what happens. He had his hands hidden inside his backpack, warning that he had something when Metcalf finally pushed or shoved Anthony's shoulders. Anthony immediately stood up and hit him in the chest. Wow. So they're going over this and they're emphasizing that one is saying it's self-defense, the other one's saying it was provoked. They're suggesting that the individual was provoked because he said, touch me again. He was sitting in a tent. He came into a team tent uninvited and provoked a confrontation and launched a sneak attack with a hidden, before fleeing. Anthony is an honor student with 2 jobs. He was confronted by two twin brothers. Anthony suggested use the knife in self-defense as he was cornered. State offered evidence showing a blood-stained jacket, no black juries. The defense has raised a racial challenge. That's going to be on appeal. A small group of people can be seen outside supporting Karmelo. Mm. No cameras have been allowed. There's been no evidence presented that they've ever met before. After the event, officer on the scene says, I gave out, suspect was basically pleading his case. He put his hands on me. Uh, yeah. And we're waiting, man. You got to wonder, are some of those witnesses telling the truth? One guy says that one of the witnesses says he was told to leave 15 times. A lot of the people that were on the bus with Metcalf. They're saying that Carmelo was the aggressor, and there's some witnesses. I don't know how they relate to Carmelo. They're saying that it was self-defense, and I mean, no, yeah, the prosecution is really going hard on it was a sneak attack. I don't know how you do a sneak attack someone you don't know, but he says he provoked it, and you know how this goes, man. I mean, that's a warning. If something says a sign says "Do not enter," is that a provocation? Do you jump the fence and enter and say, "Well, the sign said do not enter, no trespassing"? Oh, you're provoking me. I'm going to jump your fence and walk on your property. Why not? Well, you were provoking me. So that's basically what they're saying, that Carmelo saying don't touch me or touch me and find out, he was provoking Metcalf to touch him. Metcalf touched him, and I guess doing that 3 seconds, Carmelo pulled his hand out of his bag, jammed him in the chest, and so what they say, he started to fall, and then he ran to a teacher, and he sat next to the teacher or around the teacher, and the police showed up, and he gave himself up. He didn't flee the scene. He was interrogated to some degree. It's on body cam, and people started taking sides. They're even suggesting that the police tried to make him look guilty, or was writing down a report, trying to write it down like he wasn't he didn't do what's been said. So look, and we know it's said and done, and that's what it comes down with a jury. It's just who you believe. It's as simple as that. Even with the video evidence, which they have cell phone evidence. It was filmed in various positions. They got cell phone evidence. They got all types of evidence about this uh, incident, but still, it comes down to who do you believe? Even your own eyes, and are you there to render justice? I mean, you do have to wonder about that. Are they even going to render justice? If people start choosing a side, it's not going to matter what they hear. It's not going to matter what they see. We are going back in history, but uh, in the standpoint of American justice for blacks, historically, when you go back in history, we don't know what's going to happen with this case. Let me emphasize that, because I still got faith. I believe that they'll look at the evidence and then render a judgment based on the evidence. I don't know what they're going to do, guilty, not guilty, because I don't know. I wasn't there. But I will tell you, I believe in the system, in the sense that they're going to render a judgment based on the evidence. There's video evidence. There's witnesses. Can you really trust these witnesses? And that's what I said. Witnesses, I wish that it witness testimony. You want to talk about something you can't really put a whole lot of weight on. There are people saying that he was asked to leave, people suggesting he was provoked. And then they're saying self-defense. The guy came up, two twins. There's a conversation about four people surrounded him. Two big twin guys stood over me. He told him don't touch him, and he put his hands, I guess, tried to remove him or grabbed his bag or something, and boom, and Carmelo now is what we see, and then you have the media deliberately. You have a media that is deliberately stoking the fires of racism. When you go and look at some of these blogs and some of the things that they're saying, it's just sort of ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous. But this is the country we live in. And people were talking about possible rioting. I don't know, man. I mean, it's only about 15 people outside that courthouse. Will the community riot? Who knows, man? And if they do, it's not going to get him out of jail. If he's found guilty, there's nothing they can do. They're not going to get him out of jail. So, uh, what do you know? I mean, he's just a bad situation, man. But justice—that's the key point. Justice must be served. Evidence must be heard. Justice must be rendered. Hold on, let me go look at my. Hope he spends his whole life in prison. So Carmelo had a knife, and Austin doesn't own the tent or property it stood on. Great. What are you confused over? One had a legal weapon, the other person was just a student. It's no different than any as students. A bunch of students out at a track meet, and something bad happens. How does it go? I seen the guy. Now you talking about? I seen the guy. He got put out. He got banned. He didn't delete anybody, but he had that a cane. He had like a walking cane. It was just for optics, and he got into an argument. And because he had a walking cane, it was a decorated cane. It wasn't like a old person's cane. It was for show. And because he got in that argument, he took the cane and he hit the person a couple of times with that cane, and they punished him. I basically they kicked him out. They kicked him out. He had to come back through summer school and graduate. Someone breaks into your house, would you try to kick them out? Guy in here told me to F off with my BS. It's a video. He's a cold blooded. Wow. Yeah, it's some lines drawn in the sand, man. Um, and let me caution. I'm being serious. Let me caution you. Before you draw a line in the sand, let the case happen. You don't know what they're going to present. You don't know what evidence they haven't that it's not out. You don't you Well, you should know that you're being misled by some people, some of the witnesses, and that's some of the most un you can't trust witness testimony because people can lie. People can forget. So witness testimony, you can't really trust it. So when you say video, they do have video, it's grainy, but there's some cell phone video. And you gotta look at all the evidence. So wait a minute. So hold on, let me get you straight. So I'm a fool if I don't forget the evidence you're guilty. But don't you understand the man's got to have a fair trial, man? That's not how we work. And I mean, you look at people, they try to bully you into you got to believe our version, or uh you they add stuff to the thing. What do you mean? I don't get what you're trying to say. And they're not all together, but they're gonna be people in here trolling. God said Daniel Penny is a stud and a hero. He's also working for Trump, making a lot of money. Simple as that. Yeah, the trolls are pushing a narrative. Anyone that backs Carmelo Anthony is a racist. Got to see the video. I mean, he said the video is indisputable. You have to see it. Another person says Anthony is a stud and a hero. So it's pretty obvious that no matter which way this goes, one group is going to be highly upset. Yeah. and you would hope that we don't have another reinvention of the O.J. Simpson trial where it was split down racial lines. They showed buildings where the black students cheered, the white students were surprised and shocked. They showed all these places. It was a racial trial, and OJ was perceived or whatever they said that OJ got. The justice was not serving that trial. That's what people basically believed, and I hope justice is served in this trial. That he gets a fair trial. I don't now. I know it doesn't matter, but he cried during the actual incident when they showed the video to the jury and the court. He became visibly shaken. Carmelo was witnessed crying, um, obviously bothered by memories of the actual incident. Also, a concern for Eric Metcalf, as he didn't know exactly his status. Unfortunately, he passed away. Rest in peace. Um, they're having a trial now on various platforms and podcasts. People have suggested, especially black people. I think Officer Tatum, a lot of them just flat out suggest that black people want to see some carnage and that they don't want to see justice. I mean, that's just when you just think about that's just irresponsible. That's completely irresponsible. Um, I don't know exactly what that means. I mean, you're gonna have to look at the trial, man. You're gonna have to look at all the evidence. You need to be a fair-minded person. That's probably the best way to take a look at this thing. He said he's telling the truth. Why would you say that? They could make the same statement about you that you don't want to deal with the truth. You want to see carnage. You want to see an innocent man punished. Self-defense. If it's self-defense, you can disagree. If it's self-defense and if he felt afraid, if you can disagree, he got a fair trial, but you don't care about a fair trial. You want to see carnage. So you can say it on both sides. Like I said, this particular case is getting worse and worse. Racial tensions, and we live under the age of Trump. Trump's the president. This is the world we live under now. How will he calm us down? I hope that these things don't happen. If you go back to the Rodney King trial, riots, and it took, I think, George Bush, the first, he was in the president. He had to calm down the country. He came in and said, "We're gonna give him a federal trial. We're gonna reach in and try him." Try the police under those terms. Because he had to calm down the people. He had to calm the people down. So what's going to happen? We don't know. We're waiting. There are people clearly who have their mind made up. I don't know what you expect to happen. I hope you can take the outcome. I hope you can take the outcome. It seems like to me the right. He says the left is awaiting the new Rodney King. Like to me, the right is waiting for a moment. The right clearly, I mean, what the Trump supporters have clearly established he's guilty, and if you disagree, it's a woke agenda against America. So a trial no longer is a trial. You're already saying that it's one way. You don't care. That's not being a fair-minded individual. That's a person with an agenda. I'm gonna say this again. They got to look at all the evidence, and I'm suggesting perhaps some of those witnesses are not telling the truth. Traditionally, witness testimony has been questionable. So when you look at some of the witness testimony conflicts, the prosecutors are saying he provoked it. He sat in the stands with the weapon and basically said, touch me, touch me. He edged him on to touch him. He touched him. And then they're saying it was defense. He put his hands on him. They're saying you put your hands on someone, which you are told to do as a child not to do. If you put your hands on someone, that person can retaliate. And people are suggesting that there may have been a response, may have been not the type of response. Yeah, I don't know what politics got to do with it, man. Neither one of the kids can vote. They're not even old enough to vote yet. They're throwing politics in it, and it's a woke agenda. And the man is guilty. And if you disagree with whatever they say, you're lying. And there's a liberal woke agenda that doesn't care about facts, doesn't care about the truth. They simply want to render a judgment to. I have no idea what. I mean, I don't even know what they want. The liberal woke agenda, and a lot of people use liberal woke agenda to justify their racism. That's all they're trying to do, justify their racism. They walk around with liberal woke agenda about anything that they don't like, anything. And it's ridiculous, man. Said instead of the prosecutors seeking the truth, they are being accusatory along with the witnesses. He said, "Who tries to justify their actions?" The bro, you tripping? That's the right. The right runs around with that liberal woke agenda madness all the time. It's woke. And if you want to be honest, woke is not black. That's a completely uh um black community has been railing against that. They're the woke. I don't know why you think black people support woke agendas. Woke is some other stuff. Woke is a combination of multiple things that many black people do not support. When you talk about racism, why would they want to be discriminated against so clearly? But they've taken it and called it woke, and woke is uh, this group's rights, um, intersectional. Uh, it's just like Black History Month. Some guy said we need to change that into Gay History Month. And it's like that's woke, bro. You kind of don't even know you're in there. And this is what I'm saying. These guys don't even know what they're talking about. They're in there screaming woke, woke, woke. This is a case against a black kid and a white kid. Neither one of them can vote. And it's woke is a woke agenda, woke, 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 woke. If you sat down and talked to black people who have sense, they'll tell you they don't support woke agendas because just because they're black don't mean they have to co-sign uh, perhaps agendas that biblically they just simply don't agree with. But they don't, you hate the sin, love the sinner. Now that's some other stuff, but no, no, I didn't. The guy in the chat said it. Get out of here, brother. Guy in the chat box said it was a woke agenda. That the woke agenda is that they've already got their mind made up, and um, that justice won't be served. It's a woke agenda. So and we've tainted ourselves as a nation because we fell into this belief that, and we could thank Fox News for that. Fox News bought all that foolishness. Fox News feeds lies and hatred to the American people every day. They do it through um the appearance of rational, reasonable show hosts. No, they're not. No, they're not. They give you a slanted, tainted perspective that's clearly one sided. It's certainly anti black. Can we agree with that? Fox News is anti black, brother. Fox News, they're anti black. They don't believe in uh, any type of black freedom or expression. And you talk about it. Show me where black people have the equivalent to a Fox News. Show me. Show me where the black community has the equivalent entity of a Fox News. And we know it's Newsmax and all these multiple other little uh, news groups. Show me. Show me why you're screaming um, woke agenda and the world's against the right and it's so unfair. Show me where black people. Show me. Show me where there's a Fox News for black people. Thank you. It don't exist. It don't exist. Fox News completely caters to white supremacy and racism. And then what they try to do is convince the black person or others that they don't. What's exactly what they're doing? They've already tried this case. Karmelo's guilty, according to Fox News. They drag these people up there, guests. The host don't necessarily say it, but the guests come, the people, oh, we're going to talk to this person comes up there and completely says it. And completely says that if you disagree, you have a woke agenda. That's coming from Fox. Yeah, reach down there and hit the like, man. That's coming from Fox. Reach down there and hit the like. And when you say fairness in America, who has the equivalent? Show me an equivalent of Fox News. Okay, I'm a black man. Where can I watch the same type coverage of Fox News? And you're gonna obviously say something like a BET. You joking, right? There ain't no news programs on BET. The Zeus channel, which is a white-owned channel. There ain't no news programs. All of that stuff is either hip hop, urban, but none of it is a Fox News. That don't exist. Yet, even with their thumb on the scale, even with that type of blanket unfairness, they still complain and play the victim. And they don't know it, but they realize it that Zeus channel. Yeah, they're just reaching for it. There's a Zeus channel. Okay, I'll trade you. Let's get rid of the Zeus channel. Let's get rid of Fox News. How about that? How about that? Do you think the witnesses are lying? You think some of the witnesses are crafting their statements in a way to try to get Karmelo locked up? Do you think the witness on the other side are crafting their statements to get him what you say free? Who really knows the truth? All we can do is go by our system. Jason says he's guilty. We have to go by our system. You do? Yeah, he said, okay. Yeah. Can he get justice? This is absurd. What's absurd about it? That's what he's on trial for, right? They're both, all of them are being coached. All of them have made statements, and some of them have made statements to the police that the other people are going to get. Someone did die. He said he took the life of someone. Okay. They're trying to find out if it was a self defense. If it was self defense, that's basically what he's on the case for. I mean, he's on trial for that. They want to say, remember, he's also a child. Jolene says he's innocent, and the jurors lie. Well, yeah, didn't even think about that. The jury, not the witnesses. Another person simply says he will not get justice. Nirvana says if Carmelo left the tent and sat in the bleachers, Austin followed him and said, "Get off those bleachers. I own those too." Then what? Yeah, I don't. At the end of the day, what about our country, man? I mean, what's going to be this is going to be another death by a thousand cuts. You know what I mean? Another issue that's been drummed up, inflamed. You got these news agencies. You got the New York Post. You got the New York Post. You got Fox News. You got all of these news agencies. Their entire existence is based off of racial division, and they push an agenda. And unfortunately, well, they could care less. They were very, very wealthy, but unfortunately, the people suffer. The people suffer. Well, Robert, he says life in prison. You need to go and recheck that, Robert. They don't get life in prison. They get about 8 years. I don't know about this case, but I'm saying I've seen guys delete guys. I see them delete them in about 8 years. You see them back in the hood. You see them walking around. You see them free. You see them free. So the assumption is that you'll do all of this time, but you don't always do all that time. Yeah. And I think the point you make is a reflection point right here. I think you make a great point right here. And it's cause for all people to take a step back. If Mello was white, all these people calling for the chair would be screaming, "Let him go." I think you do have to take another look, man. And you do have to look and see, have you been drummed up? You look at a New York Post and they said Anthony was asked to leave the team's tent 15 times. What did it have to do with a self defense case? If I'm walking down the street, if I'm walking and it says no trespassing on the fence and or do not enter, and I jump the fence, can I then say I was being provoked? My ego was bruised. I don't like being told what to do. So I jumped the fence and I got bitten by his dogs. So I need to sue him or look at me. I got bit by his dogs. He's a bad owner. Well, no, you jumped a fence. It says do not enter. Carmelo told him, do not touch me. Now, where there's a conversation is, was that too much force? And intent. Once again, we saw that with Chow. Intent. Now, this is a different state, but did Carmelo intend? Did he go under that tent with the knife intending to delete someone? Well, that's going to be up to the jury, man. The jury's going to have to sit back and say, well, did he intend to? He struck him with the knife, but was his intent? Was his intent to do what he did? Or he's a kid, he overreacted, and too much force came out. It's unfortunate, but uh, he did put his hands on. Yeah, so that's what they're trying to figure it out, man. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't realize you got to hear both sides. You have to hear both sides. I know that Mr. Crowbar, we can't the language. Unfortunately, you have to. I mean, look, and that's why you can't have a side like that. And you can, but see what happens is it's going to taint your interpretation of the trial. A very minute a witness gets up and starts going against what you believe, you're going to say the witness is lying. And that's on either side. They got a video. There's also a cell phone video of there were people there who had out their phones. Multiple witnesses. He did. He thought about. He brought a knife. They're saying that somebody said it's some type of customary based on his. I don't know. Yeah, on that one, I don't know. I heard something like that. I don't know what that was. Reach down there and hit the like, man. We trying to figure this out, man. I don't want to see. I don't want to see this case create more division. I know it will. You do, and look, rest in peace. Rest in peace to Eric Metcalf. Unfortunately, a young teenager lost his life. Rest in peace to him. I don't think Carmelo. I mean, we'll find out if he's convicted, not convicted. We'll find out. But no, I have find it hard to believe he meant to take his life. Perhaps he meant to get somebody off of him, and but take nah. I'd say no. He didn't mean to do that. He cried when the video came out. He's bothered by that. Clearly, he wishes these things would have went the other way. Oh, he was going fishing. He had plans on going to, okay. He was going fishing later on. And that's like that now, man. I mean, I can tell you right now, if I'm walking in a mall and I'm trying to hurry up and get upstairs and I bump into a person, and the person said, "Hey, don't touch me." And then I said, "Well, I push him because I'm trying to get, and they take out a blade. I mean, what's going to happen?" So the case has it leaves some questions about exactly what's going on, and you do have to wonder: are the witnesses all telling the truth? Now, let me say this: this is all rumor. We don't have any evidence. Individual who's keeping up with the trial said that he was going fishing. That's why he had the knife. You're gonna have to make of that what you hear. And look, like the stream, man. Reach down there and hit the like. Support the platform. Where's the super chat? We finna stop reading the chat box, man. You got to support the platform. Look, it's gonna be cut down the lines of race, man. It's simply going to be cut down the lines of race. Every time I keep thinking about it, it's like doing some type of mathematical equation. No matter how many times I try it out in my brain, it comes out to the same thing. It's going to be a racial divisions. People have already put their foot in the ground. Some people say he's innocent. Some people say he's guilty. It's been fanned and flamed by Fox News. And a bunch of these, it's mostly over there on Twitter. Bunch of those Twitter people have been pushing it. Individual goes up under the tent. He's asked to leave. He didn't leave. He makes a statement, don't touch me if you touch me, and all of that. And boom, and he runs, and he's a kid, and there's a body. There's someone's passed away. And this is the effect of where we're at now, racism. The jury is all white. And see, these things, you have to deal with the optics. You have to deal with the optics. And if he's found guilty, can we come together as a community? There are going to be people who are highly upset. How do we then turn around, unite, and come together? Either way, if he's found innocent, with Fox News running around, Fox News is going to do a 2 hour show, and then you'll hear something by Trump. Trump will come out then and make a statement. Does Trump have his mind made up? Does Trump have his mind made up? Since Trump has been in office, yeah, we've seen an increase of these cases. Like the stream, man. Support the platform. Hit the Cash App. Hit the Super Chat, man. I'm trying to learn, man. If you have solid information that you know he's guilty, we know we'll listen to it. Either side. Here we go. Look at this guy. He said Fox News. There you go. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna relieve you. Here you go. Get up out of here. I cannot believe how a person can, with good conscience, not see the slant of a Fox News and then get upset when people push back against Fox News. So if someone pushes back, they don't want the truth. Maybe they're not telling the truth. We got Miss Jolene in here.
What's up, my brother?
Yeah. You know what I'm gonna do, Jolene? I'm gonna give you a mod wrench, and I need you to zap these idiots when they're inappropriate and they can't express themselves like adults. You don't have to say, you can disagree, but if it's laced with profanity and racism, just put them in the dungeon. Yeah, what's up with you, Eric? Hold up for a minute. Okay, go ahead, Eric.
Oh wow, I didn't even know you had like another comment section. These people are sick in these comments, man. Wow. But
Yeah,
what's yeah, it's crazy. I
they
never knew.
they
I
don't
that's my
they
first time seeing that comment section when I'm on a stage. That's crazy. They talking crazy in there.
yeah they're talking insane, man. But
But
go ahead, brother.
yeah. Oh, well, this whole case, judging by logic, I came across some information from a lawyer, and this is one of them far right lawyers. He said that they did a dangerous thing by making it like an all white jury or jury with non black people, because if he gets convicted, they can kind of
Yeah.
the state can make it, they can contest it and appeal it, and they can retry this thing, and you know, and they got to put some of his peers on. So that's the first thing people are not talking about. And despite what they say on the internet, all them comments, despite you know going by the police report, um, everything is pretty much kind of working in his favor. It ain't nothing bad you can say against him because he walked up there first and he was invited in by some people already there and he knew them personally. And the guys came later, you know, started some BS and you know escalated. And he, like I said, unfortunate he lost his life for not having you know home training or self control. You know, it's not your tent. The man was there running track. And in any school in America I ever been to, my sister high school, my brother's school, I'm not a student. I've seen people from 10 years ago, 5 years ago, tent to tent, bleacher to bleacher, dapping people up. Everybody does that in the world. Nobody goes to any type of school event, any type of reunion, class, track. Nobody goes and sits in one spot all night long. You're going to mingle with people. That's just human nature because you're going to see
Well,
people you know. So, you know, all that stuff is out the
well,
window.
you tend. Uh, I don't
Even,
know, man. I mean, it's a different world now. You're talking about social media.
yeah, but
You people tend to not. If you go to a football game, people tend to be on the side of the team that they're rooting for. They normally don't mix it up like that.
but if you ever been to a football game, or you know, if in your teens, or you've been a grown man, you done seen people sitting someplace you ain't seen in a long time. You're like, yeah, what's up, man? You done talked to him for a few. I'm just
I
saying,
never seen a track meet
no, no,
where somebody was sitting in the area that's designated. I've seen a track meet where over bleachers it might be 20 people from this opposing team, and then
yeah,
off to the left, up
uh,
about two more rows is 20 people of the opposing team. But something that says this is for this group, I
yeah,
ain't never seen that. I ain't never seen the one of the people running against the other people sitting inside of that. Now, I'm not even trying, I'm just telling you from that.
yeah.
Now, when you start saying somebody is lying and wait and all that, that is you're going into the rabbit hole on that because
Okay, yeah. I'm just saying this is the behavior. Like this is not unusual behavior for you to see somebody you know. Hey, man, come on, let me talk to you real quick and go up there, walk up, talk to him. You about to finish wrapping up or whatever. You ain't gonna be there forever. And then two people or four, whoever come bullying you, telling you got to leave, and you want them not to touch it repeatedly, that's facts. And then you know you just strike, and an unfortunate event happened. You don't run. You go tell the officer or the resource people what happened. 100% honest with emotion. So it's impossible for this to be first degree murder, whatever they want to put on them, because that's clearly not, that's common sense what happened. So they overcharged them. This should have been like manslaughter at the highest level. But even with that,
might be another. Well, you want the
yeah,
prosecutor going after. Well,
yeah.
this is a self defense case.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying they overcharged him from the beginning. So he got that. He self defense is working in his favor with all the facts. You know.
Yeah, well, you do have intent. I don't know if it's in every state, but you would
Yeah.
have to say so you're saying he intended to do what happened. And
No,
I think
I
no,
didn't
no,
say
no.
that.
You got to know with that particular
Oh,
charge or
oh
something. You're
yeah,
trying to
yeah,
charge somebody with that. You
yeah,
got to
yeah,
say they intended for the outcome to be there.
yep.
Okay, somebody grabs you and you say, "Get off me, man!" And he grabs you again, and you hit him. You hit him, and he falls down. Um, what did you intend to do? You said, I intend to get off me. Well, he's passed away. Did you intend? Did you go to the job with the intent to cause this type of harm? No, I just wanted him to get up. You see what I'm saying? So then they said, well, it happened, but he didn't intend. So you couldn't get no charge like that. And they're saying that Carmelo, he said somebody in the chat said he was going fishing. That's why he had the knife. I don't know. I haven't seen anything about why he had it.
Yeah,
In
they
the
might have.
chat, they said he was going fishing, and they said that that's why he had the blade.
Yeah, all these social, even the real lawyers who on social media, even they got a bunch of hiccups, and they even going back to, it's not too much you can do, but that's why they keep on saying knife, 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 knife. But then everybody carries like a little pocket knife on them on a keychain. No, not everybody, but you say most men I know, they got the little corkscrew, the little bottle opener, whatever. Them things like
Mm-hmm.
3, 4, 5 inches sometimes. So I mean that's because that's it's not illegal to carry a knife around in your concealed backpack. So I carry a knife around in my on my keychain. I done been to 10,000 places, and if I get into, I mean, that's just what I have on my.
Well, he's also a
Yeah,
kid though, so he
yeah,
made a kid to see both of them.
yeah, yeah,
They're children, so I mean, by the law, in the eyes of the law, they're children. They're teenagers, but they're not adults. They both. One guy walked up on the other guy. The other guy responded. So, and you say that what's all well, they're still children in the sense that they made mistakes.
yeah. Exactly,
Yeah. So
exactly.
you, yeah. So yeah, you don't. You sort of learn that as a kid when you're young. You don't put your hands on someone.
Yeah,
But
it
the allegations is they were bullies. And if you get away, it's like anything. If a bully gets away with something, they're going to keep doing it. And,
exactly.
and doesn't they say, don't they? Isn't that the warning? You're gonna mess around and
Picked the
mess with the
wrong one.
wrong
Yep,
person. Yep,
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 yep.
yep. You won that one. You got away with that one. But I'd be careful with that. And then some. Do you find out something bad happened?
Yeah. And then the thing, I think the biggest thing will be when because he has to testify for himself. He got to speak up and tell actually what happened.
I
So
don't think he's gonna take the stand.
I would. I would speak for myself. Yeah. I mean, in self defense, I think you might have to though, right? I would testify. I would go up there and say, hey, because it can't hurt you. It can't hurt you at all. Be 100% honest. Tell them what happened. Because they already got you confessing with the police.
Okay, okay,
I'm just saying,
okay. No,
because
I hear you.
they already got to him telling the police, he went to the, hey man, I had to stab somebody, well, whatever thing said, we said I did it. I hope he's all
Mhm.
right. He kept on saying that. So you already said that part. So you're already admitting to the guilt. Just go ahead and tell what happened. And long as it matches your story, you're fine. But if you lie,
I got you.
you're gonna lose credibility. That's all. I would
What what
testify.
what what's up with you, Shane?
What's the word, Plaid? What's up to the brother on the panel? Other brother.
What's up?
What's going on, bro?
Peace, peace. But man, speaking of this topic, man, you can see in your vertical, man, the amount of
Mhm.
cognitive dissonance among the other side of American populations. You know what I mean? Like that the brother laid out a very strong argument. You laid out a strong argument, but notice how they will never admit to the points that you raised. Like Carmelo said, "Hey, I hope he's okay." Why would someone with malicious intent try to do that and say that? And look after the dude. He didn't want to do that. He was pressured, like he said, he panicked because he was getting bullied. He's smaller than most of them dudes. So he feels like, damn, it could be a life or death. And that's his mind going into panic mode. We act like that doesn't happen with children and then adults. So these people live in a alternate reality where facts and whatnot are filtered through their feelings. So if they
Mm.
feel a certain way, oh, it doesn't matter what the facts say. The facts are what I say they are, right? Which is
Exactly.
not legal,
Well, Shane,
right?
name name a channel.
Mm.
Um, uh, okay, Fox News, right?
Right.
Name do black people have a channel that's the equivalent of a Fox News?
Absolutely not.
And how long has that been?
Since the 80s, right?
Okay, since the
Since
'80s. And but who's always playing the victim?
It's them.
It's ridiculous.
It's them.
It's like a Fox News, and I mean, look, Fox News, they sued and said they can take news and make it entertainment, right? They've even confessed that's not news, right? They have a news hour, I think, at 12 to like 2, but everything else is all commentary and entertainment. They come out front and said it for years because they had to sue because people were saying these are lies, but they sued and said, yeah, they can do it. Now, I want to see where I want to see where black people have
Mm.
something even remotely close to that.
We don't.
They don't even have news programs on any of the. Well, and they're not even networks. I'm saying where black people, where entertainment that's associated with black people. I don't see any type of news. Period. Not 30 minutes.
We used to have
Nothing.
it with like Ed Gordon, BT, and
That's gone.
stuff.
They won't even.
Yeah, yeah, but
That's
everything, yeah, everything is pretty much gone because them last stations they only get like a couple of 100,000 people. They're not as powerful as they used to be. Everybody on the internet now.
Right. And even
Like
then, it wasn't geared towards hating on white people.
exactly.
nope.
All
Nope.
the
So,
Megan Kellys and everybody on they got their own little millions. Bill O'Reilly, all the OGs all them on the internet now. So CNN whenever
Yeah.
they get fired, they go straight to the internet. Huh? Go ahead.
The point is they don't
Yeah,
have the equivalent. So we're talking to people who come into the chat or come around
yeah,
screaming. Um, uh, this is the blacks are trying to do this and do that and do it. It's like you
yeah,
guys are the ones with Fox News.
right.
yeah. It's a propaganda machine.
Yeah, and I'm saying I don't even understand how you can say that with a straight face. Look, I'm gonna say this though. Um, we want justice.
Right.
Period. If the jury hears the evidence, goes by the law, whatever side it goes, you want justice.
That's it.
Simple as that. I don't get. They're the ones in here trying to say, um, he's guilty. Get a rope.
Yep.
Yeah.
I
A lot
saw
Yeah.
that.
of yeah,
That.
death. Yeah, a lot of them got that death sentence and all that. If you don't get found guilty, the 14% of the population y'all in trouble. They say that every day on all that damn
Yeah.
race
We're
war
not
shit.
going to, but we're not going to.
I
Those
got you. I
people
got
don't
you. I
matter.
got you. But
Well,
let me tell you
we
something.
got a super chat. Hold on. We got a super chat. Texas Penal Code 932. Karmelo is innocent. Okay, he's talking about self defense. And
Mm.
I missed the chat, man. I'm sorry about it. It was, I missed it. But um, um, when all is said and done, this whole woke, and what do you think about woke, Shane? Because I'm a black man, and they hang this woke stuff on. They said, "Well, that's for y'all."
Right.
Do,
So,
do you agree with that?
no, first they stole it from a black woman who used it in reference to excuse me, not woke. That's black fatigue. They stole both of them terms and flipped it. Woke was initially fomented around that Tariq Nasheed Hidden Colors era, where we were talking
Mm-hmm.
about our history and saying, "Hey, be woke, be aware of our history, be aware of our politics." And they flipped that into a derogatory thing, where
Mm-hmm.
they're like, "Oh, anybody who disagrees with us and our white identitarian politics, they're woke." And they tied
Mm-hmm.
us with, especially some of the left side, they tied us with the democratic model and LGBT, which we're not
Mm-hmm.
connected to because we
No, no,
are in our own people.
no, no,
So
no,
right,
no, Shane. I'm so glad you said that because when he said and look, if you're LGBT or you support that, support it. The
right,
point I'm trying to make is you're tying black people who want equality
right,
with that, and that's not the same thing. So when
right,
you say woke agenda, so you telling me because I want to be treated fair, I have a woke agenda?
right. That's what they're saying, and it's completely ludicrous because we want equal
Yes.
rights. That means we're some kind of agent. Like, what are you talking about, man?
Mm-hmm.
Did
Mm-hmm.
we go to a meeting and get talking points uploaded? It like, come on, bro.
Yeah. And so any type of and it's deliberate. So when you say, hey, um, a chud the builder shouldn't be able to walk around and assault. Well, you on a woke agenda. And you support pronouns and you want to see the kids being where you getting that from?
Right, right,
So
right.
and that comes from Fox News.
Yep. All
Fox
them
News, they
outlets.
don't know. Yeah, Fox News doesn't say it, the host there, but here they come. And we got this guy from this podcast, and we got this guy, and he'll come up and he'll say every word of it. It is the
Right,
blacks. The blacks simply want to see this man. They want to see him get away with deleting this kid, and they're demanding that we sit back and accept it, and they don't want to see a trial. It was like I'm like looking at Fuck, I'm saying this is unbelievable.
Yeah, this is no. I believe it. I believe. I just think I don't know. These people are melting down, man. You just can't take them seriously, because
Yep.
they're never going to stop. And,
Right.
and real quick, back to that point you said about the news. Now that you said that, you got to think back in like 94, 95, when all that OJ stuff was going. It was only like CNN only. It wasn't all these crime channels and all these news channels. And these people still, because I be seeing that too, they still got a bug in their ass from that when it turned racial. OJ and kind of made all these people career and all these channels blossom. With That's when like people started taking like crime and really turning into a racial element back like in the mid '90s.
Right.
So a lot of that stuff came from that. Everything just popped out of nowhere. So
Right.
all these lawyers who probably all of them got careers off of OJ. All these channels, all these little crime shows, jail shows, all that came from OJ 30 years ago. And these people are sick in the head. So I don't know what it is, but in about week and a half, this thing will be done. I think once he testify, I would get if he gets on that stage, which he should. I think that should pretty much seal the deal. I mean, he should, because there ain't no way that's justifiable murder. Too many holes, overcharged.
Right. You would have to prove he had criminal
Yeah,
intent, malicious intent.
beyond
Mhm.
reasonable doubt too. Beyond reasonable, no doubt in the
Well,
world. That's what they say.
he's
But
not going to testify.
I think he is.
He's going to listen to his lawyers.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, they don't because you get crossed.
That's true.
You get a cross examination, and those are lawyers, brother. They're not guys in the bleachers, so they can trip him up. He's still a kid. He's only 17, so they're going to present the case and the evidence, and then they'll take a second look. I know we've already said he wasn't going to testify, but they'll take a second look. If they look like they're losing, they'll let him testify.
Yeah,
I
I'm trying
mean,
to.
Right.
it's a
I'm
terrible
trying to think of a
situation, man.
case where somebody had a. You kind of, cause yeah, I'm trying to think of a big case where somebody testified who had their life on the line. I can't really think of nobody big like that. So you kind of right.
Hmm.
Yeah, OJ didn't testify. Yeah, a lot of people didn't testify. They just let the
Well, it's
lawyers
the
do the work.
lawyers, though. You're
Yeah,
going
yeah,
by OJ. It was reported, and they all say this. He wanted to. His boy wanted to, but Cochran wouldn't let him. You see what I'm
yeah.
saying?
Cause he had
That
too
gets
much
to play.
domestic
You sort of
violence.
play.
Yeah,
You sort of get
Right.
a chance to play both sides.
yeah. Cause
So
he,
you want to do it, but your lawyer won't let you.
yeah. OJ had too many domestic violence charges on him, and them police officers been corroborating, saying, "Yeah, I seen him beat the girl." Yeah, he had too many of them charges.
Yeah, well,
So
OJ's dead, brother.
yeah, I got
That
you. I
case
got
is
you.
dead. That
Yeah,
case
yeah.
is
I'm just
over.
saying.
OJ's over. It's over. OJ was a white man anyhow. I
Yeah,
don't even know how that became some black stuff.
Right.
OJ, you want to talk about not messing with black people? Man, OJ had long left the black. We're not even talking about the hood, the black community. OJ was out there. He hung most of them lawyers. Those were his friends.
Right.
OJ
yeah,
played golf
that's
with
true.
those guys. OJ didn't hang out. They said that even the NFL players said they ain't say no OJ.
Yeah, it's
OJ
true.
don't do nothing. Those were millionaires. OJ didn't associate with those guys. Yeah, so he's on the golf course with a Robert Kardashian.
Right.
But all that
So
stuff changed when two people, two
they didn't
non-melon,
change. It was
they
the media, all of them made it into a race thing, and
Right.
yeah.
Rush Limbaugh made it into a race thing.
Right.
They go around. They went around asking all the. They had all the little panels. I remember that was like in elementary school. Yeah, they asked the 85% of black people said he's innocent. 95% of whites say he guilty. So that's how this whole thing, all these little racial cases started back in the. That's what I was trying to get to. That's all.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And
Gotcha.
that's the thing, though, bro. Notice it's them starting the racism. We don't start it. We respond to it. And, that's neither here nor there with the particulars of that. But we respond to what they say. They're
Mm-hmm.
saying OJ needs to be put on the jail. They're saying that Carmelo needs to do this and that. And we're saying, hey, just let the law work how it's supposed to, right? You tell us to trust the law. Okay, let's trust the
Mm-hmm.
law. But then they want to do extra judicial justice and then essentially lynch somebody in a courtroom.
Yep. Yep. Same way. And the thing about it, if you study our history, you think things have changed. It's really the same, man. They want to get a rope. And
Right.
the whole thing about plantation life, like slavery, right?
Mm.
You had to accept it, and that's what I'm saying. You got to keep forget. It was about, okay, you're a slave, you're being oppressed, you're being mistreated, but you do it with a smile on your face. You
Right.
don't question the decisions of the master. You accept him. He wants to sell your boy. Master, what? I need him. I got to go sell. I got to sell Jake. Oh, yes, sir. That's my firstborn. What did you say? Oh, yes, sir. Let me go get Jake. Get your ass in there. Go get your stuff. You could not even present oppositions. And I look at a Fox News and you look at the chat box, it's like the man has rights. The man's on trial. Okay, they're trying to figure out what happened. No, no, he's guilty. And you saying that because he's black. You
Right.
just saying it because he's black and you want to see him get off. Where are you getting that? It's called a trial.
Yeah, that's
Right.
people pathological, man. That's my
Right.
final analysis. They pathological. That's all.
Yeah. And that's what, if you want to take an example or understand what it was to be a slave, you had to be happy. That's the whole dancing. If they hey, you guys go dance a jig for me. Even in the face of all that injustice and mistreatment, you could not show no signs about you was wrong to sleep with my wife. You was wrong to. I'm not trying to say they was trying to do that a lot. I'm just simply saying
Right.
you had nothing. You was wrong to do this to me. And he's like, no, you're a slave. Where you're getting that, I should treat you even close to the way of people like me. And that's what I
Right.
mean. You look at the Officer Tatum. Officer Tatum goes on a rant saying black people know he's guilty. They just saying this because they don't like white people. And I said, whoa, how can you say that, brother? The
He's
man's
he's
getting a
he's
trial, right?
yeah, he's a grifter. He'll say anything gonna
For
go
money.
against it. He making a lot of money doing that. He got 2, 3, or 2 million, whatever many subscribers, but he making a lot of money. He don't give a damn. He like the rest
Right.
of them. He works it.
Right.
I can see you. I don't hate nobody for being a voter or whatever, but they take it too far.
Right.
Yeah,
Anything. He was against every Ahmaud Marbury, George
yeah,
Floyd,
yeah. And
Yep.
and
everybody.
the and the problem with that is when you are a Officer Tatum or those types, you give the bigots and the racists the belief that you hold, like you're rendering some fair judgment from a black perspective, and you're not.
Yep.
So that's why they have a problem when people say, what? I disagree with that. What do you mean you disagree with that? Officer Tatum and this black podcaster said this, so you must be a woke. You got a woke agenda.
Right. You're woke because you believe in fair treatment in the law and all that. But then they lecture us about the law, bro. It's like, man, get the hell out of here. They don't believe in rules for the society. They believe in rules for them and then rules for us. That's
Mm-hmm.
not
And
that's not justice.
you're exactly right. That is the whole thing. It's stop thinking of yourself as equal to whites,
Yep.
because if you think that, you got an agenda. So, and you stay away from thinking, and that's what kills me about it. And if you was to talk to them, they would say no. But look at what you're doing, man. Look at this
Right.
case. It's right in your face. The man is on trial. The child is on trial.
Right.
But you're saying get a rope, and if he's not found guilty, you're not on that jury. If he's not found guilty, then uh, it's an
They,
agenda against whites and all of that.
right. And notice they love talking about, oh, well, the black people riot. They're talking like that now. If you don't
Mm-hmm.
convict, if Chud goes to jail, we're gonna riot. Okay, what's all this respectability politics then? No, you see, you want to play games. What they believe in is moral relativism and situational ethics, man, which is essentially they're a bunch of psychopaths. That's what it means. Like, they don't believe in rules of law. They don't believe in none. It's whatever serves them at that time. And you can't run a society like that. That's why America's crumbling, because of
Mm-hmm.
dumbass
Facts.
shit like that. Like, bruh,
Facts
Mm-hmm.
too.
Mm-hmm.
You got to
And this is
understand
where
most
we
of these
are,
guys.
man.
Yeah, most of these
And it's,
guys are
and then
poor.
I could go cut
Yeah.
on Fox News right now. And you said blacks suffer oppression, injustice. Have
Right.
they ever even begin to say, hey, let's have a program that's made in the image of a fox? No,
Nope. We ain't got one.
not even close to it.
Right. But they blame us. Oh, you blacks believe this. How the fuck do you know?
Mm-hmm.
You don't even want to talk
Mm-hmm.
to us.
Mm-hmm.
You want to talk at us.
And
Like,
if
nah.
America is true to what its creed, right?
Mm,
Whether anybody, any group of people likes it, is it's supposed to evolve, and you're supposed to practice the beliefs of the Constitution. It's not about race. It's
right.
about, do you believe in what America is? It's not about, okay, we need to maintain a healthy white population or we'll lose our country. It's not about that. It's never been about that. I hear people that's the white supremacy. I hear them say that stuff. America's not a collection of whites. It's a collection of Americans, and they
Right.
have rights, man. Simple as that. Now, you listen to Fox News, obviously they're not going to say that.
Right. Right. And it's so tough. It's with the young folks too. It's not just the old people. It's the young. Look at Chud. Chud is not that much older than me. He might be
Man,
younger. Shit.
28. Yeah, he's done. He
Hey, I'm
cooked too.
29. Shit.
Yeah, he's cooked.
Right. And
And you keep,
that's what I'm saying. Right. Oh, go ahead. My bad,
yeah,
bro.
yeah, I don't know if they keep seeing these articles with the declining birth rate and the white's supposed to be a minority in 2050, whatever. I'm starting to see that a lot, but I don't know what it is, man. But that is, it's like I never seen throughout my life, and I'm 40, so I never seen a racial tension this high
Right.
ever.
yeah. It's
It's
bad,
insane.
man.
Yeah, it's bad.
It's
Yeah.
bad. But as far as the birth rate, it really is irrelevant because you need a
Exactly.
certain amount of population for the country to function.
Yep.
So
Yep.
it teeters up and down, but you can't, even if it goes down too far, it's gonna mess with the way we operate as a country.
Right.
So you got to have new uh, infants being born to support your country. But that's fine, man. Maybe this is what we got to go through. Maybe this is just like the stock market. It has to go up, go down, and then normalize. Maybe these racial things is what we have to go through to eventually we can move beyond that, man.
Right.
Yeah.
I think it's mainly hinged upon them because like they always seem to be the aggressor with this thing. And how, like if you want to solve this problem, white folks, because I know you listen, y'all hate watch our content. You hate watch Platt. I've seen them multiple times. But
Look at that
look,
comment.
right, look at the
That back
comment.
chat. Insane. I never
No,
seen it like that.
long as they stay within the
Right, right,
normal rules, they can disagree all day. But I'm saying profanity and slander, you got to get blocked. But go ahead,
right.
brother.
No, that it's just like how can you solve your birth rate issue by focusing on the blacks? How does that even make sense? Go breed with your women. You can't because most of y'all are gay. Like,
Wow,
I'm gonna
no, I
get
don't
off
know
of
about
that.
that. That's he on his own on
No,
that one. Come on, bro.
it's no, they don't have the jobs and they can't provide for a
Right.
family no more. That's what it is. That's the main thing.
Well, they
The
ain't make
reason
that
why I
statement
said
about it.
that is because I hear y'all are right though. But the reason why I said that is look at Chud the Builder. Remember what he was doing? Look at Nick Fuentes. Remember what he was doing? Steven Crowder. He used to cross dress. All these big right wing dudes are all zesty.
Yeah.
Peter Thiel, all of them. They all zesty. So
With a
there's
black
something there.
fetish. With a black
Right.
fetish.
Right. There's something there, but y'all are right though. It is the lack of opportunity. But again, chastising black people who don't control that, how does that solve your economic woes? It doesn't. It's just a release valve so they can keep spinning their wheels. Or at least I'm better than a black. Well,
Yeah,
are you?
and they've used that, and that is something apart outside. And that's what I think. What the guy Roger Ailes, he had a version. They said in Australia they created a version of Fox News, and it was the Aboriginals to try to justify the slaughter of the Aboriginals and twist it into
Damn.
um, they're the problem, not
Wow.
us, even though that's their land. and they brought that to America, man. And they tried to, it was liberals. They tried to shut it down, but news became commentary and uh, one sided. And like with Rush, it was, Rush was the victim, um, and all of these minorities are taking over, and and you look at it now, and now they're already over this case, Carmelo Anthony, and they're bringing in dingback after dingback to make these ridiculous statements, not based in fact. And what it does is it taints us against each other, it pits us against each other. When an Officer Tatum can come out and say that, he biologically he's a black person, but it gives people who may not be smart the belief that somehow he's telling the truth.
Right.
Yeah, he's not.
Right.
He's not. And people have rights, man. People have rights. And yeah, it's the same thing with the Derek Chauvin thing. A moment of silence for a man who's convicted.
That's
And
crazy.
you believe that's just insane, bro. And it makes you wonder, how can you say that you serve all of the people when you're having moments of silence for a convicted officer who betrayed his oath?
Right. And
You
he
know
had a
what that
history of doing it.
you know what they say? Oh, he they go by with a conservative talking point. The coroner said exfoliation, but he's a crackhead who died from fentanyl. That's not 85-90% of whites that say that.
Right.
Well, no, they're not. Maybe the conservatives.
Yeah. But
That's true.
I had to delete my Twitter account. I'm gonna just keep my stuff deleted until I'm about to delete my Facebook today too. Just for 2 weeks till this thing get over, man. Cause I done got emotional in these comments, man, cursing people out, blocking people,
Mm.
even in black people too. But yeah, it's just you gotta stay away from this stuff. Even they talking about it, man, because a lot of people just too stupid. You just can't have a conversation with people.
Right.
Well,
Even
Outrageous.
mm,
well, um, the kids are testifying. Most of those kids, they're 16 and all of that, and it's going to have a lasting impression on the next generation, on the youth, man. And
right.
it shouldn't have happened, but then again, you cannot put your hands on people. You teach your kids that when they're young,
Yeah.
Yep.
and a fishing knife or whatever that was. I'm about to jump out here on that. I just don't believe he had the intention to take the man's life. Get him
Yeah.
off him,
Yeah.
yeah, but
Right.
take it, and it just happened. He's a kid. Hit the right amount of pressure, right place. He bled out.
Yep.
And you only see like that in the heart, right? We only see that like in real life. Most people get hit like in the stomach or something, or like in the neck, but you only see that heart like people getting hit in the chest like that in the movies.
People
Mm,
bleed out.
Most people hit you in the neck, or they hit you like in the
Well,
stomach
most
someplace.
people keep their hands to themselves.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. But I'm just saying that the stabbings I've seen, it'd be like a low blow or a high blow, nothing like in the torso, like in the top part of your chest. Only you see that in the movies only. But yeah,
and
but
this is the
yeah,
thing. We got to put ourselves in the minds of the young brother, man. He's a shorter dude. He's smaller physically, and he's surrounded by these angry white people, white dudes of his age group that want to
Mhm.
aggress him. What are you gonna do? Especially if you not like Carmelo is not a hood kid like that. He's a good kid
Mhm.
that comes from a upper middle class family in a suburban neighborhood. He had high GPA. He had 3.7. He was working a job. He's not like no on edge type guy. If he had that happen to him, he's gonna panic, man. And that's what he did.
Yeah, 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 and um, in this age of social media, and don't let nobody punk you. And kids, I mean, young people are young people.
Right.
So, he wasn't going to let that happen. Now, look, once again, the outcome, I don't think anybody wanted this to be the outcome, but he's a young kid, 17, becoming a man. And maybe he's different than a lot of people. Maybe he's like saying, "Hey, man, nobody gonna mess with me. I
Right?
don't care."
Like that. Right.
Yeah, yeah. So, and man, it's a tragedy, man. And there was a guy. He was saying he would have took the he would have let them jump him before he would have struck them. That's what he was saying. It was a black dude saying that he should have let them beat him
That's crazy.
and, and,
That's
and leave
crazy.
the tent because he's like, hey man, it's the way it is. If you're outnumbered, you're outnumbered. I'm sure guys have gotten beaten up before. Hey man, if they got more numbers, they beat you up, man. You live to come back the
Nah.
next day. Yeah,
That's
it was a
silly.
black dude, older black dude saying that. I was like, wow.
Yeah, he got
Wow.
that's that Jim Crow mentality. But usually, I didn't. Most of the time, a black dude outnumbered, he'll get a couple of swings in. If he'll try to run away, but he'll get something off. He ain't
Right.
gonna let nobody just sit there and beat him up. You gonna get 2 or 3 you might get beat up, but if you can get on your feet and get away, you up out of there. You gonna
Right.
run after getting 2 licks in or something. That's
Right.
unrealistic.
It's crazy.
Yeah,
Telling our kids that we gotta let them get
hell
their
no.
ass full. Like, bro, what? That's weak, man. I'm sorry. That's weak as hell, bro.
This generation in
Wow.
social media, you tell them take that fade, um, and it'll be okay. Eat
What
them
if they
punches.
right? What if they stomped his front teeth out so he can't talk no more? Whatever the case may be, snapped his neck.
Man, anything this thing would have won. If he had hit him with his fist and he had hit the ground and hit his head on the bleacher and died, it would have been the same thing.
You're
No
right.
matter what. If he had kicked him and he had fell on his face and cracked something and broke his neck, he would have been same. It would have been the same thing no matter what. That
Right.
knife is just that's why they keep saying knife, 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 knife. That's the excuse.
Right.
If he hit him with
Oh,
a one hitter quit and
Yeah,
knocked him out,
it-
that's just that's all. It's going to be a knife. That's all
yeah,
they can keep saying.
yeah,
right.
yeah. Well, we don't want to say that knife. I know I just
Oh.
said it, but we
Yeah,
got to sort
poker. Well,
of say,
Poker.
that's all they keep
yeah.
on saying over and over and over again.
Well, it's a tragedy, man. And what it says, Hosa. Anyhow, I wonder how old you would be crying and whining if roles were switched. You black
Whoa.
people always trying. You black people always trying to f find yourself to be victims, just victims of your own stupidity. So when you have a case, it's a
Man.
case of two different sides. Why do you see? This is what I mean by this is the type of person you don't want on a jury.
Right.
This type of person, this person you can't put on a jury. Your mind's made up. You got to look at the whole case. Um, you find yourself to be victim. Well, sometimes blacks are victims. You're trying to suggest that they're never victims, and you
Right.
got to look at the case.
That might be Hispanic now because they be talking that victim stuff a lot too, like white people.
Well,
Hmm.
whoever this guy is,
Yeah, I see that.
you know,
Right.
Yeah,
That's
but
crazy.
they tried to intentionally stack it, and the dude, the lawyer dude earlier was saying, yeah, they made a mistake by striking those 3 black women out because that's going to be the easy case to appeal if he get found guilty because they try to intentionally stack that jury with white guys and
well,
Middle
I,
Eastern people,
I don't really agree with that though.
but it looks
I
intentional
don't
though.
agree that you got to have. I mean, we get the history,
Peers,
racism, all white jury. Okay, peers. It should be a jury of your peers, but I don't agree that an all white jury can't render a judgment based on the evidence, a fair judgment. I don't agree. All black jury. When last time we had an all black jury? I mean, I don't think that's ever happened.
yeah,
But an all black jury can preside over a case, look at the evidence, and make a fair judgment.
true. You're right. I'm just saying, it's the optics that don't look good. That just
No,
it
it
looks
don't.
funny when
You guys are assuming them black. Well, nothing. I got you.
yeah. I'm just
No,
saying,
I got
you had 3 women and you strike them down because they are educators. They're gonna have some type of bias. That's what they said.
how because
That's that's
they're at
that's what
school.
they said. Yeah, that's what they
Oh, okay.
said. That's why they got
Well, it's the
struck down.
system, man. The system is really slanted against the poor. Really,
Yeah.
and that's the thing about the OJ. Even though we said we was done with him, he had money, and he was willing to spend his money.
Yep.
OJ was willing to go in debt to get his freedom. and that was just a person that nobody had really seen. A, get accused of that, and B, willing to go in debt. Most of these people, they ain't gonna. They want their Lambo. I don't care if they locked up. They still want their Lambos and their mansions. You know, they'll spend some money, but all their money, no. And then OJ basically showed us the system. The system was a case of rich and poor.
Because if you look at they didn't want to Rodney King. They purposely, even though that was LA situation, they took it to Simi Valley, and I think they said that makeup was pretty much mostly white, mostly conservative, and they said not guilty, damn the video. It's stuff like that people don't want to happen.
Right.
Yeah,
We're learning, man. We're
yeah,
growing. We're
yeah.
evolving. This is an opportunity for that, but it's got to be based on. I'm saying, obviously, I'm not. I don't know which way it'll go, but what I'm saying is, this would be a wonderful moment in our country if this would be a wonderful moment for America if an all-white jury can render a judgment, of course, based on the evidence, and Carmelo is set free because
Right.
it would throw a monkey wrench in the Fox News and all of these people who don't want to see black people get fair judgment.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It would be a watershed moment, but I hope that happens, man. I really do. But I'm not gonna put no negativity out there. I'm gonna just keep my negative opinion to myself. But I really hope that does happen because you're right. That would be good for the optics and race relations between blacks and whites, man. Because then you can't point to uh, all white people are racist. You can't say that. Then you also can't say that all black people just do is look out for themselves and they don't care about the law because everybody's following the law. So
Yeah, man. And we got a president, in my opinion, who's completely dropped the ball with this.
yep.
So I don't know if this is what he wants, but this is his America, man. And if I was a president, man, I wouldn't want all this stuff to be happening like this, man.
He don't care, man. He's so far out of it, man. I don't know what's up with him.
Right, he just stealing money. That's what he doing.
It's like he worried about everything except the things of the people in the states who need help. He don't give a damn. He totally neglected the people.
Right. That's why I got to look at some of these cats crazy, like y'all. And look, I'm not an anti-Trump per se, but it's like, dude, why are y'all not paying attention to the track record of individuals like this, bro?
Hmm.
It's very weird. And then you want to cry when you got $15 salmon packets and $20 salmon pack. Like, what do you expect? You letting people steal?
Man, yeah. But check this out. We got a rare, like a eclipse, a rare appearance from what's up with you, Dave?
What up, Flat? What up, Shago? Salute to
What
everybody.
up, Brody?
Look at
Peace.
Sam.
Hey, Dave, I saw you on Corey
Going on.
Holcomb. I saw you in the chat box, right?
You did? Yeah.
Yeah, that was a month ago. No,
Yeah.
I was looking at his chat, and I think you was anyhow. You was in the chat, and they said, "I said, man, this Dave," and I think I tried to at you in there. I don't know. I don't even know if it worked, but because it was moving so fast, you know what I
Yeah, I'm
mean?
about to say, Corey chat be moving, bro. I surely did. I wouldn't have seen it. I didn't even see it. Yeah, you know me. When I get a little time, I slide around. I've been running, trying to get the money back up, so I ain't really been having time to be on YouTube. Like I miss it, so I try to steal me some time. Like right now, I was supposed to go take my car to get service. I heard you on talk about this. I said, let me go mess with Flat.
I appreciate it, bro.
Salute. Yeah,
You okay?
what you
All is
got?
good though. You good though, right? Like all
Yeah, I'm
this
good.
stuff. You
Yeah.
see?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
What about you? Everything good out there?
man. Yeah, I'm trying, man.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
trying. We
Need each other.
yeah.
That's why we all need each other. Like what I love about everything to the subject. What I love about everything about this, I got a million things to say about all this, but what I do love about what's happening right now is it's showing us that we never had friends. We never had allies. I know we want to believe that and salute to all those people, the few of every other race that doesn't feel like the majority of their race. And when I say that they don't have an historical anti-black culture, salute to them. They are a credit to their race. But as far as all the rest, the half of the overall majority, I like the fact that this is happening with us. I mean, of course, it's tragic. I don't like those parts, but it's proven to us that what we've always known, racism has never left. Us Israelites have been telling people that. We told people race wars is coming. Nobody listens because one thing about it, salute, American Negro. Salute. One thing about it is a tiger never changes his stripes. And I always say the reason I look at racism, and I know racism wasn't going anywhere.
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Yeah. I had time to look at it. I always studied. I'm like, all right, I always tried to be objective. I've never been a racist person. I always was like, hey, I'll find the good in everybody. That was my motto at one point in time growing up, because that was the time I give everybody a shot. And I'm still kind of like that. But when I look at racism, like here in America, they've had over 500 years. If they wanted to stop something, we know these white folks can stop what they want to when they feel like it. If they wanted to stop it and completely stomp it out, they would have. What I've learned is anything that happens in America, somewhere down the line, there's an agenda and a purpose for it. Now, also what I learned with the white folks, they don't know, along with the racism, to show you how smart they're really not, they're allowing people who hate America, or dislike America, to be in our politics. Like, that doesn't even logically make sense. Like, how do you have foreigners whose countries you may have destabilized or did something to at one point in time? How do you have them in our politics? So I'm just coming back to the mindset and understand racism is nothing but an inferiority, insecurity, and inferiority complex. It's totally illogical. And right then and there, like you'll never be able to get these people to befriend us. When I go to all these when I see these videos, the Karmelos, the rest in peace to the 14-year-old boy out there in Carolina, when I go to the comments, I tell people the racists that don't say nothing, those are the most dangerous racists, because they'll smile in your face and stab you in the back. But what I always tell people is when you look at these videos that deal with race, go to the comments. Some people will swear those are all bots, but I disagree with that. You go to the comments, you see no matter what happens, you find out how people really feel about us, and they're in the comments killing us. I mean, like even with the 14-year-old boy, let's just say he stole the water, which he didn't. You don't murder a person for stealing a water. What you do, and then we talk about you chase them down and do all that, and the slap in the face and how they play in our faces is the DA. This is how they purposely botch that case. The DA can charge you murder and manslaughter. They can put both, and then they can tell the jurors, hey, if you don't feel like we proved murder, you have the option to go with the manslaughter. So they could have got the man on manslaughter, because that's exactly what it was. He chased the boy down, shot the boy in the back. That's manslaughter. Meanwhile, if you notice with Karmelo, they're not even giving him the option of manslaughter. They're going right in for the murder. Now, hopefully that can work to his advantage the same way it worked for the Chinese man, because the Chinese man, technically, he was guilty, but he got self-defense. Meanwhile, they're not trying to give Karmelo self-defense. You want to say something, Platt? I'll hold up.
No, man, this is a terrible time. And it just, for me, I might be different because I actually still have faith. And, like I say, Fox News, when all these people who play victim, all the people who say the liberal agenda and all of that, I don't know what they got to do with black people. All these people who say this stuff, when you go up to people and you say, is there equivalent of Fox News? Do black people have anything close to that? It messes them up because they can't play victim. And they know that network is clearly anti-black. You know that. That's an anti-black network. And they said, black people don't have anything even remotely close to that. Yet you think that you're being victimized and there's a war against your people in America? Yeah, it blows my mind, man. It's like the scale has to be so unfair for a black person.
Facts.
You can't even be close to being fair.
May I say something?
Oh yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. J, right there. Go ahead, brother.
So one thing I would say is this: black people trying to be honest and fair makes them the stupidest people on the planet. So when that trial came up and it was looking for the jury, you got black people admitting that they was, they didn't want to arrest no black man, trying to be this super honest shit. Whole time, white people they know their agenda, but they still know how to play the game. You know how you go for a job and they give you these tests and stuff like that, and to see if you will be a good fit. If 500 if your employee drop $500 on the ground, would you pick it up? Most of us gonna say no, but realistically, yeah. So white people weren't interested in being nice and being honest and being fair. They want to have a chance on that jury, right? So you mean tell me out of 500 people, 500, not 12 of them black people that could have qualified? They know damn well they want to give him an all black jury, right? How come in these type of cases, how come black people can't have an all black jury? Whites have their own all whites jury all the time. I think that they wanted to they want to take sentence board to prison, and we still need to talk to the jurors itself, because one thing about white people, they narrate the stories way different from what actually done took place. And I also want to talk to the other black jurors that was alleged didn't qualify. We need to hear their voice, because white people, I don't trust them, especially when a case like this, they gonna do anything as possible to remove all of the, basically having a black juror is basically his defense team, and the white jury is the Austin defense team. Secondly, in the state of Texas, it's a stand your ground law. If you committed as long as you send somewhere that's not illegal to be there, you have not provoked any type of criminal activity, you have a right to, you was in the right to stand your ground. That's everything about Karmelo Anthony. The only person should be going to prison for Austin's death is his brother. They was up there committing a crime, assault case. He was assaulting this man, and his brother died in the process of committing a crime.
Brother, we're in the process of finding all of that out, and that's why they have a trial. I was you. I mean, I wouldn't want.
They really having a trial.
I wouldn't want to face a trial with quote unquote black people on the jury. I want people who are going to hear the evidence and render fair judgment. So I wouldn't have a trial with
is you that damn dumb? You that damn dumb?
I am that damn dumb. Yep.
Bro, you white folks like, man, you's a stupid nigga, boy.
There you go.
Hey, Jay, Prince, relax.
Damn, this is where we are. This is where we are. Hold up. You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? No matter which way you go, you're going to be accused or called a name.
Yeah, that's sad. You can't call people names, man. You're gonna get emotional.
And this is what I'm saying. You can't have a conversation. Automatically now he's questioning me, because listen to what I said. I want the person to be fair. Exactly. That's all I said. Well, you a fool, then you must something wrong with you.
It's not fair in a white system, bro. The white system would tell you that black people is not fair. It's not fair.
Just give us a fair shot. Like, don't say you're going to give us a fair shot and then in the background handicap us. All I've ever asked, and I swear I am the equivalent, I am the epitome of black folks. So by everything I see, I'm so happy about, because this is exactly what I've went through. Everything black folks have went through, I've went through my whole life. And when they talk about crime, just to show you the slap in the face, the social engineering. Of course, it's social engineering. You control Fox Network. That's the whole purpose of the propaganda, to show us in a bad light. But when we look, who colonizes all the countries? Who starts all the wars? Forget stealing a bottle of water. We're talking about you decimate lands. Politicians are getting with illegal immigrants, stealing money, sending money, working deals. Yet white America never speaks to that criminality, the real criminality. Unfortunately, what Karmelo did just affected that man. What's the guy's name? What's the guy name who he unalived? What's his name?
Metcalf.
He's only affected Metcalf and Metcalf's family. white Americans, especially the politicians, which are all the seats in most of the positions of power in America about white, they ruin lives, they ruin countries, they ruin whole economies, and no one says a thing about it. Yet, meanwhile, they'll stay focused on what we're doing in the socially engineered community. You won't let us open up businesses, so you purposely deny us loans. And I know why you deny us loans, because you have policy deals with China, you have policy deals with Saudi Arabia, you have policy deals, and one of the places you're going to stick them is with us. And one of the things black folks have to learn, the reason they did that is to keep us at a permanent underclass. But what black folks have to understand is we're at $2 trillion in spending power. That is power. I always believe they designed passports to keep us from leaving. Because imagine if we wanted to do a mass exodus. If all black folks said, we tired of this, as much as white folks say, get out of here. My daddy told me a story back in the day. He said, when white folks started telling us to go back to Africa, back in my daddy's era, he said, people started saying, all right, wait, we might do that. He said, they immediately shut that down. And you got to understand, I believe passports was to keep us here, because think about it. You have a right to tell me what country I can't come into. You don't have a right to tell me what country I can't leave. That means I'm a slave for most parts. If I can't leave and go wherever I want to go, even if the other country denies me, well, let me just float around on planes. How can you tell me I can't leave? And the reason they did all that, and they don't give us the loans, and they allow immigrants to have businesses in our community. That way, they always have a built-in a support group, where, because we don't have a country that America is doing trade with, that America has to keep diplomacy with us. So they can't just offend us. They can't just do anything to us, because then whatever trade our country has with them, they'll cut them off. We're not Africans, we're black Americans. So they know for most parts, we can't go anywhere, but like everything is a flip side to the quarter. The fact that we spend that much money, that is power. One of the real reasons I always believe, and my father said they got rid of Martin Luther King, it wasn't because he was fighting for civil rights. It wasn't because that. It was because of the Montgomery bus boycott. He showed us then, as much as they didn't like us, the power in our dollar. The whole purpose of integration was to get some of that money, because they saw how quickly we were rising by having to spend with ourselves. And they're like, we got to stop that. And this is why the long-term expansion white Americans had to fight the down south ignorant jab Americans, because they wanted to keep their slaves so they could be lazy and get all that free labor. The industrialist white Americans, they saw a bigger picture, like all that money they're getting, we can turn this into something. So this is, go ahead, you got it.
May I say something right quick?
Go ahead, Jay.
I think black men, you need to understand, the only time you get to have self-defense is when there's another black man, right? Or you protecting a black woman or women in general, or you protecting the white man's military. That's the only time you get to take a life, right? If a black woman try to harm you and you take her life, you go into prison. If a white man trying to harm you and you take his life, you go into prison. It's almost like, for an example, when that dude in Chicago punched that woman, he didn't draw no blood. It wasn't that big of a deal. He was just beating her ass with one in her mouth. And her son came and shot him dead, and he got off, right? So
I don't even know. I mean,
it was that.
We gotta get back to the topic, man. Get back to the topic. Y'all all over the place.
Right? So black men, you got to understand.
Hold up, brother. Hold up. Just hold up for a minute, brother. Hold up, sir. Hold up. The system, right? A lot of people don't have faith in the American court system. A lot of people don't. It's certainly stacked against the poor. That being said, other than leave America right now or when you can, if you don't have faith in the system, what's the point of even having a system? That's the equivalent of saying get a rope, because you still got to believe in the system, man. Oh, Platt, you must.
How make the system tell you that it's unfair for blacks?
Man, unfortunately, we got to fight for change, man. If we still a part of the country, we got to try to influence it. We have to influence it and shape it to do better. I'm looking at your back thing. You got kids. Don't you want your kids for it to be better for you when they grow up? I mean, they got to grow up. It's going to be hard.
Not for no girl.
I'm gonna
Black
tell you a
women
great example.
they gonna get special treatment.
I'm gonna tell you
They women.
what's a great example, absolute great example. Look at the South. The South lost the Civil War. And you know what they said? They said the lost cause, and they said you still can see it, South shall rise again. Look at it. They got back power. It took them years. They got it back. They didn't give up. They got back the power they wanted. They said, okay, now we can redistrict this stuff. Now you Negroes don't have no influence. I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just simply saying you have to fight. You can't just give up on it. This Karmelo thing, will he get a fair trial? I hope he does. It's going to be reviewed. It's all white jury. He's got an appeal.
It's already not a fair trial, then.
Well, if that's the case, the judge has said it was, though.
So the people that got his life in his hands is basically his enemy.
No, that's what. No. You're assuming all those white people don't like him.
You assuming that white people is somehow love black folks. You assuming that
I think they are capable of rendering a fair judgment. I do believe that.
I think that's bullshit. The white folks is not honest.
Sure you do, brother.
Maybe you got faith in white folks like that because your God is white, right? You still believe in that they're white man Jesus. What color? You got all of this faith in white folks.
What color is God?
I don't see no color on God. I think I guess it was black.
Hold on. So why would you think I would?
No, I think it is black because the first race is black.
Oh, he's black. Okay.
Well, wait, let me say this right quick, coming back to the topic. Don't also forget what President Lyndon B. Johnson said. And this is such a true statement that is overlooked when he says, if you can convince the lowest white man he's better than the best colored man, he won't notice you picking his pocket. He'll get it. He said, hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll empty his pockets for you. That's exactly what the lower level white America does. And it's, I always laugh at them. They're the biggest, have no clue. And this isn't a racial thing. This is just a reality. The low level whites are the biggest people who are the biggest fools who don't have a clue. The elites never liked them. They just used them.
Yeah,
the elites used them to do it.
You're right. They did.
It's called a white proletariat. That's what you mean, working class.
And then you know what else is missing from the case?
Wait, hold up, Jay. Hold up. And then the proof of that is they're suffering right now. See, they all thought it was just going to affect us and everybody else, and they didn't. And what I've always learned, my daddy said, before a white man is prejudiced, he's a whore. Meaning, for money, he'll do anything. And we see that
But hold on, Dave. We don't look. There are racist white people amongst us. And in many cases, some people would suggest Trump's one of them. But all of them, I mean, that's fine. You think that, Jay. But everybody don't believe that all people are a certain kind of way.
They benefit a system that benefits them.
Wait, hold up, Jay. And hold up.
You have to be able to. Anybody can say anything, brother. That stuff has to be proven, and that's not true. You can go by the hospitals in our country. They save black lives every day. Other races of people, whether they're Caribbean or Asian or white.
That's true.
So if that was the case, you wouldn't be having that. So I get where you're going, brother, but unfortunately,
let me say this right quick, Black. What I said earlier, I said the ones who don't, they're a credit to their race. I gave the credence to the people who are credit to their race. I'm not talking about the good white folks or the good anybody's. They're not the problem. The good people are usually not the problem. The people are problem are usually the bad or the ignorant people. Right. They're usually the problem, and those are the people I'm addressing. Because the point you got to understand. Racism, when people say racism, a lot of people talk about racism isn't everything. I don't see Chinese people hiring blacks. I don't see a whole lot of while they tell blacks racism isn't anything. We watch everybody practice racism. It's a slap in the face. The black folks have been gaslighted, have been gaslighted for years. We've been gaslit for years, constantly telling us not to focus on racism, telling us to embrace everybody, while everybody, I'm talking about everybody else, Psalms 83, everybody else practices tribalism, which is just another word for racism, tribalism. And I don't have a problem with racism. I don't have a problem with any race wanting to see their race do good. I salute that. I have a problem when you lie about it and you handicap and you pull underhanded tricks. Understand this, that racism is interwoven into the very fabric of the building of this country. The institutions are, a lot of them aren't just the people. It's the way, when the laws were written, they were written by racist people or people that were, people that.
I agree with that point.
A lot of the laws we're dealing with, that's why they know where all the loopholes are. They made sure they made back doors for themselves.
Right. The system has its unfairness. It is, and being hold up, being poor, just flat out. If you were born poor, or maybe you're poor now, whether you like it or not, you're going to be at a disadvantage, especially in the court system. You know, you just are. You're gonna be if you're poor, you're gonna be at a disadvantage.
We had a lot of wealthy black men went to prison.
Hold up, brother. Just hold up. You're going to be at a disadvantage in the prison when you go to do your time. You ain't got no money. You can't pay for no protection. You can't smooth things on. You can't do this because you're poor. So you're going to be in a disadvantage, lack of money. So unfairness, injustice, this is the country we live in, man. Will this kid get a fair trial? I still believe okay, you don't think he will. I think he can. Now, I don't know what the judgment will be. I don't know if the verdict will be guilty or not guilty. But if they seriously look at the evidence, go by the facts they have, and make a judgment, that's justice. Yeah. Justice is rendered. If somebody's on that jury and they like he guilty, I don't care. No, man, he guilty. No, he man, this dude guilty. He guilty. See, that's not justice.
Yeah. I think, like you said, if these some fair people, he gonna be not guilty. If there's some little funny people, and then you're gonna have the little piece.
We have to watch that we don't become what we.
Let me find out them white people is not fair. They still not gonna retract the judgment. He's still gonna go to prison for life. That's why I don't think that black folks is
go to prison for life.
You want to waste your time trying to figure out who not.
He's not gonna get it. He's not gonna go to prison for life at 17.
Yeah. He's not gonna get. He might
get about 25 and up plus
about 10 to 15 max. I'm just saying, with no record, being a teenager, he's not gonna get.
I think that black folks need to lose hope and faith. You have your faith and hope in the wrong thing that never did nothing for you, ever did shit for you.
Well, and then when that's your situation, Jay. That's you.
Jay, what I'm saying is you can't provide no physical evidence, especially when we're dealing with stuff like this in the system. You can't provide no evidence and stuff like that because he really gonna go off faith. They said only God could judge you, but the white man, he been judged by 12 judges.
Hold up. I can't provide physical evidence of a black person getting justice in the judicial system.
Barely. When the eyes, barely.
It's there, brother.
Barely. Like every time a black man.
Jay, you know what, Jay? Of all places, you should have faith in America because you're here and you're raising kids in it. I mean, you should not be at the point where you lose your faith in this country, brother. I'm serious.
Exactly.
I don't have no faith in this country.
Wow.
Okay, well, I feel sorry for your kids, man, because that's not a good attitude to have. You got to have.
Yes. I'm not going to teach my kids to be that damn stupid.
Let me say this with Jay, and to an extent with Jay, I agree. I don't put my faith in men. God said that himself. Put your faith in no man. And a lot of times, because men can be wrong.
Men that pillage you forever.
Yeah. What I noticed though, what I've learned about bullies. My daddy, I was always the kid who beat up the bullies. I was bullied, which started me to fighting the bullies because nobody would help. So I said, okay, I got to fight for myself. And then I started defending people. And one thing I learned about bullies don't back off. My dad said, if if you could reason with the bully, he probably wouldn't be the bully. Most bullies understand one thing: you bust their ass in the nose. Like one thing I learned about America when they killed Latasha, when they killed Latasha Harlan here in LA, and I'm from LA. See, one of the reasons, say what they want to say about LA, they know we'll turn up. Even when y'all have the Mike Browns and the George Floyds and other states, they gear up here because they know we'll set it off. We haven't had a major Asian issue where they killed another black since Latasha Harlins, because we told the shit up. Because understand, sometimes that's why we have the Second Amendment. I'm not telling anybody to be violent. The point of having the Second Amendment and the point of us rioting when they did that to Latasha Harlins is back to the bully. Sometimes that's the only thing that's going to get their attention, and a lot of times they don't do it out of fear. They do it out of fear for losing the business, the money we're going to lose, the bad policy and the bad look, that the optics are going to look bad. So one thing sometimes you have to do, unfortunately, back to the Second Amendment. They didn't write the Second Amendment in because the laws and men were always fair. They wrote the Second Amendment because obviously back then they saw where the government and the people that run the place sometimes go bad. Y'all got it?
Hey, real quick, another thing too, people don't know about this jury that they say they're not being sequestered. So a lot of people are saying, well, I heard from the lawyer that these people get to go home, watch TV, come back the next day.
Hold on. Government overreaching. Look, brother, we have to let them make their judgment. We can't always just look. I can go over here to one of these white supremacist Twitter pages, and it's all types of this and that, and assuming this, and this is the worst thing, and this and that, and we're victims, and blacks are. This is about a victimhood, and they went in there and tried to do it. His intention, he woke up that morning, was to go and take. And it's like, man, it's ridiculous. You're being ridiculous.
Exactly.
They get to go home. Oh, you don't know the people. They have to sign the papers. They have to swear that they're going to be fair. You just don't want to impugn that they're not going to do those things, man.
Yeah, I mean, you're right, but this.
Give them a chance. Give them a chance to be unfair.
I'm with you, Platt.
This is the system we live. Look, this is the system we live in, man. We can go to Liberia, or we can try to change it.
Yeah,
but there's nothing. There ain't nothing you can do. And well, you could make the case. You could make the case that he overreacted.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he hit a guy with a blade.
But
I don't know if you guys have ever done that before. You know, fortunately for me, I haven't had to do that, right? But you gotta be careful if you're gonna do that. You got, if you're going to defend yourself like that, you got to hit him like in the arm or something. You can't, a chest.
No, but hold up, Platt.
And again, he is a kid, though. I'm saying he is a kid, so I give him that.
Right, but let me say this, Platt. Let me say this: the North Carolina incident, the Trayvon incident. Those scenarios, and if I was his lawyer, I would use everything. The Chud the Builder, I would use the Trayvon Martin. I would definitely use Trayvon Martin.
Wait,
hold on. Got shot in the back and they got off.
Right, let me say this. Right, they were stalked and killed. Karmelo is valid. That's just validation. We don't know that. I'm just going to say, if I was his lawyers, Karmelo could have been killed that day. Yet he defended himself. And one thing I'll encourage every black man to do out here listening: if you are in a situation like Karmelo, Trayvon, or the young brother, the young boy that lost his life in was that South Carolina?
Yeah.
I'd rather you defend yourself, and if you got to put a person down, put them down, and we'll deal with the court case later. I'd rather you be alive and have to fight from court than let some racist or some hater or some ignorant person that doesn't know culture who's chasing you down because he thinks you're somebody, or he's chasing you down for a water and he unalives you. I'd much rather you defend yourself, even to unaliving them, because then we can fight for justice in the court of law, and you'll still be alive.
And
this the thing, real. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, this is the thing, real quick, bro. We have to. If we're gonna do that, and I do agree with that, bro. We have to support our people. We cannot have these super out there divisive type conversations. If our young brother gets in a situation like that, and this might be perceived by the white folks as, oh, you guys are sticking up for your race, which we should do, but do it in a just way. But still, though, if we don't do that, it's going to set a precedent for the kids to be like, well, I'm screwed either way. My people won't help me out. These people don't like me. We cannot have that type of perception out there, man. And ultimately, I got to bounce.
Can I ask y'all a question? I don't think it's, well, I'm different, right? So I'm saying we think differently. I don't think it's racial. I think this is a quest for justice.
This
You know,
thing, Plato.
I'm willing to give.
Racism
I'm
is in
willing to
everything, though,
hold up.
Black. Clearly.
I'm willing to give the jury a fair chance, but I'm also saying, hey, if I support justice in the case. What side do you? I support justice. So it's not about him being black. It's about he's an American citizen. He should be given a fair trial. Period.
Right. I agree. I understand. I'm just saying how we communicate to our children and our people. Like, hey,
No, he should
we're
get
gonna have
privilege.
your back.
White folks get privilege in a trial in a court of law.
You gotta
Why
let
is
him.
black folks
You
only
gotta let
asking
him
for bare
finish.
minimum?
You gotta
Why
let
is
him
white
finish.
folks just the
Jay,
only ones
Jay,
to ask for bare minimum? White people get
Jay,
special privileges in a court of
Jay.
law, bro.
I follow where you're going, but hold on. Let him go ahead, Shane. Let him finish.
No. I mean, I understand everybody's point, and I think we do need to hash these things out. But I'll say this: black folks, we need our own jurisdiction, man. That's tribal jurisdiction.
Right.
If you do a religious thing, whatever you got to do to set up your own system where you can adjudicate your own people and then do things that way. But I'm gonna leave that there. That conversation for another day, for sure.
Okay,
I agree.
go ahead, Jay.
So my thing is, one, he only stabbed him one time. So they've been having this
Okay,
argument that stabbing, meaning that he
okay,
stabbed
you're
him more
right.
than once. That
Corrections
wasn't that
must
the
be made.
case.
Okay.
That's one case. My thing is, I'm tired of black folks start steady begging to get treated like a human, right? Asking for a fair trial, that's getting treated like a human. White folks get and other people get special privileges. Look at the Cyrus case. You know why that Asian got off? Because he connected. Asians brings generate a lot of different type of product here in America. They not, you know how many times that dude had 55 incidents of criminal crime he was involved in that store.
Yeah, he did
55
have a pattern.
incidents.
Yeah, he had a
He
Yeah, I
shot
pattern.
don't know
three
if he had.
people.
I don't know if he had
He shot
55
three
incidents.
people and got off.
They
You
said
know,
a lot of that was.
you know, he's
I read. I read.
Black. You know,
Jay, I read the trial, and I don't know if that's 55. I know he had some priors. Also, I don't agree with the jury on the outcome of that case. I think it's absurd. I don't. I think it's insane to say what he did was self-defense.
And what
And
color
then
was the jury?
and then to say the guy turned around. How are you running fast as you can and turn
right.
around and shoot? And that's the thing. Look at the gun was never fired. So just think about it. So you running away from somebody and you turn around and you don't shoot.
Right.
What color was the jury?
And I don't. No, I heard it had blacks. I heard like 5 blacks, and even
mostly everybody, 5 black
and the
people.
defense attorney was black. But even to that, like nobody poses a threat running from you. Who remembers the young black football player, his sister, his girl, she had some guy come over and they was leaving and he shot at him. They tried him for that and he was shooting at them drive. Like technically nobody poses a threat to you fleeing from you. I can't pose a threat to you fleeing from you. This is why this is why the self-defense thing shouldn't have worked for him. You not only did it'd be different if we all went down, I turned around and I was finna shoot some people. I ran out of your store. You and your son ran out. Then the mother ran out. They were worried about somebody still in the store. They left the store unattended where anybody could have stolen. They all chased me down, what they said, almost a football field. You don't chase a football field you're in fear of. So the law was not served, but yet you'll find the racial white people. And this is why I know the racism exists. And again, I'm not talking about the good ones. I don't have to keep saying that. Every smart person knows there's exceptions to every rules. Only the fools want to act like one thing means all.
Ain't none of them good.
Right, you know, that's another conversation. But but at the end of the day, nobody can pose a threat, and you can't say justice was served. Again, they are sending money to Chud. Chud was literally walking around trying to provoke people. Show me the black people that have been going around, you honkying out, you crackering out. Show me where black folks are running around trying to provoke white folks into being ignorant and then playing victim. Chud, Trayvon Martin, the Carolina case. This all shows that black folks need an anti-crime bill. What's weird to me, right? The Asians come here, and again, this is all politics. I know it's game. But who has been here and needed an anti-hate crime bill more than black Americans for the last 400 years? Who's been the biggest person? Hold on, Platt. Who's been the biggest person of being unalived, hung, raped, stolen from? Who has been that? Who deserves an anti-crime hate bill more than American blacks?
Okay, hold up. The thing on that is, um, you still can get hate charges if they prove that's why you did what you did to that person. They still can file those, but you're
Why
right.
we
They
can't
don't
have a
have it.
bill?
They
Why
hold
can't we
up.
have
They
a
don't
bill?
have it in the same manner of the Asian hate bill. They don't. Why? Now that's up to black people. Black people pull the levers. They vote. They pay taxes. That's up to them. They will have to figure out what kind of country they want to live in. To sit here, I mean, yeah, you can talk about it, but nothing's going to change
Yeah,
until you got to
usually,
make that change. You got to go to the booth. You got to go to your politicians and challenge them. Hey, this is what I want. No, you
yeah,
need to put this in the platform. You need to say when you get on that stage, you're gonna talk about these things. Now talk about those things. And if they don't vote for them.
yeah,
But that's the only
usually,
way you can do it. It's just assuming just going out there saying they deserve this and all of that, and ain't nobody doing nothing. They're not gonna get anything.
yeah,
It's gonna be
because
like it is right now.
usually when something happen to somebody black, like usually they do like a civil rights violation, and they call that like black people's crime bill. But that's so watered down that because that goes for everybody. So we really don't have nothing specifically for us like that
I
Asian
don't
hate.
think they'll ever get that though.
Exactly.
Yeah,
But
we
but
don't
but
have
the
it.
slap in the face is how the Asians came right in and got one. Like nobody's doing anything to Asians in this country like that. So
Yeah,
that was just another slap in the face, which again shows us the political ties, the diplomacy of like again, we don't have a country that America fears it has to fear not doing trading with by treating their people wrong, and
Well,
that's the game.
that was, but that
Are
was
you
the
going?
whole. Let's go back. If you look at the way blacks are massaged into our society, right, the way they are, it's not that far from slavery. They were outnumbered. Plantation owners were outnumbered, but mentally those people stayed in their place. They
yeah, because
they
they
didn't
were.
rebel because they didn't think it was the right thing to do. So when you say vote and do all of that, they don't do that now.
Well,
They
let me
don't
say this,
vote
Platt.
now.
Platt, look at. I'm gonna prove my point when I say look at the comments. Look at the comments in your chat, Platt. Like
Yeah,
if you notice, we're
What
being
about them?
intellectual up here. We're trying to reason, and I'm not in the chat. I'm just making a point. You'll see the idiots in the chat. The real idiots are in the chat. And I'm gonna say this again. No, there's no bigger idiot than a white American who thinks he's part of the elites. There's no bigger idiot because one thing about us Black Americans, we know, and we're gonna leave the lost ones. No, we know what it is because every day y'all show us. We get a Karen, we get a Darren. Every day we get. There's even Black folks who've talked about it. I've seen this myself. I've heard Black folks say about hiding. Black folks have had to hide how good they're doing because white folks didn't like that. And I swear, when I'm driving around through Hollywood in one of the cars and I'm fly doing my thing, I know the look. I see the look from the thumbs up versus the look of damn. What is he doing? What is he doing? Like that? He probably the look you get if you
Mhm.
aware of those looks. You know the look of congratulations, and then you know the look of contempt. And the point
There's
I'm
a
making. Go ahead.
no. There's a video of Chud the Builder, where a guy has a really nice car.
yeah, that Corvette. I seen that. Like a
You seen
Corvette.
that? And he's
Yeah,
standing out there, and he calls him, the N word. And look at him in this. It was a real expensive car, and he
Yeah.
said, "I'm just he said, "White people are just catching hell," and that's what I mean. I'm like, "Are you serious, man? Because you don't have a car like that, you think that white people are catching hell?" And that's what I mean by Fox News. It's like, how can you say that? You guys got Fox News.
Right. Right. And listen,
You know?
they say equality feels like oppression to white folks. And that is because I
Yep.
understand this. Think about it. If you're a racist because the worst type of racists are the racists that don't think they're racist. That's what most of those in the chat, whoever those bots and those white folks in the chat are, they're the racists that
Mhm.
don't think they're racist. When they see you doing good, they can't because again, this is supposed to be me. I'm supposed to be up. And what I always tell white folks, when you have to cheat me to beat me, that proves you're inferior. When you have to make up rules and that proves you're inferior. Because if you look at anything, there's a one-on-one, we kick your ass.
yeah. Hey, back
Mhm.
to the case though. Um, like I said, this thing will wrap up in the next week or two. I think he's gonna walk. That's just my thing. If they fail, I think they're gonna, because even those
Mm-hmm.
people, they got to be watching the news. And because if this thing, if anybody, I just don't want nothing crazy to happen. If this thing don't go the way any side want it to go, because that's gonna really
Hey,
Yeah.
start
listen,
some
listen,
crap.
bro. Wait,
That's
listen,
what
listen.
I'm.
Let me tell you right now. LA
Yeah.
is talking about if he don't get off. LA has already said we turning up. LA has
Yes,
already
that's what
committed
I
to
mean. It's
acting a
gonna be a
fool.
George
We already
Floyd
committed.
part two.
Yeah,
That's
we
what I'm
definitely
saying.
committed to it.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just don't want nothing crazy because that's gonna be more lives lost. Then the politicians, they playing dumb. They seen it, but everybody can feel this thing walking around all over America, and
And
I
let,
just
let me
don't want
say
this
this
to
right.
go bad. Yeah, go
Let
ahead,
me
go
say
ahead.
this to what you said, bro. I saw a clip one time. I was on YouTube surfing around, and I saw a clip of some brothers in Chicago, and it's something that happened. I don't know, somebody got killed. I can't really remember what the case was, and they were just all standing around, and it was a mass. It was the police were out there in force, and it was a young brother, and I never forget what he said. He was telling because people were moving. He said, "No, don't go nowhere." He said, if there's something, if there's a time to start dying for stuff, this is the type of stuff to die for. We got people who crash out, and every race has crash outs, but I'm talking about us. We have people that crash out for nothing. If anything, I would like to direct all the crash outs. Stop crashing out against each other. Stop crashing out for foolishness. If you just have to go, you have to do something spectacular before you go. These, like the brother said on the video, this is the type of time. These are the things to die
Well,
for. No, no,
well,
no, no, no.
we
Listen to me. Well, let me say
yeah, but
this.
David, we
Let me
got to
just
let
let
the
me let me
case.
just finish my
Hold
sentence
up,
though.
David,
Let
and
me
we.
finish my sentence.
No,
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 Pat.
I'm following you, David, but we
All right,
do
all right.
not. David, we are is aggravating or is disappointed. Either side will be. We got to take it. You got to keep it in legislation. No, but
Wait,
you're
Platt,
making
Platt.
a
Wait,
good
wait, wait.
point.
Let me
Hold up.
respond to that. Platt.
Okay.
I
No,
just
no, no,
said
because you make a good point. Because Malcolm X. No, that was one of his biggest things. Malcolm X, like I'm saying, like a guy or whatever, he left and called me all them names, but he left. But what I'm saying, Malcolm X talked about that because Malcolm X said you guys got a lot of faith in a system that doesn't care about you,
right.
and America cares about one thing. Like in Iran, right? They go to Iran and they delete the leadership, and they call that fair. I mean, like you went in there and you deleted those people. Those people didn't get no
Exactly.
trials, and they just went in there and deleted them. And now you're talking about we should stop.
Muammar Gaddafi, same thing. Went in and just
Yeah,
deleted him. And
yeah.
this is what I'm saying. Like, understand this. What I'm saying is, it comes back to the bully thing. I trust the system. Again, I'm gonna go to white folks. See, this is another reason because people don't study history. White folks will war with each other because white folks break every treaty they agree to, even with themselves. Remember, when they came here, they were warring. That's why they left. They don't keep the agreements. They always play dirty and they lie about it. And the only thing a bully respect is you busting him in the nose. Unfortunately, that's just how it works. A bully. Listen, if I could rationalize with the bully, why would he be a bully? He wouldn't be. The fact that I got to
Yeah.
bust him in his nose is the only thing that's going to make him stop. And remember, even the white folks say, they'll shed blood abroad and here, depending on what the cause is. Man, the white folks the white folks, when they were separating from what was that, the Queen of England, when the Tea Party, that was them saying we no longer will be doing it your way. So white folks even do these same things. The only thing I've learned about white folks is they're able to put their evil aside when they have us to all come together and hate on. Remove us, they go back to fighting each other over these same goddamn things. Since
Well,
everything, well, hold up, let me say this and I'm gonna get through. Since all this has happened lately, white folks are saying the same shit we've been saying for years, and they said we were crying. Now they're saying it. So I know that for most parts, white democracy is full of shit. Go ahead, Platt, you got it.
well, no. Yeah, it's a hypocrisy. It's just like Obama. When Obama was president, he was criticized for when Obama was criticized for the health care bill. Uh, we can't afford it. Taxes gonna go up. He's trying to destroy the country. Trump just did $3 trillion with my big beautiful bill. They didn't say nothing about that. Um, I think
Right.
the stock market felt like they lost over $1 trillion in the stock market. They didn't say anything about that. This a guy in the chat just put Obama's a racist, and this is what I'm saying. But he doesn't think Trump's one. So yeah,
And then
man,
they say, and then they say
See,
they say they don't have.
pathological,
They say we don't.
pathological.
They say we don't have money for reparations, but then they're talking about Trump talking about giving 1.7 billion
yep.
to the insurrectionists. They
Yep,
play in
yep.
your face. They play in your face and gaslight us all day. But now we're hip to the game. We have social media. We have all the videos. We have all the data. We have all the history. The jig is up, lying white people, not the good white people. Shout out to the good white people. You are a credit to your race. We love y'all. Few of y'all stood down for us. Keep doing what y'all doing. The problem is, good white folks, you guys are far and few, and we need you to come out and go against your own people more. Ring the alarm.
Yeah. Well, um, this is the country we elected, man. And you know what? Just like this whole SEC boycott, right? What they're saying, don't go to the SEC schools, go to the other schools, or don't go to school if you're a student. And I look at all of the black people who make a case that, man, you crazy. You finally got an opportunity, first person in your school, your first person in your family to go to college. This is an opportunity of a lifetime. You're gonna take this down for some flipping NAACP or these politicians that ain't doing nothing for your community. Well, this is the thing, though. If you can do whatever you want to do, but if you do choose to go to those schools, don't complain about the racism because you say, "Hey, I'm gonna go to these schools." Well, you see how they're gonna treat you.
Well,
Yeah.
well, let me say this in their defense, Platt. That one of the reasons we would move out of the neighborhoods and we would do that is because you keep us, they say poverty is one of the biggest motivators of crime. So you socially engineer our communities. We can't open the businesses because you're giving them all the way to the people America has policy deals with from other countries. So you leave us nothing, and then you bring in crack, and then not only do you bring crack into our communities, which nobody says nothing, but then you make a ton of money, and then you're able to make you send that money and able to make other deals with other countries, and then you don't even fix that, and nobody goes to jail. We have enough. We've seen enough of the lies. Like the lies are over. And the fact that we in your chat, and I'm not in your chat, I'm making a point. The fact that we still have white people in 2026 who are still talking that defense of it is, listen, white folks, let me just say this to y'all, and I am a Hebrew Israelite to y'all out there, but I'm the smartest one you're gonna ever meet. Let me say this to y'all. The jig is up. We're no longer allowing the gaslighting. You can't lie anymore. We see you. We can see you. We see we have all the history. We have social media. Thank God for social media, because now we can get it in instance. Everybody can talk about it without being hindered. We see you. And I'm not talking to the good white folks. Good white folks, be silent. If you find yourself offensive, it's probably because you're a racist in deep denial. But for the racist, bad white people, we see you. The jig is up. And as they say, your racism is costing this country everything. Everything. At some point in time, you would think your narcissistic, sociopathic, you would be able to stop your narcissistic, sociopathic, psychopathic behavior. But we see you can't. You're like a rabid dog. If we can't control you, we have to put you down. We have to stop you. Everywhere you go, you start problems with the people. And at some point in time, I'm just saying, at some point in time, something has to be done. Let me say this. I appeal to all white folks. Listen, you don't have to like me. I don't care who doesn't like me, but at least use your common sense to recognize that your racist counterparts are driving this country into the ground. Listen, if you got to work just as hard as me, then that's what you got to do. One thing I love about being black that y'all try to take away from us, all the unfair treatment y'all gave us, it made us resilient. This is why we are strong. This is why, listen, you look at a lot of countries, a lot of different countries, China, Africa, different places, even certain white Americans. A lot of those people are still living in metal sheds and metal sheets. Even white people here are living bad. You see us
and eating rats.
Eating rats, bush meat, all that. Listen, you see us, like I said, you see us here with everything stacked against us. We should be technically dead. We shouldn't even exist at this point.
A long time ago. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yet we're so resilient. Not only have we stayed, we didn't run to another country like the foreigners come here. They run from their countries because obviously better here. We didn't run. We stayed and fought. Not only did we stay and fought, we rose. Resilience. You can't tell me black people ain't powerful. You can't tell me we ain't the chosen people of God. You got it, Platt.
Yep. What's up with you, Tabor?
Man, is that David? There's a David talking.
There's David.
Yeah, this me.
Hey, bro. Shout out to a fellow David, bro. That's all
Salute,
I want to say, dog.
Salute to you, bro. Salute to you. God bless.
Bro, same to you, bro. That's it, man. That's all I gotta say, bro.
Oh, okay. We're hoping.
We're hoping.
Go ahead, brother.
I also see. Well, so what you think will be the end result of the case? I'm just asking your opinion.
Um, I mean, you're right. When you look at the chat and you look at the social media, man, you wonder,
Yeah,
are we looking for justice or do we want things to go a certain kind of way? So, um, man, it's a kid. Well, I don't care. You, like I said, you can say I'm biased. You can accuse me of supporting Carmelo. I don't think he meant to for that to happen. I don't think he meant
yeah,
for the kid to lose his life. But I do think people have a right to defend themselves, and I do think you can't put your hands on people.
yeah,
So I'm just sorry, and he's right,
I agree.
especially those kids.
yeah.
And it's not even that we know it. We know that as we're men, you know, we
Yeah,
know it. We
exactly.
know people will try to punk you, man. We know people will try to they'll test you first. They'll test you to see what you're gonna do. And we know what that balloons in the worst things. You have to stand your ground. You don't have a choice. Unfortunately, these things are played out this way, man, and we still the system is still what it is.
Yeah.
And
You
there's
know,
some things about you know what that lady, I mean the Vivester chick who went overseas, her body's back there, she's buried. But I don't think anybody got charged with a crime for that.
no, because he was in a
Anybody.
different country.
Exactly.
He was in a different country, and they just went by. Well, see, you're not gonna get the type of justice you get in America in them different countries. Now, the way social
No,
media,
I don't think it even works like Eric. I don't think it works like that.
what
Until
overseas in
you also
Africa,
look at the person who's in charge. America can have their own investigation.
you're right.
They don't have to accept your findings.
You're
You know
right.
what Trump? If you notice, Trump does this all the time. Trump could look at that African country and tell them, "We ain't gonna give you no more money. We need to open up another investigation." Yeah, oh, you don't want you. We can't do it. You ain't gonna let us do it. Okay, we won't give you whatever you got. We're supposed to give you this amount. We gonna stop giving you that. And now
Right.
Trump is the only person I've ever seen who vocally he doesn't he doesn't uh he doesn't play with it. He basically tells you he hadn't done that. See, so that's what I'm saying. They're sending back this body. There's nobody going to be held accountable,
Yeah,
and that's pretty much the family. They don't have any other recourse.
Wait, and
yeah.
let me say this to the racist whites also. Your president Trump said Black Americans built this country out of his own mouth.
Yeah, I
Take
remember
that.
that. Yeah, but they're gonna, you know what they're gonna say? Oh, he ain't no real. He's a liberal. He just saying that to pander. But he did say that back into what 2016. I remember we been to that back
No,
in
he
South
just said
Carolina.
that recently, not
Oh,
2016. He just
no,
said
I'm
that
saying
a
it's,
few
but I'm
last
just saying
year.
that I'm saying the first he yeah at the Black History, but I'm saying the first time on YouTube that video's like 10 years old when he first said it the first time when he said blacks
Oh,
built
so he said
built.
it twice.
Yeah,
I didn't catch the first
Yeah,
time.
it's a YouTube video as I'm saying that back in it's in 2016 beginning of 20
yeah,
January I
but
think I think
Trump, look the way Trump's behaving this term,
yeah
you would be tested to think that he's a fair-minded individual. They're block promotions for blacks in the military. He's asking them, or he's retired a bunch of very qualified senior military people. He's right now raiding, the State Department. Anybody black that because he wants loyalists. He's like, I'll put you there because you're loyal to me. I'm not putting you there because you're competent.
Hey man,
And
yeah
those
Black
poll
history,
stats matter.
he's going within Black history places and he's taking stuff out. You look in Florida, they've all but banned it. Somebody had a flyer and they had a black dance, a Black history dance, and they said you can't make that flyer because we got a new law saying you can't have like wording like that on the flyer. So it's like black people can't be black. And they're
now
saying that's basically it. They don't
yeah
want black people to see themselves as black people.
yeah
You know what I'm saying? They are black, but they want it to be like
they
you
want to
want to
erase
dance.
slavery and
Yeah,
all that yeah
a
but I,
student,
I
the
live in I live in
Black Student Association. They're getting rid of. Oh, they you can't have that.
yeah they're trying
You
to move
can't
it to a
have it.
different America but I live in DC and people were saying oh they taking all the stuff out the museum I went to the museum and everything is still the same so some of this stuff is just
They
speculation
are taking the stuff out, brother.
yeah I mean
I
I
don't
live
know
right down
about
the
your
street
museum in DC,
But
They
that's
went
where I
into the
live. I'm saying.
Smithsonian. They've taken it out. They've taken all types of stuff out.
Yeah. I mean, I've been there
I,
and asked the workers.
You went
Nobody.
to look, Eric.
Huh?
You went to the museum in D.C. Okay.
When it first opened in
Okay.
2017, and then recently, and everything is still the same.
Uh,
Nothing. Go ahead.
they have taken stuff out.
All
They've
right.
taken books out. What's
They
this?
don't have no books in there.
The Roots. Somebody there banned Roots somewhere.
No, I'm saying, but they
Yes,
don't
they
have books.
are, brother. You're playing. You know what? And you know what? That's why black people deserve everything they get.
Oh my
Because
God!
of
I'm trying
stuff
to
like
tell
that.
you what I'm trying
It's
to tell you.
nonsense. They're trying to ban fucking Roots. They
I
don't want
understand
anything
that.
that's associated with black history, anything like that. They're getting away from that so they can then say, well, there's no reason for us to do it because racism never existed anyhow.
You
They're
right,
getting
but I'm
away from that. They don't
saying
want nothing about slavery. They went into the Air Force. They took a bunch of pilots and stuff out because they say it was too much. It was too symbolic. I think Jackie Robinson, they didn't do it. They tried to remove him from the White House because he's it's black history.
It's called a reset. It's called a reset. They're trying to reset and start it again.
but I believe it. I'm just saying that everything that you hear, not everything don't be true. I understand what you're saying, Platt,
Who
about
don't
taking
know that, Eric?
Okay, that's all I was saying about the museum because that was the first thing people were saying when this stuff first started
Well,
happening
you
last
don't
year.
believe them, okay? But it's real. Nobody's making
Yeah,
this stuff up.
yeah. Because when I went there when the first 2017, and I went there recently, almost a 10-year difference. Everything is exactly the same. People ask questions. Anything changed? No, ain't nobody messing with this stuff, and that was it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
hey, I
yeah.
would like
My bad. Go
I
ahead,
like
bro.
to I like to say that y'all keep in mind what them poll numbers was looking like when Trump was running for office. If y'all think there ain't gonna be no consequence to that, man, y'all ain't living in the real world.
No, I don't think much gonna change in the midterms. I think the
Nah,
Democrats will
I ain't
get
talking about
destroyed.
then. I'm talking
Okay.
about when he was going into office. The
Yes. Oh, that's
80% of black men that voted for him, the 90%, why would he do anything?
yeah. Nobody. It wasn't. It was
Because
like
it's his
20%.
obligation, brother. See, that's what I'm
Hey,
saying. We get
I
on
hear you,
these.
Platt.
This is what I mean. This is why.
Yeah.
Okay, no. You know,
You don't
he
know
is
what he's
the
talking
president.
about.
He is the president of the United States. That's
Platt, we can play more.
absurd that you could
Bro,
say something like that.
we can play
Why should
moral
he help
games
them?
all
They
day.
didn't vote for him. That's
That's what
absurd.
people do, bro. They do
That's
that.
not that's what he does.
Man, okay,
That's what
bro.
he's doing.
Man, you didn't live that a couple times in your life. You probably ain't paid
You've
attention to it,
lived it.
but
Look, brother, you ain't never seen no president say, I'm not going to serve the
they
country.
don't have to say it. They gonna show
Yes,
you.
they do have to do it.
I hear you, bro.
It's
I hear
insane
you.
that you would
My
even
eyes are set.
that you want. It's insane that you would agree that it's
I'm not
okay for them to do it. That's
I'm not agreeing
ridiculous.
to I'm not agreeing to anything. I'm just telling you what it is.
Well, okay. If you don't agree with it, don't bring it up. How about that? Because
That
that's
don't even make
ridiculous to
sense.
say you don't agree with it, but you're bringing it up. That man is wrong to do that. You got to serve the United States, the people who voted for you and the people who didn't vote for you.
That sound good, bro.
I'm talking about black people should maybe black
Hell,
people need to vote the other way because y'all vote for the Democrat, so he shouldn't help y'all. That's absurd.
it
You
don't
can vote for
matter.
who you want, brother. The
It
president
don't
is
matter who
still
you
the
vote for,
president.
and that's fine. And it
Well, it
seems
don't
like you
matter for
talking
you,
like you're supposed
okay?
to be
It
fair.
doesn't matter for you.
He's showing y'all. It's the conversation right
He
now.
ain't showing me nothing I know what he about.
Remember, Platt, we got to have objective thinkers. So you want people to be a little objective, Platt.
I said that before up here.
Well, if we saying absurd things, a president don't have to serve the United States, his public, the people who pay taxes and the people who support him. That's just an absurd statement to make. You get elected.
I mean,
If I ran for mayor, I'm the mayor of that city. I'm just not the mayor of the East Side because the East Side showed up.
see, I can comprehend what you're saying. I'm
Yeah,
comprehending. I'm hearing it.
what
It
I
makes
think
sense to me. Go ahead,
what I
bro.
think what I think bro is saying was he's talking about what they do versus what they're supposed to do. I think he's trying to give you that angle. We understand how it's supposed to be, but we all like he said, we've all been around here long enough to know at least 80% of things do not go how they're supposed to go. And let me just say this: another thing to the, you know, I want to have a conversation. Platt, I want some objective for the white folks who are racist. Don't be scared. Come up here, give your opinion. You don't have to crack her out. Let's have a conversation about it. Wait, hold up, Platt. Let me say this. And just so you know, white people,
we don't think they're racist. They can just have an opposing point of view.
I'm saying if they are racist, I'm saying
the ones who are like that, they're certainly not going to come up here. But what I'm saying is,
let me give them the
they
invite.
can be conservative and they have opposing point of view. But no, they're not going to.
Come on up. And let me say this, just so y'all know, 60%, Google this if you don't believe me, 60% of black men in America are in the middle to upper class. Just so you know, we did all the sabotaging for those who think we don't rise. 60% of black Americans are black men are in the middle to upper class. Google it, smart guys. Go ahead, Platt. You got it.
No, this case has got us divided, man. Simple as that.
Wait, Platt, let me respond to that. Let me respond to that right quick. Is it really the case, or is it like what I love? I don't think it's the case. Let me just respond. I'm gonna get right back to you. I believe these cases prove who's who, what's what. Like I always say, I like my racists and my haters honest. I hate them quiet racists. I wish there was no such thing as cancel culture. Then we know exactly how everybody felt, and then I like that because then I can put them in a jar, or I know not to go there, not to deal with them. I think the fact that we have cancel culture and these racists can't be blatantly honest, I think that's a problem. So I like my racists. I like them to be able to say exactly how they feel because it's strategically it helps me deal with them. I think one of the reasons they punish Chud is because you're saying what you're saying the quiet part out loud, and the way our racism works, we gaslight and say it doesn't exist, all while doing it. So I think one of the things people like Chud, and I respect Chud is honest. I don't like him; he's a piece of shit. But I respect the fact that at least he was honest enough to show us that racism hasn't gone anywhere. Think about all the other racists that are quiet.
But his thing, he was bad for business. That's why they put him in jail.
Exactly. That's what I just said. That's basically what I just said. He exposed that it exists.
When the election come for that little town or whatever, people, that's all they gonna remember. Y'all let this guy walk around, the judge, the mayor, the police chief, all of them gonna get replaced because of that. That's gonna be ramification.
Well,
I'm just saying.
I don't know about that. Right.
Chud should have been arrested for his bad behavior with the way he conducted himself. Forget the race stuff. Yeah, obviously that's problematic, but the yelling, the screaming, you had young people just out and about, and he's going up to stoplights and screaming and yelling and, and calling them names. So he shouldn't even been, a guy like that has forfeited his right to be amongst just citizens.
But he got arrested 2 times though. He was out on bail for twice for the restaurant thing.
Right.
And
okay,
the time
that's
before.
why he walked out. He walked out of the restaurant. That's theft.
And then one time before, he had. So this was his 3rd time going back to jail. And that day he wasn't supposed to be at court.
Well, he shot someone. But there were several things. If you go and look at his content, there's a bunch of content where he's just cussing women out.
Yeah, and he said it. When they started playing them videos in court and that show that whole Twitter feed that's still up, people on reposted, that's it. He might as well take 10 to 15 now because his ass is done. He about to take a plea deal and unfroze the money.
That type of time?
How old? Look, if you're a man in your 30s, and I go to whatever college neighborhood, whatever school, right? And I'm 30-ish. And you got 18, 19-year-old college students, for a group of 4 girls, black or whatever, white or whatever. And I'm walking around cursing them out, calling them bitches, yelling at them. You're going to be, now, he's a white guy. I'm going to be arrested, man. They're not going to let me do that.
Yeah.
Even though, no, you know what? You guys need to put some clothes on. You're just a bunch of stupid. They ain't gonna let me do that, man. That's what I'm saying. He was doing that and he was getting away with it, which I was like, wow. How do you get away with that? He got away with it. He got that content up on Kick or Twitch or wherever he's at.
Yeah.
And eventually, it took a lot, but finally he tried to delete a guy and he's now in jail for that as a trial.
Yeah, and you could tell he wasn't about that life. When them dudes caught him at that gas station, man had that thing on him. He kind of called the police. And I thought the other one, when they was following behind him with that little orange Charger, I thought it was going to shoot through the damn. I said it's done because it got dark. He was going through like a dark alleyway. I said, man, they're gonna try to shoot this dude out through the damn Charger. I thought he would have been finished right there, but they didn't shoot at him. So yeah, he's done. He must have taken, like I said, he take you a little 10 to 15 year
But
plea deal and get it over with.
Negroes, look, that aspect what Chud was talking about,
Uh
um, so-called street dudes, in my history or dealing, they never they because they be in jail with guys like them. They be hanging out with guys. I'm not saying Chud because Chud is way out there, but they be calling each other nigga and all of that in jail. They be,
huh.
what's up, bro? You know, nigga. They be in jail. I'm saying they've never come out. I get it. I said if he did something like mess with their money or if he went in the hood, he could get deleted. But just because he out there dropping in bombs and talking like that, they not gonna do nothing to him. The hood don't function like that.
Yeah.
They not gonna go up there. Oh man, it's time for me to go clean house. Oh, I'm gonna get this dude up here. Now, slowly, as more people got
Picked up.
into it, and the academics and the hip hop blogs started picking it up, guys were sort of leaning toward that. But a lot of that had to do with because of those hip hop blogs and their influence.
And then they don't streets ain't gonna put up with so much. So he doing things in a malicious intent. He not being
I'm saying, in my opinion, a white man and a white woman are the safest ones. If a concert or the club out or at an event, I ain't never seen black people ever do nothing to harm. I've seen them harm some black people.
But see, that just confirms that confirms the whole purpose of them messing with us. I agree. Don't get it wrong. Just so folks know, every race messes with their own race. It's proximity. That's just common sense. You tend to have an issue with who you're familiar with or you're in proximity to. That just validates that. I like I said, I studied this. I tell people this. Google all black folks. Google countries that have historical anti-black cultures. I didn't even know how that anti-black culture was a thing outside of white Americans until I started studying and Googling. And I'm like, wow. Because I always wonder, my thing is always, how do so many other groups hate us and we haven't done anything to them? For a lot, even for the other groups outside of white, the reason a lot of you guys are here is because of the things we fought for the civil rights. So I never understand, like, how do you have a perpetual hate for some people who've never did anything, who've actually helped you? Because say whatever you want to say about Asians, whites, we support y'all if nothing else financially. We're the reason you're able to feed your kids. We're the reason you're able to live and live in the homes and do the things you do.
Okay, yeah. David, black people, I don't care about the internet. The majority of black people do align themselves with the other groups. I mean, maybe it'll change.
This is what I'm saying.
Maybe it'll change in 5 years, but black people still align themselves with Asians and Latinos
but look,
and the Democratic Party. So the Democratic Party. So and see, this is the thing about, and this is what I would have problems like the whole liberal. The Jasmine Crockett ain't focused just on black people. Well, she's a liberal. Do you understand what the label of liberal is? Well, she's black.
Yeah, I don't
meaning. Meaning. Well, she should just be fighting for black people. Well, not if she's a liberal, because that's not what liberal or Democrats are about, just black people.
But the thing is,
no. I think she should. Okay. Well, you're gonna probably have to start another party, because if you're a liberal, you're gonna probably have to be a liberal. You don't have to be a extreme liberal. Extreme. You don't have to be a tree hugger, but you can be a conservative liberal. And I don't know what people forgot about that. You can be a liberal conservative. Yeah, you don't have to be, you're not held in a box in any of that. But what I'm saying, what everybody's saying, I hear online, I do hear it. But as someone who's helped in campaigns, what are those people, or what are we doing to affect the change? You can't do it with a YouTube channel. You're going to have to go out there and run for office. You got to put somebody in elected office.
But Platt, that's true. But I'm saying when it comes to this liberal, like, the GOP, they don't do nothing like the proletariat white man. They don't give him nothing. They just give him like the illusion he attached to something. But the thing when black people complain about is we've been voting for these people, or what they not me, but 50, 60 years, we've been the base, stood in the same spot. But other people come over,
Well, who
they
else
get,
you going to vote for? That's
I
because the other party
understand, they
didn't
get
give you
specific,
anything else.
yeah, they get specific policies set in stone. They just got to show up. They don't got to fight. No, got to
Right,
build nothing. They ain't fought for nothing.
right.
Ain't
You
resisted
just
nothing.
said they don't get anything.
I'm talking. I said the poor. I
I'm talking
said the
about
poor.
us.
I said the GOP and the poor. Proletariat white
Uh-huh.
man. He don't
And
give him nothing.
that group
Uh huh.
consistently supports the GOP, even though Trump's a billionaire, a trillionaire. I
Yeah.
mean, well,
Yeah.
billionaire. And look at them.
Yeah. They get
Look
the
at Chud.
illusion.
Chud was in the double wide.
Exactly. Yeah. But so that's why it's at this point we ain't got nothing to lose at this point because no matter how hard we vote, how many times we vote, we just get politically ignored.
Let me
That's why
say
the
this too.
last 10, 20
I
years,
also think
the vote, the
Chud
black.
was
That's why I don't
Go
vote.
ahead.
Wait,
Chud
wait,
was
wait. Let me
a
respond to
psych
that,
op
Platt. Let me
too.
respond to that,
I
Platt.
think he was a psych op. I think he was
Respond.
I think he
deliberately
was too. But let me
planted
respond to
there.
that. Let me
Who was a
respond to
psych
my
op?
bro.
Who was a psych?
Chud,
Obama?
Chud,
Oh,
no
oh.
Chud. I
No,
believe
that's
I believe a lot of these people pop up out of nowhere as a psyops. But let me say this to what you just said, bro.
yeah.
I always ask my daddy because I've never voted. People would say nothing, no, you don't. And I ask my daddy this one time because my daddy always voted. I never voted. I've never believed I vote locally, local
Me
government.
neither. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
I vote locally. I vote, as far as things that affect the neighbor. But as far as the president, I know very well they would never let us choose the leader we want. They're going to choose the leader. But I always ask my daddy because I would tell my daddy, he'd be like, "You want to vote?" I'm like, "No." And he said, so one day he asked me, and I said, "Well, Daddy, let me ask you this, Daddy." I said, "All these years you vote." I said, "You vote every time the election pops up." I said, "Has anything changed?" And he was like, "Well, for most parts, no." I'm like, they say that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over, expecting a different result. We've done everything. We worked harder. We tried to dress up. We did everything that we thought we could do to assimilate, and it never worked. It always came back down to a bad deal. And if you notice, and again, I'm not knocking all white folks. The majority of white folks, every deal they make, every treaty they make, they break. I'm not going to ignore that and think I'm going to be the difference. What I do is
You know what I'm saying?
I do pattern recognition. I'm gonna look at what your pattern is, which this is why when you go to jail, they give you what your MO, what you normally do. You have a history of this. I look at the history of something and I don't just go blindly believe, well, this is the right thing to do, so I'm gonna believe this. No, I'm gonna look at what you do, I'm gonna look at what your history is, and I'm gonna deal with you accordingly. And all these years of voting, on that large scale, we haven't seen anything change.
That's crazy. I be saying that, bro.
It get worse and worse every year, every 5, 4 years, 10,
They
20
told us
years.
racism was gone. Then what are we dealing with right now? I thought racism was over. Yet every time we look up, there's racism. If racism is over, then why aren't the white establishments having? And again, this is the games they play. We're not talking about hiring the ignorant blacks, just like we don't want to hire the ignorant whites. Why aren't other establishments, other races hiring people from the communities they come and they patronize and they give them money? Why don't you hire them? Don't hire the bad ones. You can't play me with that. Hire the good ones. You don't hire any, which shows your racism. Your racism is showing. And the last thing you could ever do is be a fool. I got a scenario I come up with ignoring stuff like racism. Rather than putting your head in the ground, if an 18-wheeler is coming and you put your head in the ground, that doesn't make the 18-wheeler stop coming. That just means you didn't want to see it coming, and you're going to be dead in a few seconds when you could have taken those times to analyze that the truck was coming and got out the way and acted accordingly. That's where we're at this point right now. I don't know if anybody recognizes, and if you understand history and you understand how things work, it always comes a time that everything has to boil over. Boiling over has existed since the beginning of time. Kingdoms rise and fall, and usually I study history, if you study what kingdoms are doing before they fall, you'll find America is right in that water. The things that are going on, the unfair treatment, politicians taking all the money, leaving none for the people. See, even though, don't get it wrong, racism exists, The elites, the globalists are controlling all this. The point I'm making as a black man is the whites, y'all are allowing the globalists to put this in motion. So you can't tell me you're not racist. You can't tell me racism it doesn't exist when you're allowing the globalists to drive this country in the ground. And one of the weapons that the globalists use is racism and unfair and biased treatment.
I got a question for you. What you think they're gonna be the end result of this case? You think he'll walk or get guilty?
Well, let me say this. Of course, I don't know, but let me give you the scenario. I believe because again, the reason there's a reason why the South Carolina case was happening in 2023. They brought it out right now, 2026. We get it right now, and I'm not knocking. I don't believe in coincidence. I believe everything is by design. I don't believe in coincidences. So I believe some people are alluding to. They've been trying to get black folks to do anything. We, with the Latinos, we ain't go out. With all the stuff they're doing with the laws, we haven't been going out. We haven't participated in nothing, and we see white folks are getting shot and killed. We see what's happening when we don't go out. I believe the ultimate goal, and some people have said this, I'm just gonna throw this out, that they want us to act a fool so Trump can initiate martial law and he can stay in power.
Yeah, bro.
They
So
always say that though. They say that every year.
Wait. So let me just give you two. So if they let him go, I believe they want to see the riots go. And then if they do convict him, then again, there's some type of political power move they're playing. But I don't know. Let me just say this. I'm going to reserve judgment because this could go either way.
But we know how it's gonna go.
I think they're gonna. I think they're gonna let. I think he's gonna get off by I think he's gonna get off though. But the only thing that make me nervous is these damn that's why I had to delete my social media. That's the only thing that make me nervous is the social media in the comment section. That make me nervous in my stomach. But I know that's not the actual courtroom.
Them comments. That's why I just said earlier. Them comment sections, you see the truth in people.
Yeah, but if you got a few of them people, more than half, it's over for him. But if not, gonna be not guilty.
I believe. I think that he's got to deal with that, man. He's a black kid in Texas, and a lot of the people, their version of justice is him being punished. So. Well,
let me say this right quick, Platt. Let me say this.
Hold on. Well, we can't change where we are, and we're having a trial. He's a black kid having a trial. There was a period in this country there wouldn't have been no trial for that. So have we made a lot of progress? No. Do we need to do more? Yes. We got to fight the fight.
Remember what they did to George Stinney Jr.?
Yeah, I was about to say the little 14 because I'm originally from South Carolina, Charleston. But yeah, the youngest 14-year-old, and he had an all white, but that's like 1920 something, 30 something. Early 1900s, the mid 1900s. But yeah, they just deliberated about 10, 15 minutes and electrocuted him.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, they don't give a damn.
I mean,
savages.
The country has histories, but in this case, if he's found innocent or whatever, not guilty, and he goes on to live his life, he's still gonna have to deal with the fallout. The family's been threatened. Who knows where's his next move going to be, or how they're probably gonna have to move.
Yeah, that's true.
So this is just a horrible situation across the board. The other guy, he lost a kid, a twin. So now there's a twin who's growing up without his twin.
Yes,
that in itself is horrible. Now, them being bullies. Now that's something they got to live with. They have to take that home and talk to his father. They'll never will if they were. It's not like gonna come out and tell us. But I'm saying that's something that they have to deal with on some real shit. Like, hey man, if you guys went out here beating the hell out of kids, he would still be with us. But because you were, bad things happen.
Justice.
So yeah. So and that's all we can do is wait for the outcome. And
wait for the outcome.
Chud guy, and I said that Chud was living. Now I think. What you say? It was a psychops? What is it? Psychops?
Psyop.
No, that's conspiracy. You ain't no psy. That's conspiracy.
A psyops. Okay, check it out. I think Chud was a psyops. I think Chud there's a group under underground that's creating this hostility. I think it's got everything to do with the Trump administration. How they want to create chaos and turmoil because they want to go to the next level. They want to go to a martial law, or they want to keep Trump in office because they have plans. They're like the South. They're trying to do everything. I wouldn't go so far as to say put blacks in slavery, but they certainly are trying to recreate Jim Crow.
Right.
Yeah, but that he wasn't no psyop. That's just a regular random white dude. Because that's
I
too
don't believe
obvious.
that. He was in a double wide.
That's too obvious. That's too. He's just too obvious and bad for. Like I
Hey, well,
said,
no,
bad for
listen,
business.
bro.
That's too.
Listen,
That's
bro.
too stereo.
They say when you want to fool people, you put it obviously right where you can see it. They say that's the best way
History,
to fool
yeah,
people.
but history has shown, man, black people can only take so much, and you don't want them problems. Black people will get to a point back, and they ain't got nothing
Where?
to lose. Back against the wall,
When have you
it'll
seen
be.
that?
I mean, just his crashing up.
Black people ain't never fought back.
Yeah,
They've
we've
Come on,
always.
Platt.
defended
Come on, Platt.
themselves.
Now,
Wait a minute.
We were,
You
yeah,
can't
we've
say
Wait
always.
a
that.
Come
You
on.
wrong
minute.
about that, Platt. You wrong.
Yeah,
Okay,
we've
okay. I
always.
We
could
fought
be.
back
Hold
plenty
up.
of times.
I ain't gonna be able to. Okay. Well, I could be wrong, but what I'm saying is, if you look at the history of America, race riots, those were always started by other people,
Black
and
people.
blacks defended themselves, right? No. You said what he said was they're only gonna go so far and do what?
I
No, you're
said
right. LA doing the Rodney King.
Yeah, we
The
different, bro.
No. LA turned it up. Okay, I got
Watch
you.
right. Hold on.
No,
Watch riot. Rodney King
well, that
riot.
was California. Hold up. But if you take a look at America, especially in the South, and that's up to them. The people in the South, you live there. That's up to you.
Well,
But
remember, most of the people
they've never
migrated.
did anything. They've never did anything. And that's what I mean. I know what they do, man. Just like when that dude was running around. I said, man, what? They gonna do what? Man, them brothers gonna roll down on him. I said, wait a minute, what are you talking about? White dude saying in, dropping in bombs? Yeah. I said, man, have you been out here? I said, he be with them. I said, they ain't gonna do nothing to him for that. I said, now, wait a minute. When you say, will they do something? Oh, yeah, if he come down there and fuck with their money, if he come to the hood and clown. But no, on average, they don't care about that.
white dudes don't act like that on average. That's the thing. You don't see white dudes. They
Exactly.
don't act like that on
They
average.
do that when they
That's why.
can. They don't do like. Listen, do you know how many days I've asked the white people? For all you white people in the chat now, I pray y'all come to LA. White people in LA don't do that here. Now we get, of course, given you get the racist cops. That's different. They hide behind the badge. They can use the law. But the average white guy, I'm here all the time. I'm everywhere. I'm all through the city. We pray for that. They never do that here. So I notice they do it where they can get away with it, which is the typical coward behavior.
Well, they can, out here they can get away with it because, well, I don't know about. See, like I said, that situation. Well, no. Have I heard white guys drop N bombs? Yes. To me, no, but to other black people, yes. They're niggas.
Soft targets, right?
What's up, my nigga? What's up, bro? What's up, nigga? What you doing? And they're younger people, but that's how they communicate. And I'm looking at that saying, whoa, did he just let him? And I'm saying, yeah, I see that in the nightclubs and in the streets. That's what I was meaning. Now, the way Judge doing it, no, I never seen them do it the way he's doing it. The way, insulting, going after people. But what Chud tries to do when he, a person don't overreact, he turns around and say, my nigga, and then you supposed to shake his hand. We see it's all love over here. But what he calling you that up front, now I ain't seen that. But I have seen him share
never
like
that.
Yeah,
but not in LA.
First of all, why would somebody use racial slurs if they're trying to get along in mixed company? I don't get that part anyhow. Like, what's the point?
I agree.
So he clearly wasn't trying to get along, but that's fine. And now you can make a case about the history of this country and the Chuds and how no matter what black people do, there will be no peace. So what I'm saying is black people, no matter, and this is Malcolm X, he was talking about King and all the other people. He said, listen, a black man can lay on his side, he's wrong. He can lay on his other side, he's wrong. He can lay on his front, his back, he's wrong. He said, black man's always going to be wrong, period. And he said, ain't but one solution to this. And, Malcolm was advocating,
separation.
Separation and violence. So
well,
and
because if you won't get, if you listen,
no. So I'm saying
even
these
the
are
white
old,
men live by that. White men say,
but
"Give me
that's
give
all
me
he said.
liberty or
Now
give
he
me
was
death."
saying, look at, and now look, no. If you want to have and we're doing that. If you want to have a conversation where we're talking about the issue, um, you do have to take a second look and say, look at Iran. Iran, America went over there and did what they did. How many people have lost their lives during the Iranian war? Now Trump's saying we want peace. Trump's idea or America's idea of peace is you signing a treaty and we'll build. What about the school? The kids, it was a girls' school. They're dead. They're gone. His idea of peace is giving you some money after he's caused all that damage. And I follow Malcolm on that. That's not the same thing. How about you don't cause damage? Don't come in and delete the leaders. Don't come in and attack us. And then turn around after you attack us and say, we can have peace. And in many cases, now that's the Iranian thing, but within the black community, it seems like it's like that. We can attack you guys whenever we want to, and then we'll say, okay, let's have a peace after we've caused all this damage.
Yeah, no, that is a common ploy. I've even done that. You start a fight with a person just to get, because you know they don't really run a fight, so you start a fight with the person to manipulate them, and then you throw up the white flag and they take it because they didn't really want the fight anyway. That's a common strategy. That's a common
power, man.
Yeah, that's a
Go
common
get
war
some power.
But Platt, what did you just say? It was something else. What was your last sentence? I was trying to chime in. I forgot that fast. What was the last thing you said you brought up? What was the last? I was trying to chime into that. I come back.
The Malcolm thing, the whole Malcolm thing was he was looking at America and he was saying the Negro will never be free unless he fights. You know, the ballot or the bullet. He was like, the Negro got to accept the fact, if you want freedom, Negro, you're gonna have to spill some blood. And he said Negroes don't really want to fight. Now Malcolm was talking. You can look at that. You can go listen to the ballot and the bullet right there on YouTube. He was talking about what the 60s. He was saying Negroes don't want to hurt nobody but each other. That's what he was saying. And then Dr. King was publicly against it.
Right.
You know,
but they was cool behind the scene. But they was cool behind the scene.
I got you, but you know what? You could call it good cop, bad cop, if that's what you want to do. I'm not saying they did it. Exactly. I'm not saying that it was coordinated together. I'm saying the way it came out. And many people who look back and said what Dr. King and Malcolm, they said Malcolm forced white America to look at, okay, if you don't want to deal with Malcolm, if you don't want to deal with Martin, you're gonna have to deal with Malcolm. And he said they made a choice. We'll deal with Martin because Malcolm was on the hard left of Dr. King. Now we don't even have stuff like that now. We don't even have they don't, Fox News and stuff. America, they don't even have black leaders now. They poisoned that. So there is no central figure. It certainly ain't no Obama.
Well, what did J. Edgar Hoover say? J. Edgar Hoover said there will not be another black Messiah unless we make him. See, all these things are documented. I just read you the Lyndon B. Johnson. All these things are documented. So for anybody to be like racism doesn't exist, and you understand, and like y'all said earlier, what I've learned about racism, it's taught at home. It's taught at home. That's where most racism starts. It starts at home. So for all these people, these many years ago, later to still feel that way, it just shows that. And I understand if you're, if you're a tiny penis having insecure, inferior complex feeling person, I understand that you have to cheat because you can't beat me fairly. I totally get it. Just stop lying about it. This is your country. You guys have all the positions of power. Just come on out and admit it. Like, be like Chud. Just come. Look. I know you guys are getting sick. You're having hypertension from all that suppression of your racism. Let it out, please.
And then we just need a code of conduct, man. That leadership talk is pretty much old news. The code of conduct, that'll be the leader anytime. Everybody on the same page. That's what I think.
Well, I've heard that code of conduct, but
everybody else got a code of conduct.
I don't even know what to say on that, bro. It's just
but I don't know.
You can't
fight.
Do you think you can fight racism with racism?
Absolutely.
Mm,
I do believe you fight fire with fire. I do believe. I don't believe.
Okay.
Let me expound on that. I'm big on reciprocation. You give me goodness, I give you goodness. You give me fuck shit, I'm gonna give you the funkiness. I believe in that. Like, understand this. For a person to slap you in the face and you to just smile about it and say God bless you, by default, you're telling that person that behavior is okay. Because when behavior is not okay, you address it. You either address it physically,
You're
you
right.
address it verbally, you address it by laws, you address it by letting things go by. You're telling you the bully thinks what he's doing is right because you're not saying anything.
The bully, the bully. I don't think he think he's right, but I do think that he's trying to. He put it like this here: the way that the bully is treating a person, they wouldn't let you treat them that way.
Platt, that's how you know it's wrong. But listen, after you lie to yourself so long, this is how yes men. This is why yes men are so dangerous. Why people say don't be a yes man. After you lie to yourself so long, and the people lie to you around you, you do believe I am right. You be like, you know what? All these people, I thought I was wrong till these 100,000 people told me I was right. Man, I knew I was right the whole time. You're wrong. That's how it works, bro. You know when you're wrong, when somebody done bust you in the face. And if you notice, even when they say people, when you about to die, your life flashes before your eyes, that's when you realize, oh, I made a mistake. Maybe I went too far. See, most bullies, this is how the human brain works. I encourage everybody to study psychology and anthropology, learn how human beings work. The average person, after doing, human beings are creatures of habit. After you do something so long and don't get caught, this is why you think you can get, I'm good. I'm getting away with this. This is how drug dealers get caught. This is how all criminals get caught because they get so comfortable with getting away with it. They think nobody can see it. Then all of a sudden, bye, you're in jail.
Hey, quick question. Since does he get to go home after the like when the Carmelo get to go back and forth home, right? Or
Yeah,
he got to
yeah.
stay to the
He's not in jail. Yes, he gets to go back and forth. Yes.
Oh, okay, all right. I thought about that. I thought they had that once you start the trial. I thought they help hold you to
Yeah,
the
but
end and let
No,
you go.
unfortunately,
only if you don't bail out.
Okay, all right, yeah.
unfortunately for him, he's the stress at his age. Going through this trial is not a good thing for him from the
Yeah, he got a
lingering
he got a
effects
monkey
of
on his back. He got a monkey on his back, boy.
yeah
I know that. Yeah.
he got to go to sleep with that pending this trial is just hanging over his head at 17 as he matures into adulthood.
Yeah.
This is not a good thing for him.
It's gonna add about 10 years to his life. This last
No, you
that
mean
yeah.
delete about
Facts.
10 years to his
No,
life.
I'm just
Facts.
saying it's gonna put some time. It's gonna make him. He will come out this thing a 30-year-old man, damn near.
But let me
Oh,
say,
it's gonna age him. I got you. It's gonna
yeah,
age him.
yeah,
I
but
got
let me say this.
Yeah,
But
that's
one thing about when you slap through reality, fortunately, unfortunately, you're able to get a view that the average person doesn't get a view. Most people, what I've learned about most human beings, especially privileged human beings, they live in fantasy worlds. They don't really live in reality. So the beautiful thing about this for him personally, he'll really know what it is. He'll get to see. He not only does he get to see the things that happened before in history, but then he gets to see the case with North Carolina, South Carolina. He gets to see the Trayvon Martin case, and then he gets to see what happens to him, and he gets to see all the things people are saying about him. So if nothing else, he's got him a great taste of reality, which can ultimately keep him out the matrix.
Mm. Um. Yeah, we're being sure. How much of this, David, is Trump's fault? He's the president.
Well, let me say this. Let me
he
say this.
go ahead.
I won't blame Trump. Let me say this. He definitely plays a part in what he's doing, his wrongs that he's doing. But the reason I say I won't blame Trump is because people were doing this before Trump was ever president. So again, I'm not knocking with Trump. Is definitely doing some fuck shit with taking out history, and that's another conversation. Getting rid of the black folk, that's another conversation. But this is how this country has been before Trump ever took presidency.
Before he was born.
Yeah, but his yeah, I will say I don't know what happened this time go around, but the first Trump, the first 16 to 20 wasn't this bad except to the end of what the George Floyd thing, but it wasn't this bad like this. This thing got this whole thing like seemed like this the beginning of middle of 2024. It's like nonstop. Every week is something new.
Right. Right. That's
every
how. Listen.
week,
Listen. Let me say
every
this.
damn week.
This is how you know. Let me just say this, and I hate to be the Debbie Downer. This is how you know we're headed somewhere. Which don't get it wrong. They say it's got to be worse before it gets better. This is how you know where we're headed. Like anybody with eyes can see where we're headed. At this point, it's just people doing wishful thinking. Listen, race wars are coming. It's gonna get worse as you, because like for the white Americans, I don't know if you white, maybe some of y'all are white immigrants. For the racist white people in the chats talk about crying. I watch videos every day of you guys crying about Trump. He told me I was gonna get to do. Literally, I've literally seen white people literally crying tears. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I don't know how I can live. I can't live off 35 feet.
Hey, kid,
I'm listening to these videos. That's why I laugh when they be talking about we cry. I'm like, nobody cries more than racist white folks. I see y'all every day. And again, this is why I'm not as mad at Trump as I can be. I don't agree with a lot of stuff he's doing, but the fact that whites are affected, because one thing I've learned about this country, things tend to change if possible, not always. Things will tend to change when white people are affected. So
you
welcome to
know,
the party, white people.
Depends
yeah,
on
you're
it
not gonna
depends
have no
on
damn race fall. Most people too fat and sloppy and can't shoot.
yeah.
Only people who got them type of skills is like military guys. But you don't have enough crash outs for no damn race
No,
war.
no, no. Listen. Let me tell you right now.
We belong to
It's going to
this is
happen. It's going to
no,
happen.
no, no.
Yeah,
It's a different America, man. It's just a different America.
yeah,
We're in 2026. Um, how our differences, will be settled. I mean, who knows? I can't predict the future, but um, in the history of America, a quote unquote race war has been rendered to the black community. Now, who you going to fight? So who you going to fight? A bunch of church going grandmas and women? Because the ghetto. I mean, because that's my thing with Chud. It's like Chud. I hear what you're saying. You tired of niggas. Why don't you go down there and talk to them? You downtown.
Right.
Them people in
yeah,
college down there. Why don't you take your grievances to the people that you say you got? No, you're trying to lump all black people together. No, Chud, why don't you go down there and discuss that with them? He didn't do that.
yeah.
And
Because
that's
he
how we
wasn't
know he was a
about.
coward,
Yeah, he
because he was
wasn't
very
about that
selective.
life.
He was very selective where he went.
Just like Dylan Roof in his manifest, he said he wanted to go to the black neighborhoods, but he's scared the drug dealers and the thugs been gonna shoot back at him.
Right.
So they
So he went to a
understand that.
church and unalive. But
Yeah,
listen, but there's no racism. But then meanwhile he goes to a church and unalives people who embraced him and let him in. Again, this is why I salute Karmelo, because listen, the church bombing of the children in Georgia, the church bombing with the Dylan Roofs, enough of that. Like believe it or not, Karmelo, whether we agree or not, and I'm not afraid to say it, Karmelo is the future. This is what I always it goes back to liberty or death. Fight or die. Like, here's my
yeah,
thing. If y'all want to die, then just let these racist people kill you. Don't say nothing. Just go into the dark and die. And what I've learned about racist white folks, and this is anybody who's hurting you, not just racist white folks, but this is the topic. But most people who are hurting you, they don't want to stop hurting you. They just want you to shut up about it so they can hurt you and then go around everybody and be like, I don't know what happened. I don't know what he's talking about. They want to still do what they're doing to you. They just don't want you to say anything about it where they have to deal with the ramifications and repercussions. So my thing for all American blacks, if you're scared, then just die. For me personally, I invite all racist whites to come to California, Los Angeles to be exact. Please, I'm begging you, Chud the Builder, and all others, please come here and do that. Please.
yeah. But no, I think most black people just want a good life, take care of their kids, and have a house and a family. And that boy, he didn't go there with that type of mentality. He just wanted to do his little track meet. In a perfect world, he would have went there, did his track meet, holler at some friends, practice for an hour or two, and go back home. And none of this stuff would never happen if them guys ain't that bother him.
And
That's
I
what.
heard he was authorized to sit under the tent. I heard one of the coaches
Yeah,
told him he could
yeah.
sit there.
Just so yeah, because the video shows him. They say even in the courtroom, they said the video. Because I watched the court TV low hour thing every day when it ends the first 2 days. The video showed him walking up, dapping up, hugging somebody, talking to two people, and then 3 4 minutes later, the two dudes came up with the little crew came up behind him, and then they said the video. They said the video shows the tent kind of moving a little bit, and him running down the steps, and then that's pretty much what the video showed. But I don't know why they don't have no like. I mean, in 2026, everything should be in 4K. I don't care. I don't care how far you away. You should have some up to date, crystal clear cameras. But I don't know why they didn't put that out. But not putting that video out. I think that's like the biggest piece of the pie that they
Right.
didn't like kind of show, because that
Right.
would have been a damning evidence. So
Because we know if he was guilty, they would have put that out first so they could get in the
yeah,
juror's head. See, here he
yeah,
clearly, they purposely held that back. That's why I felt like the video was damaging. And shout out to Tariq. Tariq Nasheed said that. He said the video was damaging. He said, because look how long they took to release this video. They would have been, we see videos pop up all the time when they want them to pop up. But this one they held.
yeah.
But America, when you talk about the country, right, and you talk about the Negro, and like you said, unfortunately, a lot of white people think equality is a
Bad
front
thing. Yeah.
to them in
No,
the
no,
sense.
equality is oppression. That's what they say. They're saying, they say to white folks,
Well,
equality is
yeah,
oppression to them.
well, that's what they say about like communism. Hey, man, if I say, hey, may the best man win, what you mean? I'm black, you white, may the best man. Were you a communist? What do you mean? That's communist thinking. What are you talking about? No, I'm white. I'm better, and I should be given preference. And now, hold up. We know we're in an age where you can't say that, but when you look at Fox News and you look at stuff like that, clearly preferences are afforded others as opposed to blacks. And don't give me
Exactly.
they got one black person on. Man, get that woman a millionaire now. They got one Negro, and they post, man, well, we're fair over here. We got one Negro host. That don't mean that's the game, bro. Um, I want to see. You want me to say America's fair? America, give me when I see today the equivalent black Fox News channel exists. The equivalent to what we see now, not some black people on a news show. No, the equivalent to what you have with Fox News. When you can do that, I'll say we've reached a point of equality in America. We're not. It's not equal. It's not equal, man. This dude, 17 years old. This thing, it's sad, man. His life is going to be, whether he goes to jail or not, this stuff is going to follow him for the rest of his life. He may possibly have to leave the country.
Yeah. I definitely would get out of that city he's in. Another thing too, I don't know why they didn't move his trial to another neighboring city somewhere where there were more blacks. I would have never. Again, he has an all-white jury. I would have never held my case right there, being that it's too many emotions, and I would have tried to move at least where there were more black people.
But yeah, but you heard earlier when I had said the thing with the lawyer talking about they made a mistake by doing that with the three black chicks they took off they struck. So if he does get convicted, they can easily appeal it, and that's gonna wipe this case away.
I
But
doubt that. I'm
I
saying
mean
you're
that's what
assuming.
that's what two
No.
lawyers say.
Believe me, that lawyer, that judge, and they know what they're doing.
Yeah,
It ain't just that automatically. You don't know. I mean, you got to see
yeah,
what
yeah,
they did. If they struck them, and those were the people who were qualified, then that's the case.
yeah.
But you
But
notice this. Check this out. If it's an all white jury, um, and I've been doing that. People are willing to extend, they're fair, give them a chance. But show me where there's ever been an all black jury. You've never seen that.
Right. That's crazy to me. I'm like, an all-white jury. As soon as they said an all-white jury, I didn't even understand the logic. I'm like, how does that even
well,
happen?
well, hold on. It's not all. It's well, you can. They got a bunch of. They say like Asian, Middle Eastern, because that area is like 50% white, 30% Indian and Asian. So it's a affluent area, but they're not all white. It's like I think it's like six white dudes, and then everybody else is like a different that non-black. That's what it is. It's not all white. So they
Okay.
got like 4 or 5 people from different countries, nationalities there. That's how it is.
But don't get me
Nobody
wrong.
black.
But then what I've said again, back to what I said earlier, go Google this. Historically, Asians have an anti-black culture.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. That's
Historically,
the thing.
Latinos
Yeah,
have an
yeah,
anti-black culture. If
yeah.
you study white, you study Black America, there is no anti-anybody historically culture for us. We don't
That's
have an anti-anybody culture.
and that's what my man was saying earlier. Now that when once let's hypothetically speak, them six white dudes, oh man, guilty, and they gonna try to start to pressure the other six to say, y'all go ahead and say,
Right,
try to
right.
pressure them to, because when they
Well,
start taking too long, that means
that's
somebody
a
ain't got their mind made up. and they gonna
That's a
start trying to.
jury.
Yeah, yeah, that's what I'm
I
saying.
mean, the jury is supposed to pressure the other jurymen. You're supposed to make them, but you're
Yeah,
supposed to tell them, "Hey, look, you know, prove. Okay, what part do we disagree with?" You're supposed to do that because you're supposed to render a judgment.
yeah,
So that ain't going nowhere. We can't complain about reality. I mean, that's
yeah.
a
Nobody's
jury. A
complaining. I'm
jury,
just saying,
a
people
jury's
just,
gonna be a jury.
yeah, people
The
just
system.
saying,
Hold up, and you ain't complaining. Hold up, the system's not fair. What do you want me to
yeah,
say?
no, I don't
You know,
see that.
system's not fair. You want me to say, how can you say the system's fair when Trump could win twice? Look at Obama. Obama can't even go to a strip club. Obama had to be perfect to get that job. And all this, the people who didn't vote for me, Obama served the shit out of the white community.
Yeah, they ain't
He
lost no
broke his
wealth.
neck
Yeah,
serving them.
yeah,
Oh, they didn't vote for me, so I ain't giving them nothing. Obama didn't think like that.
Yeah, he did
And
something for everybody except us.
yeah, the Democrats don't think like that.
yeah.
But some kind of way when Trump gets in office, it's okay for him to ignore the black community. They don't vote for me. Bro, Malcolm, we're a pretzel. He said the black man has to be a fucking pretzel to make it in America. We got to forgive on this side,
Right,
look the other way,
right,
accept mistreatment, and then we got to bojangle so
right.
we can get a meal because we can't show that we're men. I'm a man, right? I can't be a man.
Right.
Yeah, hey, Streetfish, don't be looking at these white women. No, sir.
Right.
No,
This ain't
sir.
this ain't Emmett Till. Try it. Please try it. Please try anything right now.
Do you know under Jim Crow, black people couldn't even look at a white woman?
Right.
I ain't say talk to. No, I
Couldn't
didn't
even
say
look.
try to get at. I said look at. So you had to cut your head.
And how insecure, what type of inferiority complex do you have to have where somebody looking you in the eye is a problem? I swear, when I'm walking around here in LA, I swear the white men look down. Every time when I see I'm somewhere and I see them anywhere I'm at, they look down. I'll be like, why are they looking down? They look down. That just shows me again, all this hate is really an inferiority complex. Because think about it. You don't have to sabotage. You don't have to hate anybody that's no threat to you. You don't spend this type of money, this type of attention, this type of propaganda on a group of people who pose no threat to you. Obviously, they pose a threat to you, and if they don't actually pose a threat to you, they pose a threat to you in your mind, obviously.
Yeah,
Well,
but see, y'all got mostly Mexicans in LA, right? They like
Yeah,
the
we
number
do.
one. So
Yeah.
what's going on with that? Like, 'cause I be hearing
Oh,
like a lot of
yeah,
rumbling.
listen, we on their ass here. Like, listen, we've always had issues with them. I'm talking about since high school. We would always have racial wars at high school with them because they want to assimilate with whites, and then the white folks told them no, and then they started looking for us to come and protest with them. And of course, you get a few little dumb brothers, dumb niggas out there, but most of us was like, no, y'all got his. Because see, what I'm gonna say this, I had never studied the historical anti-black culture, and just until last year, I'm not gonna lie, I call myself a smart person. I never thought to look up. That's why I'm telling people now, go look up, Google who historically has an anti-black culture. Go find out about all the people that hate you. I never knew that Latinos had an anti-black historical culture. I never knew that. So this whole time I'm looking at them like, hey, you guys are probably gonna get treated like we do. So hey, we're gonna be cool with you. The whole time they're just wanting proximity next to white folks who don't see them as the same.
well,
And they were willing to knife us. And hold on, wait, let me say this, Black. And in the job force right now, blacks and Latinos are going at it because, of course, they're hiring all their people trying to get rid of all the blacks. So we're going at it. If I'm not mistaken,
why are you fighting them? Though? Why are you fighting the Latinos?
Because they want to be white. So this is what a lot of racists do.
All of them. None of them want to be. Hold up. Nobody wants to be black, brother. Even black people don't want to be black.
But no, listen what I'm saying.
Hold up.
Let me respond to what you asked.
Hold up. A company wants to hire mostly Latinos. They don't want to hire black people. Okay, that is who's saying that's not. That's fair. That's not fair. But why are you mad at the Latino? What I'm saying, why get mad at them?
No. All right, let me answer that, because what you're doing is they're being racial. They're hiring their people, but firing us, getting rid of us. They're coming like I have a lot of black folks right now who retired from work, and when you talk to them, they said the Latinos was getting so racist and they were allowing them to do it, I just retired. There are black folks who have just retired, who retired early, so they couldn't even get their full money because they just didn't want to deal with it. But then a lot of us are fighting. We just won, you can look this up, we just won a multi-million-dollar lawsuit against them. So this is why we're fighting. We're fighting them the right way. We're fighting that way. But like I said, there was always beef. So what I've learned is, this is what most black folks didn't learn. All these other races, Africans, Arabs, it's weird. As much as you would think they would come here and not like white people because white people have destabilized your country, obviously, for you to be here, they come here and want to be adjacent to white folks. So one of the first things they do to prove to white folks that they wanted them and they down with them is attack us. That's why, Platt.
Well, yeah. Nobody wants to be from living overseas. It was like that. So,
well, it's not about being black. Wait. Why don't you be you? Be Chinese. Be you. Don't try to be white. Be you.
Well, they are in America. That is the tip of the spear. So, if you're trying to be,
but you're still our culture, though. If that's the tip of the spear, why imitate our culture then? Take white people culture. Oh.
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen a whole lot of that.
They don't have a culture.
I haven't seen a lot of that in the Chinese or Asian community.
Wait a minute. What do you think K-pop is?
Brother, you gonna let me finish?
All right, you got it.
Okay, I haven't seen a lot of that. If I go to the gas station or I go to the subway station, I have not seen a lot of them, quote unquote, mimicking black culture. I know over in their countries they got little groups that do it, but a lot of them now, when you say the Latino, I've seen they totally have taken or incorporated black culture. In many cases they say that's their culture and blacks are stealing from them. Arabs, we know that, I guess, but at the end of the day, man, to be white, the way the white supremacist has designed it is to be at the top. And to be black is the bottom. So that's why when they come over, that's who they align themselves with. And they're not black. My thing is not that so much they're white, it's that they're not black, but they're in a black community.
Right. That's another thing. If you don't want to be black, why are you in the community? Because the whites won't let you in their communities and take all their jobs. So again, this is why I call it cowardism. First of all, you ran from your country. Blacks, we never ran anywhere to go get it better. We didn't run to Africa. We're not even Africans. We didn't run there to go get it better. We didn't run to Europe to go get it better. We stayed here and fought. And it also says, I'm Googling, it says African American, we ain't Africans. Black American culture is one of America's most prominent cultural exports globally. Billions imitate its foundational elements. This is Google. This ain't me talking.
I got you.
So who's not copying us?
We're joined by Ramil. What's up with you, Ramil?
Hey, what's going on? What's
up with you? Nah, we just up, man. We up just listening to David.
Oh yeah, I see.
Yeah, shit, shout out to David, man.
No, he made a rare appearance, man. What's up? Did you want to offer something, or you just come back to your what?
No, I was just listening, and I heard you say, that it's not equal because Trump, Obama can't go to the strip club. I will circle back to that. My question for David is, I need from Los Angeles, correct?
Yep.
So how did you just take till last year to know that the Latinos wasn't fucking with us?
Well, no. I didn't say that. Let me clarify. I said we had race wars since I was in high school. I never knew it was historically part of their culture. Historically. See, like, understand this, being black, don't get me wrong. I study a lot of things. I don't study everything. I'm not going to say I know everything. I knew other races felt some type of way, but I thought it was just an indifference of different races. We feel some type of way about certain races to things that we do because we're a different culture. I never knew historically they had a culture of anti-blackness. I never knew historically, that means history, years, hundreds of years. I never knew historically Asians had an anti-blackness in their culture because we don't interact with these people. So it makes sense. My defense, it makes sense. I wouldn't logically think that we don't have a history together. So how would I know they have an anti-black historical culture? How would I know that?
Being from
And,
LA, I mean,
and me, no. Listen, having an issue, cultural differences isn't historical. I wouldn't know if it was historical. And you know why I didn't know it? Because everybody, I'm gonna tell you why I didn't know it. The same with Asians, because they lie and act like it's not racist. See, now I know it's racial because I know it's historical. See, first I thought it was just a difference between us, but when you study it historically, that meant you came here racist. And then the worst thing you can do is to come here racist, and then Asians and Latinos, and then be put in our neighborhoods. Like the last thing I would want to do if I no, hold up. Let me say this, and I'm gonna give it up. The last thing I would want to do, let me just say this. The last thing I would want to do is be racial. I'm not gonna hate the white folks and then go work in Beverly Hills where the majority of white people. I'm not gonna do that because I'm racist.
Well, you got to make money, though. What you make a good point.
So then you ain't racist.
Hold up, you got to make money.
You ain't racist then.
You gotta make money. You know, those stores, whether they can have them over there or not, won't patronize those stores.
Then how do you feel eating over somebody you don't like?
Wait a minute.
How do you feel about
I can absolutely guarantee you, if they opened up a Asian Subway a little place in a 75-80% white community, I don't think they would go there. But B, I bet you they won't be disrespecting the customers. I put 100,000 on that.
My daddy said
the way they do black people. No, the way they do black people and black people, you hurry up and buy and all that. The way they do them, they ain't gonna do that to them. They ain't gonna be over there. They won't let that shit gonna be shut down. So it's just different communities. But the Latino culture, I don't know. I can't do it. You can make a case. They keep saying that that's their own culture. Low riders.
No, they lying. My daddy was a low rider. They never had low riders before us. That's another. My daddy was low riding when he said they had a string. Had a string they pulled. I ain't never heard a Latino say they was pulling no string. My daddy was the first man I ever heard say, and they didn't do that side to side. He said back then you would drive, you pull the string, the car would drop. Then you go around the corner, you had to pump it back up from the back. You pump. I never seen no Mexicans say nothing about that. So they're lying. The Jamaicans say they created rap. Puerto Ricans saying they created hip hop. If you notice, everybody wants our culture. They say we didn't do it. Then they take it and put their spin on it and say they did it. Meanwhile, you don't find us doing anything of anybody else's culture because we like our culture.
That's a fact, though.
I saw a video on Twitter. Asian chick. She was a rapper. And what's that? Pop Smoke? She was rapping.
K-pop. You mean the K-pop, that style of music?
I get okay,
She
K-pop.
sound hood as hell.
Yeah,
she was rapping over Pop Smoke type. It wasn't the exact beat, but it was a lot of the
a drill beat. I know what you're talking about. Drill beat.
It sounded like some Pop Smoke stuff. And she was rapping, and I mean, I don't know if it was good and bad, but they was making a big deal about it. And so I'm saying, no, the big deal, okay, this little Asian girl is rapping and you guys want to give her a prize for this. Like, okay, so she rapping. It was like, but it was like it was a big deal. So no, I mean,
you heard what I just read. They said the most they said, I'm read it again. A Black American culture is one of America's most prominent cultural exports globally. Billions globally, not American, not country. Globally, billions imitate its foundational elements.
A couple of those K-pop artists have been sued too because they ain't even they're not even creating a style of take a Sexy Red song and then put a different little beat to it and change twist. They ain't even doing that.
No, they doing exactly what we do.
They take the Sexy Red song and just do it from an Asian perspective and put the shit out to be making money. And they've been sued for that.
Right.
Yeah, but they're gonna be the made they bread anyway. They do it all the time.
Facts.
They getting sued. They're gonna have to pay for the getting sued.
Yeah, but they ain't gonna take all the bread. They're gonna take a little bit. They still got famous.
Tabor. Here we go.
I'm just saying what it is.
They're gonna compensate those artists for what they done.
I know
completely.
that.
Then Tabor. Then why do we Tabor? Then no.
No, he does have a point, Platt. Everybody doesn't get all their money. Sometimes they do get away with not paying people. It happens every day.
Well, if you don't sue,
yeah, because some people don't
still not get paid, bro.
Yeah, you're right, right? Because they can tie you up in court for years.
Oh man, that's American reality.
Let me say this right quick. Our biggest strength to all Black Americans listening, Ignore the crybaby racist whites in the chats. They just crying like they be crying on the video because they can't eat at their farm. Here's the power, black folks. Martin was right about this one. I would never tell you let no Doberman chew on your ass. Doberman chew on your ass, put that Doberman down. Anybody touch you, do what you got to do to stop them. But here's where our real power was, and Martin was right. That money is their God. And as long as you got their God in your pocket, they got to dance for you. Just like when you cut off their God, the blessings stop. Our money is always been, like I said, we spend major money here not to have any business, no country that we can go back to. So recognize how valuable that is. Start putting your money in your pocket. I guarantee you things will change.
Well, I hope we can achieve that. We've ran from that. We've moved away from a Martin King type black collective into something else. We've assimilated really hard, and that's the whole thing with. And they were against that. They were saying blacks shouldn't. Okay, you got blacks in the Democratic Party, blacks in the Republic. They were saying if you do that, you dilute your power. That's why they said you had to have a black front. It was a united black front, so that black people concerns could be voiced and heard.
Well, let me say this. I agree with diplomacy.
Clarence don't agree with that. But it wasn't just him. It was others. They don't agree with that. They say, well, let's disperse the black vote. So they dilute that. So now you don't really have the power to go against the man or the people in power because you're diluted. So a Rick Chow can delete a kid, and because we're so dispersed and assimilated, a lot of black people still gonna go to that service station because they're gonna be like, "What do you mean?" Well, hey man, we need to boycott. We need to boycott. Boycott what? Oh, the guy, he took the life of a kid. Man, I've been coming up there, Mr. Chow, cool as fuck with me. Oh man, I'm going to see Mr. Chow.
Well, the sellouts are the sellouts are always a problem. Let me say this. I believe sellouts and traitors should be treated worse than an enemy. At least the enemy is honest. We know where we stand with him. The traitor that comes and pats you on the back while knifing you in the back, that person should be treated 10 times worse than an enemy. So I agree with you, Platt. Those people, we either have to change their thinking or we have to get rid of them.
Now, is that fair?
Is what fair exactly?
Get rid of them.
No, listen, absolutely. If you don't fit, if you don't fit, let me say this. Let me explain. When I say get rid of them, let me clarify. I don't necessarily mean offer them, Platt. I meant like one of the things we did, one of the things the chosen people of God did, and it works, is when you were violating the rules or what was best for the majority, we ostracized you. We didn't help you because we knew other races of people, they've always been racist, Psalms 83. So we knew they weren't going to help you. So we would alienate you. Now you can't get help from us or strangers. Now you just out there by yourself. I think.
Let me ask you this, David. Was Harriet Tubman, and you know her story.
Of course. Somebody needs to mute up. You got wind in the back.
Yeah. What was Harriet Tubman? Yeah, that's you. Hold up, DeBoer. We gonna mute you, DeBoer. Hold up, you got a little wind. Was Harriet Tubman a good person?
Well, let me just say this. I always like to say, for the sake of conversation, I didn't know her personally, so I can't say it. But from what we've heard, absolutely. I wish she was my grandmama.
Okay, so slaves couldn't read, they couldn't write.
I disagree with that.
Go on a plantation, quote unquote, to free them. All they know is the plantation. You stop them middle of the journey to brief them about what's about to happen to you. A couple of them say, hey, I want to go back to the plantation. Don't you want freedom? I don't even know what freedom is. All I know is that I love the master and I want to go back to the plantation. She shot him.
Yeah. They said Nat Turner did a similar thing. They said Nat Turner did the same thing.
What do you think? So what do you think about that?
Absolutely. Well, let me say this. All right. This is me personally. So I'm gonna just speak for me personally. At one point in time, I would have just said, like I said, which I'm trying to do now. I'm trying to keep from the violence, exclude them. I would have said exclude them. But what I've learned about weeds, if you don't nip it at the bud, sooner or later it grows and chokes out your whole lawn. So if that's ostracizing or even Harriet Tubman's angle, whatever the angle is, remove. If you got cancer, you got gangrene, you cut off the part where the gangrene is to save the body. You have to.
But David, I don't agree with slavery. But David, what are they going to do with freedom? No, I'm being for real. I'm saying
do with freedom.
You take them to Philadelphia or whatever, and boom, okay, I got you off that plantation. Here you go. Rufus can't read, he can't write, or he certainly can't count.
Yeah.
And okay, you got him there. What is he going to do? Well, that's what I'm saying. So she was wrong. If I can go and look at the story again, if she was doing that, and I got it, the guy was saying she would snitched him out.
Yeah,
man, you still can't do that. You can tie him up, let him be found, but
no. Well, I gave you the answer. Ostracize him. I gave you the answer. If you don't, I'm saying don't.
I'm talking about the Harriet Tubman. Don't delete them because they don't want to accept your interpretation of freedom. Because I'm saying I can't abide. That's wrong, man. You can't. I get what you're saying. You don't want them to go and tell the master, and then you guys get run down and all of that.
Because remember, it was a black boy that told on Nat Turner. So let me just say this. I see where you coming from too. What I've learned is, again, you have to nip things at the bud. And again, if you can't ostracize them, one thing I've learned about power, about perception is power. See, one of the reasons white folks are in power, it ain't because they tough. It's the perception, the things they do. They unalive you in the streets. They give you 30 years for something that should have given you a year for. So their power is perceived due to all the fear. So what I've learned is that works both ways, because again, they're doing all this out of fear. So if the person who's doing all this out of fear and he understands the concept of using fear, then guess what? That works on him too. So my whole thing is, sometimes you got to send a message. They send messages every day. You sell drugs, we're going to give you 30 years in jail. Unfair if it's wrong, even though we brought the drugs in here. So sometimes you got to do the same thing. One thing about white folks is I don't knock everything they do. One thing I'll give white folks. Wait, let me say this. I'm talking about black folks. White folks, if I don't give y'all credit for nothing else, y'all are the best killers on the planet. I'll give y'all that. Now, I don't know if that's something you want to brag about, but nonetheless, y'all are great at that. So what I've learned is sometimes you got to dip into their bag and use a few of their tricks, even on your own people, against them and on your own people. So if Harriet Tubman, unalive, and a few brothers was going to separate the wheat from the chaff, or the people who really about freedom versus the people who stab us, I agree with it.
Okay, you agree. Believe it or not, David, I disagree with that.
Understand?
I can't. When I think about a slave who can't read, write, never had nothing, don't own nothing, own the clothes on his back, being given a choice, you can either keep going with us or meet your maker. Yeah, man, I don't know about that, man. I don't know if that's. I don't even know how. Now I gotta go reread the book. I don't even know how she could have slipped.
Look what it did to Nat Turner, though.
I don't even know what Nat Turner. You know,
he got them all killed. He got them all killed. The boy that told got everybody killed because he told.
Well, you go read that again. But Nat Turner, I'm talking about Harriet Tubman.
It's the same thing. If you don't get rid of, let me explain. Let me make the correlation. If you don't get rid of the traitor,
David, I saw whatever was that movie, Birth of a Nat. I saw that version of Nat Turner. Right, I saw the kid run off and snitched him out. But I'm talking about Harriet Tubman.
It's the same.
And what I'm saying, she could have found a better way.
Obviously not.
Well, I don't agree with that, man. I'm saying we're looking back on history. God damn, man. Wait a minute. So you're going to take somebody who can't read and write, was born on a slave plantation, and if they don't, wait a minute, if they don't go to freedom, you delete them?
All right, now let me say that.
Okay, so we doing that. That's what I mean. We were doing that. That's crazy how, that's crazy when you think about it, bro.
Let me respond to that. Let me say this. That's a worst case scenario. I don't believe she was doing that for everybody. But what I've learned is everybody has a purpose, bro. And some purposes, and some people are here just to be made in examples to get rid of. It happens every day, Platt. And where's your bleeding heart for all the other people that happens every day? And I'm not saying you don't have one. I'm just saying, where is your bleeding heart for all the other people that have been unjustly unalived, incarcerated, robbed, or whatever else? It happens every day to people, bro. At least I can at least respect the fact that you had a cause. Like, listen, if there's a possibility you might betray us, you out of here. I'm not saying I would necessarily take that route every time, but I understand.
But check this out, though, and look at the chat. Weak ass, old black man. It's the same thing. Watch his ass.
They owe you, Platt. She owe you.
I think black people, bro. We already, when you was born, you know, Jesse Jackson said when he was born, you know, he ran for president, he can go up there, but one of the things he used to say, he said, when I was born, they had a shovel and a ditch with my name on it. He said, I was supposed to be digging ditches. Yeah. And he said, but you know, his family and stuff, he said, I went in a different route. But he said, from where I'm from, that's what you did. You dug ditches. That's how you pay for your family. So, but I'm saying, when he says that, he's saying black people are born with the script already wrote for them, even as baby. What's his name? Jesse. Oh, okay. What's this? This the script. He gonna do what? He gonna dig ditches.
Social engineering. Social engineering.
Yeah, he gonna marry, have two kids. He gonna die at 35. There you go. And it's like he said, no.
Go ahead, Bobby.
He took a chance to get out of the box. I'm looking at this Harriet Tubman thing and say, I get it. You want to free people who are, you know, being beaten and picking cotton, but you can't be their judge like that and say, because they don't want to be free, I'm going to delete them. And I cannot bring myself to say that was cool. Now, that's history. I don't know. I need to go look at it. Maybe, like you said, there was exceptions. But if she was doing that, come on, man.
Well, let me ask you this.
Even now, the black community is like that now. Look at this woman or whatever, this troll or whatever attacking me, telling me I'm off script. That's what she's telling me. You off script. How am I off? I'm off script because I'm not giving her the party line, the way things should go.
Let me ask you something, Platt. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a hypothetical. If there was a movement going on, and let's say you were part of Harriet Tubman's movement, and let's just say somehow magically you could see the future, and this person that didn't want to be a part of it would potentially blow up the whole movement and get a bunch of people unalived, would you then do what Harriet did? If you could see the future and you knew that was the possibility, would you then do what Harriet did?
If I was Underground Railroad,
if you knew the future and you knew this person you let live was going to jeopardize multiple lives, we're going to get unalived.
Yeah,
it was going to make the whole movement blow up. Would you have done it?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, because it's going to happen anyhow. If I'm saying, hey, he's going to get himself, he don't understand the plantation people. They're going to delete him, and then they're going to come and delete us. So I would, if I could see the future, I would say that. But no, I'm saying, why even what I'm saying, I get is you want to rescue them, but you can't rescue the ones who don't want to leave. So that's what I mean. They might have, I get all of that, and they were willing to lose people, but damn, just think about it. Dave, if you was a slave, you didn't know up from down, you never left. All of a sudden you go 2-3 miles and they let you know what's going, what are you doing? We finna free you. What do you mean? You ain't going back to that plantation. We taking you to Philadelphia. We taking you to freedom.
Well, Platt,
I want to go back. I want to go back to my master. No. I want to go back to Master Charles.
She didn't murk everybody, Platt. She didn't murk everybody who didn't want to go.
Well, everybody.
Let me say this. I'm quite sure. No, listen. I'm quite sure there were some who got left behind. I'm quite sure there was.
Okay, I hope so.
Yeah, I'm quite sure. Because think about it. She would. If think of the uproar she would have started. If she'd have started murking everybody who didn't want to go, you'd have heard about that. That'd have been an uproar because people would have been like, "No, you just as bad as these crackers we got here. We ain't going with you. You gonna murk us too." So at some point in time, but like somebody said in the chat, when it came to slavery, it was life or death. And understand, when it's life or death, there is really no room for mistakes. And this is why, let me say this is why some of us, not everybody, some of us are meant to be leaders. And I'm not saying you, I'm just saying anybody, because sometimes you have to make those hard decisions.
Can a slave be a slave?
What do you mean? Clarify what you mean when you say slave be a
If
slave.
a slave is willing to take everything that goes with being a slave,
And I think so.
Can you leave that slave alone? I'm saying you ain't gonna do it.
I think you should. I think, like, listen, this is what I do. When I find people, black folks, or anybody, it's not just it's not a black thing, it's a human thing right here. If I find anybody that doesn't want to make the necessary adjustments, and I'm talking about righteous, I ain't talking about somebody screwing over you, you just eat their shit. No, I'm never gonna get that to a person. I might tell them do it for a time till you in position, then switch it on them. But if you like it, I love it. AKA, yeah, if you like it, I love it. This is what you into. Who am I to disturb your harmony as long as it doesn't affect me? The moment what you love has an effect on me, well, now you've just included me. Now I do get to make a decision because I'm included in this situation. But if what you do has no ramification or domino effect on me, feel free to be a slave.
This is ridiculous, bro.
Come on now.
This is
He asked that same question about 2 weeks ago.
This is ridiculous, bro. I can't believe it. And maybe it's the social media that's giving people the feeling that they can agree with that, because I don't believe these. I think they're just saying this stuff. You can't be if you believe in right and wrong, if you're a person of morals. We know it's historical. I mean, the Underground Railroad was a great thing, right? But no, I'm sorry. I can't approve if like you said, we don't know, and I haven't. And that's what I'm saying. You see this with a lot of women too. A lot of women come to her defense because they, Harriet Tubman. Well, I disagree with that. There are going to be a couple of people who don't want as what you assess freedom. Right. They don't want it. If you care about black people, you don't let them people meet their maker. You got to change how you save. You got to do something. Say, well, it's only going to be, we can only take these people. No, the ones who want to come with us, we can't take you because we don't even know if you really want to be free. We don't know. We can only take the people that want to come with us.
Then why were they there?
They was on the plantation.
That would be the question. It's not like we, can throw a bat signal and it's like, well, everybody that see the bat signal meet at this place. So because I know you want to be free. You know what I'm saying?
Right. They did have order like that.
You get
no,
there.
Some people did. Some people did make their mind up and then as they got deeper, how fear is. Yeah. They got more afraid and they wanted to go back. So
fear sets in. But the question I asked you, Platt, and probably majority of the people will answer this the same way. If you had to choose between yourself and someone else, who you choosing? It's a life or death situation for everybody involved. Everybody.
But that's convenient, no, JR. That's convenient. I can say that right, JR. I can say that right now.
No, but you got to understand that mindset, right?
I can go out right now and commit. I could go out right now and commit some type of crime and say it was between me and them.
But whether you see it as a crime or whatever the case may be, that's just a generalized question.
Well, actually, Harriet Tubman was committing a crime.
That's what I'm saying. I said
I didn't bring it up, but no, since you bring it up.
Whether you see it as a crime or not, right? In that time, it was considered
that wasn't a crime
right?
then.
But if you had to choose between yourself and a random stranger, 9 times out of 10, you're probably choosing yourself. The exceptions that you make are usually elderly and kids. Those are the exceptions that people make. Any other time, they're going to choose
Harriet Tubman could have tied the hands and feet of those people who didn't want to continue the journey. Wait a minute. Laid them down, set them off to the side, and if their master found them, he found them. If they passed away in that woods, they passed away. But she didn't have to do that to them. Man.
So you're saying that they would have met their maker regardless, whether they
no, I didn't say
away,
that. I'm saying I wouldn't have been the person to pull the trigger. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's what I'm saying. So she would have put them to their demise regardless, right? Whether it's by her own hand,
I mean, you know what, bro? You don't want to. You don't want to hear that. I got you, bro. bro, we are messed up. Well, on one
That's
side
all
of
I'm
the fence,
saying, man.
on one
It's not
side
an
of the fence,
ideal situation. That's all I'm saying.
on one side of the fence, we talk about how much we care about black people and stuff like that. Then we co-sign ridiculous things like this, and then you got black people in the chat who telling me I'm off script. I can't criticize Harriet Tubman.
I mean, you're rightfully so. You know,
Yeah,
look,
we crazy, man.
I agree with you. Could a better plan have been,
Thank you.
constructed at that point? I'm sure they went through multiple iterations of plans of how things were to be done. But at the end of the day, I'm doing this. So if I got to choose between me and you, it's probably going to be me. It's not going to be you. I can't
Right.
leave at
Right.
chance you to go back and then put me at risk. So it has to be me. It has to be.
I mean, if I may, if we look at Trayvon Martin, we look at the young brother in South Carolina, we see what happens when you don't make the hard decisions. Like, say what you want. I salute Karmelo. Karmelo, if nothing else, see, this is big. The reason why this case is big, it is because it's racially motivated. And just forget it ain't about justice. This is racial motivation, and what Karmelo, and the reason they would have to convict Karmelo, because Karmelo is sending the message like we did. And they said when in slavery days we sold things into the blankets, we made songs wading in the water that was to let you know to get away from the dogs, get in the water. Karmelo was sending a message, which when we saw that old piece a few months back where all the white men fight back, and we like, who you're gonna fight back? Each other? Well, that's ultimately what Karmelo was saying, and his message is well recognized for us. That no, he's telling us do not just go off and die slowly in the darkness. Fight back, and that's what you should do. So Karmelo.
Okay, so now that we're back in 2026. Now that we're back in 2026, what do y'all think about the witnesses? His own coach, witnesses testifying against him that he was on some nonsense.
Crazy, Ramel.
Go ahead.
I haven't
heard that. Hold up. His coach has said who was on some BS? Carmelo?
I haven't heard that either.
They're testifying against Carmelo. Yes.
Yeah, saying
his
that
own teammates and his coach
crazy,
are saying that he was on bullshit. They testified against him yesterday.
Sellouts are everywhere. That's
are they selling out, or was that nigga on bullshit? That's something I asked.
Listen what I'm saying. If you approached me and I defended myself, and your best way is to somehow make me the bad guy, yes, you're selling out. Because listen, see, this is where y'all not
selling out. If they say the nigga was in the tent, was supposed to be in there.
I got you. See, we can avoid all this. Had you not approached him, we wouldn't even be here. See,
he approached them. He's at their tent.
No, he was told he could sit there. And again,
no, he was not. Where did you hear that? That's not on the record.
It is. You behind. Yes, it is. Go catch up. So let me get to the point.
I am caught up. I'm looking at this case. You guys didn't even know about the people testifying yesterday. You didn't even know about the teammates.
I did.
I knew about.
You just said no.
No. Listen what I'm saying. It's
messed up.
No,
I got a thing on it.
All right, let me get it. Hey, hold up, bro. What I'm saying is this. Keep your hands to yourself. Chud the Builder, Trayvon, George Zimmerman, stop messing with people. See, you ain't gonna get around that with me. I'm gonna get right on your ass. You ain't gonna get around. If I come slap the shit out of you, shut your bitch ass up and let it happen. I bet you won't. It's
not comparable. That's not comparable to these situations.
David, we got the
all right. I got
that's not comparable. It's like when you look at the actual. When you look at these events individually, they're not all lumped up into one same big thing. All right, these are separate events, separate incidents. In this incident, we have his teammates. We have his teammates and his coach saying that he was on bullshit. That's his people, his black coach.
All right, listen. I don't care about that. Listen, you approach me.
Testimony used in trial.
I got it. Listen, you approach me. See, like, listen. Here's the key taker. I'm not gonna let you get out of that. If you approach me, rules change. Rules of engagement change. If I approach you, rules of engagement change. What you do as a kid. Hold on. Let me get it. I'm not finished. Let me finish.
I'm gonna let you
finish. The fuck?
I'm gonna let you finish, Dave. Hold up. So, David, if I'm you at the mall, your family, I'm behind you, you standing, y'all shopping. And I pull some skin off your ankle.
No, that's
And
not the same thing.
wait a minute. No. You gonna
That's the
turn
same.
around
No,
and jam me
I
in my
said no.
neck
It's
with a
not the
knife?
same thing. Listen. You approach me as a kid. Go get an adult. You're a kid. Stay in a goddamn kid's place. You go get the coach. You go get an adult teacher. Hey, this guy is sitting
But
on
you-
our tent.
Well, how
Let
about that? No, David.
let
David,
me
David,
finish.
what-
Let
what-
me
I'm gonna let you finish. I'm gonna let you finish.
finish.
I'm gonna let you
You
finish,
keep
David.
saying that, but you keep interrupting me. So right when I
Do
get
you
there,
think? Do
Nah,
you
you
think?
all over the place.
Do
I ain't
you
all over
think?
nowhere, nigga. Shut up.
Wait a
You
minute,
all over the
David.
place, man.
Shut up,
Yeah.
boy. I'm talking to
David.
Platt. Be
Hold up,
quiet.
David.
Make your argument. Don't address me. Go ahead, Platt.
All right, hold up, David.
I'm
I mean,
talking
come
to
on,
you.
David.
He
Platt,
I
emotionally
don't know,
I'm
but I
not
think we
emotional.
might. We might
I'm
not want to
talking
go there.
my
I don't think
shit.
you want.
Stop it.
I think we might have to go. This topic might be a little bit too much.
No, it's not.
too
It's
much
perfect.
for David, man.
It's not. It's just
Dave,
we got the haters over here, so I'm just on their ass. But let me get back to what I'm saying. If
do
you
you
approach
think?
it,
No. At that
you
one
keep
point,
interrupting me,
do
bro.
you think?
Like
Do you
that's
think?
agitating.
Do you think he used too much?
I can't say
Four.
I wasn't there. I can't say I wasn't there. No, I can't say I wasn't there. So now here's what I'll do. This is what I will address. If you don't want to do, you don't know it, my job. If you approach me to do anything to me, it's not my job to act how you deem I should act. Here's the better thing. Just
Why
leave
did
me.
Carmelo approach the tent in the first place?
Leave me.
I'm just
listen,
trying to answer these
I got it.
questions.
When I finish my answer,
He ain't
leave
gonna
me.
answer the question,
Leave
Ramel.
me be, Platt, and you won't ever have to deal with what I come. It's a universal law. Don't start none, won't be none. That's the easiest way
Why
to do
is
it.
this nigga
Listen,
going
listen
to
to
the,
me.
when I
Listen
was
to
on
me.
the track team. When I was on the track team,
Hey, hold on.
and when there was track meets,
Listen to
when
me.
there was track meets, we didn't go to the
I
other
address
person's
Hold
tent.
up, hold up.
If I
Tabor,
approach anybody, I expect whatever's going to
Tabor.
happen to me to happen to me.
Okay, so Carmelo approached them. Why is he going to their tent? I
He
used to be on the
didn't
track
approach them. He
team.
was sitting
When I
under
was
What's
on
up,
the
Platt?
track
There you go.
team,
Hold up,
we
hold
didn't
up,
go to
I
the
found-
other nigga's tent.
You studied
Hold
the
up, hold up. I found your Robin Batman. Tabor.
Well, yeah, I'm listening, big dog.
He
You
probably
better help.
driving. What
Your
up, the boy?
Batman's under attack. You better join this. Go ahead.
Hey,
nobody's
hey,
under
hey,
attack.
hey,
Don't put me
Okay, so
backstage
anyway,
again, nigga.
nigga went on when the track meet, even if it's raining, that don't mean you go to the other school's tent.
If he
don't.
got
That's
he got permission. That's how I know you ain't studied. You ain't studied
didn't
shit. He
get
got permission.
He
Go read it.
He did not
Yes, he
get
did.
permission.
Yes, he did. They just
Show me
said that.
the- Can you show me the link? Can you show me the link to
Go
that?
find it and come back and tell me if
I
you
don't have to find it. I already been reading the case. That's how I know you're not telling the truth.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
You can't find it. I can bring up the testimony of his coach,
no, you
of his teammates. I can literally bring that up right now. You're making something up.
All right,
That's a rumor.
I'm gonna just address what you said. I'm not gonna even go into. I'm gonna just address what you said. If you approach me on this is a running match. This is a track meet. You don't do gangster shit at a track meet, bozo. So if you approach me at a track meet,
pretty gangster.
hey, if you attract me, if you approach me at a track meet on some you gonna beat me up shit, I'm gonna fuck you up. That's it.
No, it don't work like that.
Oh, well, that's how it worked for me, and it works well for me. I ain't got no record.
They don't work for the system like that. They don't work for the.
Tell that to Trayvon and the little bro in North Carolina. Then see how that worked out for them. Meanwhile,
You saying Carmelo would have died? You saying his life is at risk?
Possible, we don't know. Meanwhile, Carmelo's alive. Check hand mates.
Yeah, but he's gonna be in jail for the rest of his life.
Listen, he ain't gonna be in jail for the rest of his life. He got action to getting out, and I'd rather be alive than dead.
It depends. It depends on the situation. It
you.
depends on the situation.
Okay, hold on.
Being in prison, but you say you ain't got no records. You ain't never been in prison, so you can't really say that.
Yes, I can. I know I don't want to be. I don't have to
You
get my
ain't
head
never
blown
been in
off.
prison,
I don't
so
have
you
to
don't.
get my head blown
30
off. I don't
years
want my
in
head blown
prison.
off. I don't. You don't know.
$30 years in
years.
prison. Nah, that's a
that
slow
on appeal.
death,
You don't know court
Nah,
systems.
that's
He can beat
different.
that on appeal.
Well,
He can beat that on appeal.
He
Hold
might
on,
be able to beat it on appeal.
He
And if
can.
he get a new
Hold
trial on
on,
appeal,
hold
he
on,
get a new
brother.
trial.
And he can get
Ramel,
out alive.
And then they're gonna
I got a
convict him
question.
again.
Ramel.
Hold up.
I got a question for Ramel.
Okay, no, hold up. Just hold up. I'm following. I get it, but let's go to the Chow case. Chow was found not guilty. The kid, 14,
Still blow me.
got shot in the back and died. But remember this, because I saw a bunch of people on X. The kid had a gun. And they kept saying, had he used that gun, y'all be on here whining all black violence and black people too violent. But you know what? What David's saying, had he used the gun, he had a gun. He never shot it off. He could have squared up and knocked both of them down. You know, he'd still be alive. So he's making.
Thank you. Thank you.
You do
Okay,
have
so
to think about
what
that.
these situations are presenting is what's called after the fact hindsight. Like prevention is better than the cure. First of all, these situations shouldn't even be happening from the jump. Carmelo should not be going to some random school's tent. That boy did not deserve to get killed by the Asian dude at all. All right, let's make that clear. But we got prevention is better than the cure. Okay, so I'm looking at like these situations can be avoided altogether. Now, if they're gonna happen, then niggas can't complain about the outcome with using that logic because the approach is happening from the black person first. The approach is happening when the stupid nigga stealing water, even though he don't deserve to die. The approach is happening from Carmelo going to their tent when he should not have been there. So these are things that should have been prevented from the beginning, not after the fact.
Not death worthy though. That's the
It's
point.
not. It's not death worthy.
All
no.
right, and so that's what we're addressing. We're not addressing who necessarily. We're addressing what the end result was. The water doesn't end result in death. Trayvon being in the wrong neighborhood shouldn't end result in death. And Carmelo sitting under the tent shouldn't have resulted in a potential bodily harm.
So you're saying that? Okay, thank you.
I don't know what you're thanking me for. I just proved
Yeah,
my
You're right. Carmelo going up to a tent should not have ended up in the death. Thank you.
I'm
Like you
playing,
just
I'm
said,
playing
we
worst case
agree.
scenario. I'm playing
We
worst case
agree.
scenario. Listen, the boy in South Carolina didn't steal the water, but I'm playing if he did. It's not worth death.
Yeah.
It's
If I'm
not.
not mistaken, Carmelo, it was several people that went under the tent because it was like a big rainstorm or something that happened at the time. Now, regardless of the fact of them being in the tent or not, right? There were several kids displaced due to the inclement weather situation. There was kids going to multiple tents. Now, this particular tent, these group of kids that were at this tent, they didn't immediately challenge Carmelo and the other people that accompanied Carmelo within their tent. It wasn't an immediate challenge. So things transpired after that. That's for them to tell their parts of the story. But to answer your question, Ramel, as far as the coach and the one friend that are on BS right now,
It's not one. It's his teammates and there's multiple who testified against him. And
as
it's a
far
black coach.
as far as them being on BS, they're completely on BS.
How do you know?
And my reason, this is just my opinion. This is my opinion why I think they're on BS. My opinion is because they still have to live in that community.
Exactly.
And that's why
they do not. No, they don't have to live in that community.
That's just me. But
your name and your reputation pursue you. They can block them. They can get caught up at other jobs and any other thing. And as far as their jobs,
we live in America. We live in America. Yo, that is not a big deal.
So
look. Why is it hard to believe that these people are testifying to what they saw? These black people are testifying to what they saw. Like you guys can't accept the fact that there's black coach, all right, black teammates literally said, "Yo, that nigga was on bullshit." Like, what's so hard to accept?
Well, what I will say is, in the initial police report, the coach was not at the tent, so I don't know where his logic or his
just because he omitted from the police report doesn't mean he wasn't there. All witnesses are not in the police report.
But that's what I'm
you didn't answer my question. Why is it so hard to accept the fact that these black people could be telling the truth?
It's not hard to accept. I don't know Carmelo Anthony personally. I don't know. I don't go to that school. I don't live in that town. I don't know him personally. So those are those people's accounts, right? I'm sure they digging up whatever they could dig up as far as his history and his reputation at school. I'm sure the district, the DA is digging all that up so they can use certain question techniques.
What's it got to do with the witnesses testifying against him? I don't understand. They asked the team specifically, did he commit murder or was it self-defense? The teenager said, his teammate said it was murder. Out verbatim. That's what they said.
Like I said, I can't speak for them.
I would think my teammate would ride for me.
But if from what I can see, just my opinion, I think they're on BS because they're in that community and they have to stay in that community. Everybody don't have the means to leave.
Not in that community. Them white people would stay in another community. That was another school.
Hold on, let me respond.
All those schools are still connected. As far as the radius, as far as the radius of that Dallas-Fort Worth area, There's plenty of schools in that area. They're all in that same
That's not a
metropolitan area.
community. I don't know, man. I think y'all trying to. I think
no. This is how politics work, bro. This is why people say you'll never work in this town again. Politics work because a lot of people are friends. This is how politics are. Politics is basically relationships. That's how most politics are played. So if these people who want to see Karmelo go down, they have a lot of the power and influence around there, you better believe the sellouts or the people who fear, like Platt was just saying, the people don't want to leave the
so.
plantation.
They're like, he's saying they're lying because of somebody scared them, so they're just gonna lie and say.
I'm not necessarily. Let me say this. I'm not necessarily saying they're lying. I'm saying they're giving their testimony, and it may not look good for Karmelo, and they may be doing it for that reason because they want to keep their relationships, flowing, so they can keep eating. They don't care about Karmelo. They're not Karmelo, and it's not their son, so they don't have any really, any real loyal.
So you're saying it's potentially that they're lying on Karmelo to protect.
I literally just said they don't have to be lying. They could just be telling their side, and it could be slightly slighted, or it could just be
that's a lie.
No, that's what I'm saying. It could just be how they viewed it. I'm trying to give them the benefit of the doubt. I'm not just blatantly saying they're lying. They could just that's how they viewed it.
So but that's a trial, though. That's the system that's why a lawyer says eyewitness testimony.
Right.
You can't put a lot of credibility on it. If jury said what you're talking about, they were standing there. Well, eyewitness can lie.
Yeah, but they got the video with they all watched the video. Y'all know all the jurors watched the video.
But I'm talking about the people sitting on the stand saying, this is the way I saw it. Okay, I saw it this way. What I'm saying, the lawyers tell them, well, I know we had witnesses come in and say they saw it this way, but witnesses, now you can listen to it, but you also can throw it out because eyewitnesses can lie.
Right. Or be mistaken. They don't have to be alike.
Or be mistaken. There you go. So,
what they saw.
But I do think that where Ramil is going, because we see how people are reacting to what his thoughts are. Black people need to brace themselves because this thing may not go the way you want it to. So, and that's all of these trials, man. We saw that with the child. Now we got this trial. You got the Butler.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think it's gonna go the way that black people in our mind that we're thinking like, he was just defending himself. As soon as I saw all white jury, I was like, well, let me see how many are women. It's 11 women out of the 18 jurors. 11.
Okay.
I said, man, he cooked.
Do you believe? Well, let me say this. It could go. Let me just say this. It could go either way. That's why I said I don't know. I would love to be able to dictate this, but the politics for me, the politics involved is what's going to determine where it's going to go. It's ultimately, it's not going to even come down to justice. That's a lie. That's just that. The justice is just for all of us onlookers that think we're getting it. The politics are going to determine this case. If politics is more beneficial for the politics to free him, they're going to free him. If it's more beneficial for the politics to convict him, they're going to convict him. The politics are going to determine the outcome.
I think the jury is going to determine.
Man, let me say this, bro. We know exactly how this go, but y'all keep hope alive.
Right. Nah, I ain't got no hope.
I hope it go bad so we can act a fool. I hope it go bad.
I think
we need it. We need somebody. We need to act a fool again, right quick. Because if you notice, when the George Floyd shit went down, people sat down a minute. Like, okay, they acting a fool.
But that was Minnesota. I don't know if they're gonna go for that in Texas. Texas,
yeah,
they're not the same.
No, I agree. I agree. But what I'm saying is people are going to turn up in other places behind this because understand this. Despite what people want to know, like I said, LA is already gearing up. We're already gearing up because a lot of LA people in LA, we feel some type of way about it. And like I said, every time there's a case like this, they riot gear up for us every time. So you know what that told me? They know we don't accept injustices like everybody else. That's why they riot gear up for us.
Let me ask you this. Hey, Ramil.
Yeah.
Fox News, right? We know all this woke and liberals and doing all of this stuff, and black people. Fox News, that is an anti-black creation, and in my opinion, it's for racist, conservative or liberal. It's for racist whites. Why don't black people? Why have they never had anything similar to a Fox News?
Well, one, I don't think Fox News is a racist I just think you have a different of opinion of what they say. I don't think they just automatically. Jared Taylor is a racist broadcaster. Okay, I don't think Fox News is a. I think you got disagreements with them. Second, there's plenty of black. Every time there was a news company, the BNN or black, they tried to do a black news network a while ago. It just didn't catch on. I just think black people are not as interested in the news as we are interested in other things. I mean, watching the news, our parents did that. We don't.
Because we know the news can be biased. We know the news is biased.
But you got CNN too, Platinum. So wouldn't CNN with your logic, wouldn't CNN be a?
There we go down the rabbit hole. Look, I said, okay, I was going to give you a compromise. You said they're not racist. Okay, can we agree they anti-black?
I don't think they got black people working. They got black news.
Oh, come on, I'm done.
Anti-black. Why would an anti-black? Does the KKK have black people? Does the KKK have black people? How would you be anti-black with a black employee?
Hey, Ramil go tell. I'm telling y'all now. Ramil go tell.
But Ramil, we can't fall. I'm just not so. Tailpipe. Hold up, Ramil, banana in the tailpipe. One black person that's making a lot of money. Come on, of course they're gonna show up.
What is anti-black? Anti-black is just, it doesn't mean just because you don't agree with the everyday black person don't mean you're not. That don't mean you're anti-black. Like in my opinion, I think the average black person has.
Fox News don't even cover stuff like Black history. They don't cover none of that.
That don't mean they're anti-black.
Oh, come on. Oh, bro.
So because you don't cover black history, you're anti-black? They're not pro-black. They're just what it is. I mean,
they're not pro-black. They're anti-black, and they do not even anything that's pro-black is considered woke to them. Anything. I don't care what. You can say we got a Martin Luther King march at Georgia State. They're going to say that's woke. We ain't covering that.
Why should they? Is their responsibility to cover everything black? They're not a black news channel.
It's supposed to be fair, but what I'm saying, how come
we don't
CNN
have fair? Is CNN fair play?
CNN ain't the same. It's not even close to being the same thing.
Is it fair? They're competing networks. Is CNN what you call a fair medium?
I think so. I don't think. I think Fox News is his own thing.
CNN doesn't cover black history either.
Yeah, yes, they do.
They do not.
Yes, they do.
And if you're gonna take a story that they do, then you can do the same thing for Fox, because Fox did the same story.
During Black History, every day in Black History, CNN had a special where they highlighted something in history and currently for black people.
All news.
The whole month of February.
Hold on.
Fox.
What do y'all want from Fox News? I don't
want anything from Fox.
Who gives a fuck about Fox News? Who gives a fuck about?
No, I'm not asking anything of Fox News, but for you to say, Ramel, well, CNN don't cover it, but then I explained to you what they did, but then you switch. Well,
Fox News did Black History specials as well.
Okay, when?
So what do you say? This? Oh my God, really?
Yeah,
this year, all the news networks do this. It's Black History Month. That don't mean
that doesn't mean for us.
Fox News version of Black History is a Thomas Sowell review.
Right.
They don't talk about no Black history.
Right.
And look, I ain't got no problem with I have no problem. I get that demographic. That demographic is white men. That's why they got the young women on there in skirts and heels, and then a bunch of old.
What's CNN's demographic?
People who are interested in politics.
So why? That's not Fox. They're both the same thing.
No, they're not. That's my whole point. I'm trying to show you. What I'm trying to say is look at the difference. Black people don't have anything even close to Fox News. We live in a society. We're in America now.
You can make it, Platinum. You can make you can do that though. You can create it. We're in America.
Black people would have to, but that's the thing. Black people would have to. You look at the viewership. Fox News has a viewership. Black people would view it. But see, that's we don't even care. We talk about this stuff, but we don't care. We don't support nothing like that.
No
So why
execution. I
you
said
so
that the
if
other
we
day.
don't support nothing like that, why do you expect any news network to cater to
Damn.
a demographic that don't support that
That's a good
industry?
point.
There you
Like, why
go.
would
So
they
how
waste
we
their
going?
money? Why would they take a loss?
So we can't show up late to the dance and
Not
start
Platt.
talking about fairness and equality because we don't push it.
Platt. Let me give Ramel
Why
his
would we push
credit.
fairness
He
and
right.
equality?
Fox did have a special about Black history. You know what it was called?
What?
America Together.
Yeah, that ain't Black
That's what
history.
they did
Yeah,
this
that
year.
ain't Black history, right?
America Together. Wow.
What's
They didn't even put black in there. They didn't even use the letter B. It's America
No,
Together.
no. Did you see the piece
Crazy.
where the
I
news
give you that,
reporters?
Ramel. They did.
Did you
America
see the
Together.
piece? Did you see the piece where the news reporter said Black foundational Black Americans and they pulled it
Immediately pulled it.
immediately?
Yeah, that was on ABC, but
I don't know why
okay.
y'all expect other groups of people to celebrate
We
us like
don't
that.
expect it. We're just pointing out the hypocrisy and the inconsistency and the blatant
How is
contradiction.
Fox News being hypocrites?
Fox News to me is
Somebody asked
clearly
for the link.
They're not
anti-black.
the
Not calling.
demographic.
Okay, you're right, but Fox News to me is anti-black.
Okay.
I watch it because it's like I can't believe they do what they do, but there ain't no type of way for black people or they're anti-black, man. They don't care for what black people. If a black person say, "Hey, we need a Black History Month," they're against it. If a black person says, "I want to go up," they're gonna say go down. They're not for the interests of black people. You just said the demographic is different, but to compare
I wouldn't
CNN,
expect them to be
CNN is liberal.
CNN is not. CNN does the same thing.
It is a liberal news
over
program.
you. They're pushing immigrants over Black Americans every day.
Ramil, they don't own.
I
They
go with
don't
that.
own up
They're
to it.
liberal. CNN's a liberal. MSNBC, those are liberals. Fox News is anti-black. They're not anti-white. None of those platforms are anti-white, but Fox News is anti-black.
Pushing propaganda.
Black people don't have anything close to a pro-black news channel like a Fox News that every day, like on this case, is giving you a perspective on this Karmelo case, on the Chud the Bill. We don't have nothing like that. Fox News has
You got CNN. According to your logic, you go to CNN.
Oh, that's liberal. That's not.
Okay, so why do you want you folks? So you should be getting on CNN for not doing the same thing. Why does Fox? Both of them don't do the same thing. So I don't understand.
CNN is not anti-black.
Hey, you know you can start one up and be on Ruko at least, bro. I'm just saying.
be on Roku with it.
Just saying.
Man, they not gonna allow. They will not allow a black media
You
company.
can do it right here on YouTube. What do you mean allow?
That should tell you everything.
They're not gonna allow
This ain't the 1920s, man. Y'all can start your own networks. Byron Allen is over here.
Byron
Allen is a black man.
I'm answering Platt's question to the platform of a Fox News or a CNN. The powers that be will not let.
I don't know. I think that's
anyone.
How do you know?
It's multiple billionaires. Who's the guy that somebody tried it? Not Van Jones.
That's the real guy. Is there a market for it? That's the question.
He tried it, but they wouldn't let him buy into the space.
You can create your own.
That's the problem. You can't create your own lane.
Create your own out here, man. You don't gotta wait for these white people. This is 1920s thinking.
Then create one. Then Ramil, create one.
I'm not the one complaining about it. Platinum is.
I'm gonna create one. I'm gonna create one day. I'm gonna start tomorrow. You're right. No, the problem is we live in capitalism, and Fox News, that market exists. What they do, anti-black, racist content, that flourishes, and they make a lot of money. Blacks, okay, you understand the black experience. Black people are not into racism like that. You get these people on YouTube. No, collectively, black people ain't into it. You said FBA and ABC. Well, the problem with that, why they pulled the segment, is because of what's attached to FBA. from their perspective, what ABC
How do you know? How do you know that, Platt?
they pulled the segment.
Oh, we know they pulled it. How do you know why they pulled it? Though?
Why you think
I
they
got your
pulled it,
assumption.
David?
I'm asking you. I get the assumption, but I'm asking is that do you know that for fact?
Why do you think they pulled it, David? I'm just saying.
I know. I'm agreeing. What you said because
No,
of
that's
FBA.
all I'm saying.
It wasn't profitable.
Wait, hold up, Platt. When you said they pulled, let me just clarify before I speak. When you said they pulled it for FBA, what specifically do you mean? So that way I can address that exactly.
Because of the interpretation of what that is associated with it. And you don't.
What do you mean? What interpretation?
You don't have to be on YouTube, brother. You can go and look it up on internet. I think the Southern Poverty Law Center. You got to go see where it's the way it's listed.
They just got indicted, by the way.
The way
funding racism.
Okay, well, that's
the Southern Poverty Law Center is literally under indictment for funding white racists.
They were funding insiders.
No, they were funding actual racists who were doing racist events and actions. They put money in their pocket.
Informants for them.
Alleged. They said there was informers, nigga. They were causing events to say create more racism so they can raise more money. Them niggas was paying racists. That don't make no sense.
You know what? You're right. You're right, Jamil. Hold up. And David, you're right. Let me back up off that. I don't know why they took the segment down. There you go.
It was Plant, the guy that tried to start a news channel. It was Byron Allen, the billionaire Byron Allen.
Billionaire.
He tried to start a news channel. They shut it down
because the advertising, bro.
And then
money wasn't there.
He went and bought the Weather Channel.
Yeah.
And then guess what the Trump administration did in 2025? They defunded the National Weather Service.
See?
So now the Weather Channel that pulls data and information from the National Weather Service, there's a breakdown in communication there.
And nobody.
So this nigga can't hire a fucking meteorologist. So this nigga can't hire a meteorologist.
It couldn't get.
He can't get a meteorologist. I don't understand. I have a phone that gives me the weather every day. He can't get this data. Byron Allen's still booming. He just bought one network.
I'm just putting it out there, man. That's all I'm saying.
Right.
I'm not saying he can't get information from other places, other sources. I'm sure the National Weather Service is not the only source where the Weather Channel extracts data, but comparable data that the federal government governs, right? You defund that. Ironically, it's defunded when Byron Allen becomes the owner of the Weather Channel.
I don't see the correlation.
That's
I don't
it.
see the correlation.
He owned it for a while, bro. He's been owning it for years.
Yeah, he bought that a few years ago. He been did that deal. I don't see the correlation.
He did the deal during the Biden administration. Trump just got into this administration. He's a year in. So it's not like he could have did it. Trump couldn't do anything.
This that TDS I be talking about. This that TDS. Now we get into Trump derangement. Because Trump, the way he be triggering niggas.
I'm just saying it may not be no correlation at all.
Well, Trump don't trigger me.
That goes back to what I said, bro, earlier today.
Just find it ironic.
I gotta say, bro.
Let me ask you this, Ramil. I didn't know you was a Trump supporter. I don't know if you are, but
I don't support any of the niggas. But if I had to choose one, it's definitely on the conservative before I go on the liberal side. If I had to choose one, I'm liberal with civil rights. I'm a conservative when it comes to my business.
What do you think about Trump raiding Bolton's house and finding the classified information he wasn't supposed to have, and now he's going to go on trial?
I don't see nothing wrong with that. They raided his crib too for some papers.
You know what I'm saying? Payback.
They did the same. They did the same. They did the same exact shit to him. Raided his crib, and they found papers. And they found documents in Biden's crib in his garage.
I'm gonna play with y'all too. I'm gonna try to run y'all through the ringer the whole time.
Man, I don't know.
Hold on, Platinum, address that. Platinum, did they not do a raid on his crib and found documents?
Trump took that with him though. That's a little bit different.
How did the documents get at Bolton's crib? They just flew
Bolton,
over there.
I don't know. I think Bolton was on some ego, show my family. I got into confidential material. It was more like he was showing them.
Like, it's the same thing. They both had classified documents at the crib. Man, y'all try to when I notice And this is why I do. This is what makes me do fuck with Trump more, because when the same situation happens between Trump and somebody else, you guys always try to make an excuse like Trump deserves the punishment that the other person
Like
doesn't.
they do black people. That's why.
Yes, I
too.
don't understand this. They both got found with documents at the crib. I
mean,
don't.
Well, did Trump not lie about having the documents? I mean, they asked him. He said no initially. He said no, I don't have them.
People lie, bro.
He said no, I don't. I mean, but
what's it got to do with the documents being found at both people's cribs?
We're asking the question. The question was asked. He said no, I don't have them.
No. The question was, why is it a difference if the documents were found at both cribs? That's what I'm trying to understand.
The documents being found at both cribs, fine. Did the other person lie? After
it doesn't make it worse.
Documents? Yes,
it doesn't make it worse. It doesn't make a difference. They both had documents at the crib. So why all of a sudden is it a problem when one person does it and the other person doesn't, and that one person deserves a harsher punishment? I don't get this. The same law was broken.
Yeah, same laws, bro.
We don't know if the same law was broken.
It was the same law.
The same law of what? Regarding what documents? Because you can
Having
say
classified documents.
This person had documents at the crib. What documents did they have?
Classified documents. They both were classified.
Classified documents on what account?
It's the same punishment.
No,
they could be about UFOs. It could be about buildings. It don't matter. They're classified.
You're saying classified documents on what account? And who said that the documents are still classified?
That's why they're being charged. They're literally being charged because the documents were classified.
Trump will say, well, those documents are still classified. But if the documents are unclassified and I have the documents, but then now you're charging me to say, well, you got documents at your house.
They were classified.
That's all I'm saying. That's the propaganda of it all.
When the documents were found, they were not declassified.
The question was literally asked to Trump. Do you have such classified documents? His answer was flat out, no, I don't. Then when they did the warrant, he said, well, I'm the president. I could just unclassify whatever documents I want. No, you initially said you did not have them at all.
What's this got to do with the classified documents being found on both cribs?
I'm asking
that don't have nothing to do with that.
I'm asking the question if the documents found at whoever's crib were classified.
They were. That's why they were charged. That's why they were charged with the crime, because it was classified.
And what I'm saying is, it's a charge to look for classified documents. That's the charge. Now they can go and pick up. They can go pick up the documents. They still have to review the documents to say whether they're classified or not.
That's why they did the indictment. They did the indictment because they did review
for classified documents. That's what they're charged with. They're charged with the purpose to look for the classified documents.
No, they're charged with being in possession of not looking for it. They're in possession. The documents are physically in their possession at their home. That is the charge. There's no question of whether they were classified or not. They were. There's no question about all the other loopholes. They were classified documents found in the home. That's the crime.
And who was this again? So I want to research my, I'm
in
research
John
myself.
John Bolton, somebody who Obama would have never in his life hired or appointed. Biden show when it done. Trump had him. John Bolton pleaded guilty to having classified information. So as much as I thought it was bad that they would raid his home, I was really surprised that he actually had.
Why were you surprised? It's like y'all think everybody's an angel. Everybody who's not Trump is an angel to y'all. I'm surprised he had the documents. Why are you surprised these niggas had the documents at the crib? Like, that shouldn't be a surprise. These are all politicians. These are all liberals. They all politicians. Trump included.
Bolton is not a liberal. John Bolton.
I said they're all politicians.
So John Bolton, who was appointed by Trump.
I said they're all politicians.
I know, but that's that white dude. That's that war hawk with that thick ass mustache. Ain't nothing liberal about that man.
Okay, so then that makes it so that also shows that Trump is being more impartial by allowing a Republican to be prosecuted for that shit, even though the documents were also found at Biden's crib. You know what they said about the documents being found at
Yeah, I
Biden's
saw that.
crib?
I saw
You know what
that.
they said? They said the nigga was too fucking dumb. That's why they
I
didn't
know.
prosecute him. Come
They
on,
did the
man. Y'all
same
gotta
thing
stop
with
with this.
Hillary Clinton. So I guess it's common for the politicians to take classified information. You know, they're not supposed to, but to remove it from secure spaces. And Trump knows that, so Trump showed the world that they do it. So, because he did it to, he was trying to provoke them, but then he came back and he raised John Bolton's home, and they find the material. You can't say, okay, he just picking on Bolton. You know, Bolton was on a lot of the shows. Him and Bolton fell out, but I guess this is what they've been doing, man. But you keep saying, okay, you see how people they got a problem with Trump doing it, but everybody else can do it. I don't have a problem with Trump doing anything. I have a problem with Trump not being a good leader. Our country's falling apart. Look at this race trial we're in with Metcalf and Carmelo.
What's that got to do with Trump? What does this got to do with
He's the president?
Carmelo stabbing a nigga don't got nothing to do with Trump.
Yes, it does. He sets the
no,
tone.
it does not.
Nah,
it is a local crime. This is the TDS. What does Trump got to do with a random nigga stabbing somebody in a tent?
He can't do nothing about that.
No, but I agree with Platt. He's setting the tone. Like if you create that atmosphere, you get these type of.
This happened under Biden and Obama too. Niggas got stabbed and killed. What? Crime is down right now. Crime is down.
Ramil, okay, and they were criticized. How come Trump's not criticized?
Trump's criticized every day. Y'all doing it right now. He's criticized literally every day. Y'all are doing it now. They do it all over the media. They do it all. I mean, what are we saying?
Let me ask you this, Ramil. Would you say the racist atmosphere has been higher since Trump been in office the last this year, or would you say back when Biden was here?
I don't think we're in a racist atmosphere. I don't experience it. I mean,
all right. If you don't feel like we are, would you say racism appears? Let's just say you don't believe that. Does it appear to be more prevalent since Trump has been in office, or was it more prevalent when Biden was in office? Your opinion?
I think it's the same. When I go outside, I'm not worried about no white dude pulling up in a pickup truck.
I'm not asking if you're worried. I'm asking the atmosphere outside of yourself. The atmosphere. You don't control that.
I just think it's the same. The atmosphere, because there's no metric for that. If you want to analyze that type of stuff, the crime is down. I don't think it's no atmospheric change. I think people are just manipulated by the media they watch. When we all go outside, it's very peaceful. We all got making our money. We don't got to worry about none of this bullshit.
So
you ain't got to worry about no white person.
So you don't feel like racism has been heightened? I'm not blaming Trump necessarily. I'm not saying he isn't. I'm saying you don't. Let me ask you this: were you hearing the same type of racist point of views 3 years ago? Yes or no?
What is a racist point of view? I'm trying to Okay, I'll put it like this. I'll put it like this. Let me answer that, because I will say this. Okay, maybe Trump it's possible that he has emboldened more people. There wouldn't be a Chud the Builder probably under Obama. All right, so there probably wouldn't be a Chud the Builder under Obama. But Chud the Builder is also facing charges where he's might not ever see the light of day again. Okay, so maybe Trump has emboldened white people to act out, a certain select few white people who are stupid enough to act out their mental fantasies like a Chud the Builder, but that gets neutralized immediately. Chud the Builder is a white judge keeping Chud the Builder in jail right now. And so I just think
they don't always get neutralized though, Ramil. George Zimmerman didn't get neutralized.
But George Zimmerman's Mexican.
Okay, so you just saying for white folks? You saying?
I thought that's what we were talking about.
No, I'm just talking. Well, I would say white folks would get off more than Asians and Mexicans would.
George Zimmerman listed himself. They call it a white Hispanic.
Right.
If you are familiar with that Latino culture, I don't even know the name. It's a name for it.
Mejora la raza.
No, it might be right. You
might be white in the race. You talking about white in the race?
No. Is that what it said? That what you just said?
Mejora la raza is white in the race.
There is a term in that community where, even though it's all one Latino community, there are whites in the Latino. And that's what George.
All Latinos are not the same community. They've said that they're Latinos. That's the lie they tell us. Like blacks just don't get along. Latinos don't all get along. Right now in Mexico, they're putting out Guatemalans. They're doing what they're complaining about. We're doing with them sending illegals there. They're getting rid of their illegals. The Guatemalans, they're pushing them out of Mexico. So they're hypocrites.
Gotcha.
Well, any country, no country of common sense is going to allow illegals to ravage their land. I mean, that's just
common sense. I agree with that. That's the one thing I do like Trump did. Trump definitely made us see that first of all, you freeloaders got to go. And then it just really proved, like, I'm like, Jesus, y'all, I didn't know how bad they were freeload. Like I found out they had an Asian ring a few months ago back here in California where they found them with all kind of drugs and tax fraud and credit fraud and credit card scams and fraud.
You hear about the hospice fraud out there in LA? The hospice
niggas. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Trump. That's why I say certain things I like about Trump, certain things I don't. That's why I'm mixed with him because there's a lot of things he's brought to the forefront. I'm glad he brought to the forefront.
Well, shit. You know, like I said, I just think, you know, especially for if you're gonna choose for black people, and I know somebody was saying, you know, it has to be a black party or whatever, but that's not gonna happen. If you had to choose between the two, you know, the one that type of fraud and everything can thrive. It just seems like, you know, the liberals have an agenda of allowing more illegals in to displace black, you know, what black people are supposed to have. We're supposed to have, we're supposed to have a lot of stuff, and our ancestors were here. Our ancestors put in that work. We fought on wars. We put in shed blood for this land. There ain't no way a fucking migrant, an illegal alien from another fucking shithole should be here and have the same status as a motherfucker who's people put in work.
I agree. And then not to mention our tax dollars are paying for these programs.
I don't even get started.
We don't even get access to. We don't even get. I'm paying for a program I don't even get to get access.
A luxury program at that. These niggas is in living good,
right?
Off
free.
The taxpayers,
right?
Come on, man. I can't fuck with that. I can't fuck with that at all. And again, Republicans ain't perfect at all, but nigga, they ain't trying to have other people come in and take our birthright. Trump's actually trying to get niggas a birthright. This nigga took it to this nigga trying to make the 14th Amendment strictly for black people. You know how powerful that would be if black people had their own fucking amendment, which Trump's trying to get he said out his mouth, 14th Amendment is for descendants of slaves. Why would any black person not want the legal protection of the Constitution and writing? Okay.
Right. But let me say this. This is what I always tell people about politics, though. This is what I've learned about politics. I never fall in love with any politician. This is how I tell people. This is how you play politics. Whatever politician is doing what's best for you, you side with them on that issue. The moment they do something that's against you, you don't side with them. That's how you play politics. You don't find anybody to fall in love with and you ride that hill, sink or swim until you die on that hill. No, I'm cool with anybody, any politician, as long as they're doing what's right and what's because I don't want to just say benefits because I could be wrong. I'm not looking to benefit like illegals who come here and benefit off us and take and get money from. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying if Trump is going to do the right thing and get rid of illegals, I'm going to side with him on that. When he starts talking about removing black history, I'm not going to side with him on that.
I don't think he ever said remove black history though. But when did he say you're going to take away black? How can you take away black history?
When I say black history, I don't mean he said that. And again, I don't know. I could be wrong.
He did. He said under the guise of DEI and what he's been instructing the people.
DEI doesn't even help black people. That's already only 4%.
Go tell Trump. Because that's what I'm saying. He's saying he wants to get rid of DEI, which he is, but he's also going after black people in the sense.
You can't put that in the same thing. Platinum DEI and black people not the same. Only 4% of DEI goes to black people. 4%.
Look, Ramil, guess what? That's what we all agree. So
how Trump's talking about black people when he says get rid of DEI? He could be talking about them white bitches who put them fake cases on them. That's who benefits of DEI is them white females and them fucking immigrants. Black people do not benefit of DEI. That's a statistical fact.
I agree with you, but what I'm saying
we know that's all white folks.
Pete Hegseth has not been promoting a lot of those black commanders and stuff trying to go to the next level. A bunch of them have been you can't force them, but they've had to retire. And
They didn't have to retirement age. Hold up, man. Come on, Platinum. Dude.
you don't get a promotion, you got to retire.
No, that is not true.
You know that is very true. You got to get promoted.
We
You at
both
a
did
certain level.
service, Platinum. If you don't get promoted, you can still re-enlist. You can still do another tour.
No, you can't.
Nah, it's a little bit it's a little bit different for officers.
That's why you have 20. That's why you have 20-year E5s.
It's a little bit different for officers. If you get passed over for officer selection 5 times, you're forced to retire. They make special exceptions for certain career fields, but
what rule is this? What
I mean,
in the UCMJ? When the UCMJ does it say that?
Hold on, before you talking to a retired officer. I retired as an officer.
Okay, again, you should know the rule that says this.
I'm telling you that's what it is.
What is the rule that says if you get passed over? What is the use?
If you get passed over as an officer for 5 promotion cycles, you are forced to retire. They do make exceptions for specific career fields, but you will be forced to retire. I mean, it is what it is. I had to early retire because they were doing away with my career field as a physical therapist.
So this is why I Googled your friend. I just Googled it. That's not true. What you're saying is not true.
It is true, man.
Based on what I'm asking you for the rule. Like, are you just saying to me to take your word?
I don't know the rule, but I'll search it and I'll.
Let's see what Google says. Google says no, you do not have to retire after being passed over 5 times. In fact, the military operates on an up or out system, meaning an officer.
I will find you the specific policy for it because I was an Air Force officer myself, and I was forced to early retire because they were completely like doing away with my career field, like downsizing the career field altogether. But that is a thing. You get passed over 5 cycles, you will be forced to retire. They do not keep you around. They don't. They see it as you're not like befitting of an officer if you're not making rank in a certain time frame.
So is that an unwritten rule? Basically, would you say?
That's an unwritten rule. I mean, that could be it.
No, I'll find it for you.
So I'm not even disagreeing with you.
My wife, because she retired as an officer. She did her whole 20, but she was actually a personnel officer. So I'll go bother her real quick and ask her to get me this table and rule. But it's a table and rule for it.
I would just, because that's just to me, if it's a rule, I would like to see it, man. I'm not even disagreeing.
I'm with you. I'm the same way, brother. I'm all about information, and I'll share it once I get it. I'll share it with you.
Okay.
Black, I would like to say you are up here dividing people, man.
I know.
You being a Trump, man. But we rocking with it, man.
No, man. There's disagreement. There's some guy in the thing. He said even though black people disagree or have these conversations.
What?
No, yeah, I saw it. They were talking. So, but we do have disagreements, and we don't all agree. But
right.
Like Ramil, he's not a Trump. He supports Trump, but he's not a Trump guy. But I
don't know about support. I never voted. I just agree with his. Well, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I was going to ask you the use of force. Do you think that the situation without going over every detail? Do you think that Karmelo responded with too much force?
If they pushed him, yes. If they only pushed him, yes.
Mm-hmm.
If he got shoved and that was it, like there was no jumping or there was no, if one guy just shoved him and he come back and stab him, I don't care what race they are. To me,
no, he didn't come back. It was doing when all of that happened. That's when the stabbing came.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When I say come back, I don't mean like leave. Yeah. If they just pushed him and then he immediately stabs him after, I believe that is excessive. Yes, a push. Okay. I think that's excessive. I mean, if somebody shoves you any state in the country, if you're on video, somebody shoves you, you pull out a knife and stab them, you're going to do time.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, yeah. When you put it that way, but you know what though, and you saying that um as a black person, like we say, getting off script
Race doesn't
as a
matter.
as a uh, as a black person, it's dangerous. This is a podcast or whatever on a YouTube channel, but in real life, like in a barbershop, man, you really don't want to say that because immediately they will assess other things to why you're saying that, even though you're
I
saying,
don't give a goddamn. Look, I'm not. I don't think like the typical black. I'm not a perpetual victim like most black people.
You
Okay,
know what
like
I'm
I don't
saying?
mm,
like. And people would say, "Oh, you're a coon because you don't like." I just don't think that because something's black is right, and I'm pro-black. Okay, but the thing I think we're
mhm,
in the situation we're in today because we try to skew the victim narrative has been enforcing us so hard that when we see a situation that happens, you try to skew it towards, oh, well, it's black, so blah blah blah. It got to be, like it's not
yeah.
against you all the time because you're black. I think that situation, if somebody pushes you and you come back and stab them, no matter where you are, that is excessive force. You got to meet force where it's at. That's what the law says, and it's common, and that makes sense, because you
Well,
don't want to. If so,
That's what I said up here.
well, hold on. I wouldn't go. Well, okay, but there's disagreement because I wouldn't say stabbing them, but no, where you hit them in the chest and you take their life. That's when I think it's too much force. But slicing a nigga, putting his hands on you, white or whatever, I don't have a problem with that. You told him to keep your hands to yourself.
Boy, say slicing. Boy, that's an old school
like
word.
I said,
Slicing.
man, if
This is, man.
that's still, but if you think about it, if somebody pushes you and then you pull out a weapon, right, and you
Mhm.
cause bodily harm, is that equal force?
If
Probably
you put,
not.
if you,
Nah, bro.
if you
Go
have a
ahead, my bad.
legal weapon, if Tabor
Oh
is
man.
harassing me and puts his hands on me, and I told Tabor, hey man, keep your hands to yourself, and he menaces me, he flares up, and I pull out a weapon, but I don't take his life. I think I'm very, very much within the eyes of the law doing what I'm supposed to.
You
I
can't do
do
that.
A
think
push. You said a push. You said a push. We're talking about a push. Okay, so a
a
push
push.
is just.
I think the problem is the guy lost his life. I think that's where people are having problems
All
with
right, so
the
platinum.
fact
If
that he.
somebody pushes you, you're saying you can stab them up as long as they don't die.
You can't do that, bro.
I don't think I don't.
Yeah,
That's
You
hell yeah.
can't do
You put
that.
your hands on me. I
ah.
can
That's not
defend
equal for.
myself.
I told, bro, you can't do that, bro.
You
You going
asking
to
for
jail,
no.
bro.
That's
No, I'm not.
You can punch him. You can kick him. Y'all can
No,
get
that's
in a fight, but
ridiculous.
you can't. Come
Tabor,
on, fam.
uh, uh,
That's real. Come on, fam. You
I
be
can't
tripping,
believe you
fam.
saying that.
That's
I
real,
can't believe you
bro.
saying it was.
You
You,
can't.
you can defend yourself, man.
Not
You
like
don't have to
that,
say I can only defend. Okay, he smacked the shit
bro.
out of
We
me.
talking
I
about
can
the
only
law,
engage
bro.
him in hand to hand. No, you don't. Yes, you
We
can.
we
no, but that's
talking
not.
Defend
about
You
the
now you're
yourself.
law,
moving the
bro.
goalpost
Come
from
on,
I
smacking.
fam.
No, we're
just
talking
think
about a
he had to
push.
be in that situation, though. I mean, to even be
Nah,
in that situation, I hate he had to be in that situation. But
bro.
regardless, I
Go
think
ahead.
I think he made a terrible miscalculation, a mistake like
He was
that.
emotional.
That was a terrible miscalculation and a mistake. But I hate that he even had to be in the situation altogether. But you can't heal the world and all of that stuff in an instance. But Ramil, I put it
I,
in the back chat for you, Ramil. It's an Air Force specific policy, federal law Title 10, and they actually reduced it to 2 years now. Two
for the Air
years.
Force.
The Air Force,
That's
specifically the
not
Air
for the
Force.
whole military, just for the
Not
Air
for the whole
Force.
military. I'm an Air Force officer. I don't know about
Okay,
Army and
okay.
Navy. I can only speak from an Air Force point of view. That's all. That's what I grew up in. I grew up in the Air Force. But
I
Okay,
got a
fair
question. I got
enough.
a question for Romero. Y'all saying it's excessive force. Do you think the murder charge, first degree, he should be convicted for that for making that mistake of stabbing him and killing him?
oh,
That's a good
that's
question.
a good
Well, this
question,
the
man.
thing. It
It's just a yes or
depends.
Great
no. Just a
question.
yes or no. Just a yes or no. Either he was malicious with it or not. What y'all think?
If he was malicious, if he was trying to, let me put it like this: that from what his teammates and coaches testifying, if he was walking around looking for trouble,
No, sir.
right?
You didn't say. Nobody said that. Nobody. He was. The video shows him walking up by himself. Somebody waving him to come over here. We want to talk. Got something to tell you. Dapping him up. That's what the
So the
video
video
shows.
show that's not the video doesn't show anybody waving him over there.
Okay, if listen, look at the court TV look at the court TV hour and 30-minute YouTube. They showing what they telling what the
So,
transcripts say, and like the 30-minute mark, it'll tell you
Yeah,
okay,
step by
well
step.
then
I got it in my queue to
my
actually
answer my
watch
answer
it
is my
tonight.
answer is that they overcharge him.
Okay, yeah, that's all.
Yeah,
So that's
I
why he
agree.
gonna beat it. That's why he gonna
First
beat
degree
it.
murder requires premeditation. If they
Yeah,
Right.
if there's no premeditation, they overcharge them.
yeah,
That's
Right.
the
overcharging.
murder.
That's all. Yeah, that's the main thing.
Yeah.
That's all that matters.
And that was what the Chinese guy was supposed to got. He was supposed to at least got manslaughter.
And
Yeah.
they said, hold up, they even said, had he got that, what happened would have fell within that parameters. And that's why the people who would disagree were saying, and I sort of agree with them on that. You 14-year-old boy, grown people chasing you, should you have a weapon? Yes, no, that's debatable. But you do have a weapon. So he could have put him down. It's, you know what I'm saying? So I'm saying this dude, he never shot. He didn't point it at him. I disagree. He pointed it at my kid, but he didn't shoot.
Right.
I don't think he pointed at the captain. It's a lie. And
Yeah.
and so I don't see how a jury could think, okay, the guy got a weapon. He never shot a shot. He didn't like turn around backwards, pop, 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 and keep running. He never shot.
Well, let me say
So-
this, Platt. Let me say this, being that I fought 3 jury trials and beat them with public defenders. Jurors are not the smartest as far as law goes. Let me just say that they have no goddamn clue how laws work. And you would think before being a juror, they would actually take time to go study law, because, like, perfect example, in most cases, I used to tell one of my things I used to tell my lawyers, when we first walk in, the first thing I need you to write on the chalkboard is reasonable doubt, and then define to the jurors, if you find anything in this case that doesn't seem like it adds up, you got to throw the whole thing out. And I would tell my lawyers to do that, because most jurors, they're totally ignorant of the law. See, and believe it or not, that's not by coincidence either. It's not by coincidence they get you people of your peers, but they know most people of your peers don't study law, and there's really no excuse.
That's probably a good thing they don't know the law, because sometimes
Be
a
too
lot of people,
analytical about it.
yeah, exactly. Sometimes if they do know the law, sometimes you don't want them to know the law if you're on a
Why?
jury.
Tell me why.
No, that's actually
Because-
bad, because if they don't know the law, they going
Right.
by what social
That's
media.
what I think.
No,
They going by what social media say.
Right. Right. They
No,
go by
no, no, they-
popular
people, so-
belief. Right.
No, it's called. Sometimes the prosecutor is not following the law. All right, and so the thing is, it's called jury nullification. Okay, so sometimes the law might say what the law says, but the situations, the facts might not be right. It's the facts of the case. You got the legal side of the case.
Right, but there's a loophole. There's
The
a
whole point of
The
the
people,
whole point of the jury trial is to have your peers in society have their minds think about whether you did something
But they
wrong or
gotta
not.
know the law, though, Ramil. How do listen what I'm saying? How do they know the DA's not BSing them with the charge if they don't know the law?
They
See,
know
like,
when
like,
the
like,
no,
like,
what
listen,
they do,
listen,
what
listen,
people like that
let
do.
me just say this. Wait, let me just say this right quick. The DA was supposed to. The DA could have charged the Chinese dude with both. They could have charged him with murder and a lesser charge of manslaughter, and then they could have told the jury, if you don't feel like we proved murder, then choose the lesser charge, which would be manslaughter. They could have given that, and if the jurors would have known that, a juror could have suggested that. A juror could have said, "Well, I don't see how you
take a bench trial. If you want somebody that knows the law, go in front of the judge. Take a bench trial.
No, I'd rather my peers. But I'm gonna say this again. Again, that's crazy. That's like having a bunch of mechanics work at your mechanic shop, but they don't know how to fix on cars. Who would do that?
They're not
That
being
doesn't
called
make
to
sense.
mechanic duty. That's not their daily thing. These are regular people in society.
Well, then listen. Then you should be required to at least study some history. If nothing else, I mean, study some law. If nothing else, just in regards to the case you're taking up. Study all the laws that deal with the case you're dealing. And it's easy. It's right on Google. You can Google all the laws.
They get a copy of the laws before they had to, convene and all. They get a copy of the law. They get jury instructions. They get all of that.
But
Has
Google is a little
anybody
better.
ever been a juror
Google and
on a
AI
panel?
rounds things off for you. It can help you find other things that you might not see. And just
Google's
study.
way better. Sometimes they can't use that.
Yeah.
It's just a question. Sometimes they can't use the internet.
Has anybody
my-
ever been
my
a
thing-
juror? Like,
my thing
been
is,
summoned to be a juror on the panel?
I have, but yeah, they didn't pick me.
But I got out of it, bro.
I never had the opportunity. But
Yeah, they send me in all the time.
One I did one in 2021. It been like a little bullshit case. Older black lady and a younger black dude. It been like a little fender bending, like a little car garage or something. And she been like suing him for like 8,000 or something like that, or he been suing her or something. And it was just them, they lawyers, the judge. I was the only black dude on there.
Okay.
Two white girls, and the rest been like white dudes. But we've been like 3 days, and I think on a
Is that me or did he go out?
Borg out. But yeah, I just don't like the fact that it's 11 white women on the jury. Now, I don't got nothing against white women. I'm not, not a racist
What's
or
wrong with
anything
the
like
white
that.
women?
I just see it as though like going in there, 11 women, like they're gonna be like, especially if they have children, they're gonna see like their child in this.
Is that better than white, but having 11 white men? No,
Yeah,
some of them white
that's where
liberal
I'm at.
women,
I
Yeah,
know,
that's
some
where I'm
white
at.
I
liberal
know.
women be fucking with
Ramel,
the
I'm
niggas. I don't know.
That's
torn.
where I'm at, Raphael.
Dallas is
That's where I'm at.
liberal. Dallas
That's
is
where I'm
very
at.
liberal.
I'm torn, Ramel, because I'm
Yeah, I'm
like,
torn
I
too.
don't know, man.
You know,
I
Dallas
don't
is
know.
very liberal. Them liberal white women be trying to stick it to their husband by fucking with the BBC. You know what I'm saying? Like you never know. Them
I'm torn,
it can
bro.
go either
I'm
way.
I didn't.
You
so
might get a
torn.
Karen, you might
Right.
get
That's
a
the
Karen, or you
first
might get a
thing.
fucking
First
bad baby.
thing, my wife was like, "Did you see?" She was like, "Did you see? They got 11. I mean, they got it's 18 jurors and all of them white." I was like, "Damn!" All first thing I was like, I Google real quick, how many women? They said 11. I was like, "Oh Lord." So, but
Why is it?
I'm hopeful, but I'm like, man, it just don't sit right in my stomach because my own opinion of like, will they just always see like that could have been my son?
Yeah, that's
And
definitely
Man,
going
if
like
one of
that.
them lesbian, you had to worry about that. You never.
Yeah,
You
if
got,
one of them lesbian, yeah. We need about 2 or 3 of them to be lesbian,
yeah,
man.
you know, ain't this can go either way with 11 liberal white women because I know Texas is red, is Republican, but Dallas is a liberal
yeah, it's a
place,
liberal
and
metroplex.
you don't know
Yeah,
where liberal white women. You don't know where that shit can go either way. That is
Hey,
yeah. It's a liberal metroplex for sure.
JR, I think it's JR. You was just talking. As far as you like, they'll see their son on which
Yeah.
side?
On the side of the son that
That
died.
passed.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't they
I
see it on
mean,
the other side?
it's hard. I just think
that
it's
white
hard
guilt,
for
man. That white
people
guilt is still
to
hey.
see a different race and think they're kids. Like people can do it, but I don't think majority of the people can do it. So if you got 11 women up there, if you get one, you might get one that can be like, if my son was placed in Carmelo Anthony's situation, he could have reacted the same way. But majority of the people are gonna, always look to, sympathize with somebody that they could see themselves in or see themselves raising. Like
You,
that's just human nature, I think. But that's
yeah, it
my
makes
opinion.
sense. You think they ask their sons or their nephews or like a cousin or something like to look at to be on the other side what they would have done if that makes sense? That question makes sense to you?
It does. It does. I mean, I hope they do, and I hope the kids that they're raising are well-rounded kids that could give them a well-rounded, like
Oh yeah.
answer. Like, mom, could you imagine being, put in that situation, you harassed by this many people? But it could also go the other way. Mom, could you imagine we trying to tell somebody to get out the tent and they just not leaving? And then all of a sudden commotion happens and such is laying on the floor. Like it could go both ways, bro. But I honestly believe that, yeah, one of them women up there would go and talk to their teenage kids if they have them to, understand the feelings or emotions of a teenager that day.
Hold on. Platt, wake your snoring ass up.
Mom, I'm listening.
But that
You
was a,
want me
that
to
was,
wake
that
up?
was a
Hold on,
good
hold on. Do
that
you
was
want
a
me to
good
wake up?
question,
Somebody
Tafar.
snoring.
Hold
And
up. Do you
that
want me
was
to wake up, David? Are you done? Are you done talking? No.
that
You
was
ain't
a good
shit.
Hey,
question, Tafar.
David up here repping the Davis today, bro. I appreciate you. I ain't gonna hold you. You've been
How you
talking
doing, bro?
respectfully reckless, if that makes sense to you.
And
You know what I'm
Hey,
saying?
that,
that's me.
Appreciate you.
and shout out to Ramel though. Ramel putting some good perspective on it on the situation, bro. Man, it's just hard, bro.
You think
Like,
you gonna walk?
damn,
You think
man.
you think you
Like,
think you think they're gonna quit him? I think they're gonna quit him. I think they're gonna come to. I think
That's
they're
a
gonna. They're
stretch,
not
bro.
gonna get. They're not gonna get all the people agreeing on murder. They can forget about that.
So then, so what y'all think? Y'all think they gonna? So y'all think we
I
might get a
do.
second trial on this?
I don't know. I think they're gonna
This
acquit because
Texas,
they
it's
ain't no
gonna be a
way.
I
second
hope
trial.
not, man.
If he acquitted,
Texas,
it's
man,
gonna
I
be.
believe they gonna hang him, bro.
No, I think they're gonna
That's
acquit
what
him.
I
I'm
think.
but
Being a
going by
Texas
social
native, I
media,
think they're gonna hang him.
that'll make you nervous. But I think it'll be a not guilty because you can't find people that stupid. Everybody that believe that common sense.
We might get a hung jury though. We might get a few that agree, few that
I
disagree.
know that's the best case scenario.
Yeah,
I mean, best
So
case
what they
scenario is he not found guilty, but
if it's a
second
hung
best
jury,
case, hung jury for sure.
they
if
put
that
them white.
happens,
They put them white dudes up there to intimidate people to get them to swear. I think that's why they put so many white dudes on there.
Yeah, it's 7.
now I can
But
see them looking at that and being like, "What if that was me back in the day? I don't even care that I was bullied. He took it too far. I can see that
Yeah,
with
that's
the
yeah,
the
white
I
thing.
can
dudes up
see
there.
that.
That's why they stack it.
That's what they've been saying in the comments.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
well, I wouldn't read the
You
comments.
know,
I ain't gonna hold you, bro. I ain't gonna hold
No,
hey,
no,
they
no,
got
no,
it.
no,
Boy,
no, no,
you
not
saw
here.
what
Just
happened
in
to Mr.
different
Child.
videos everywhere, bro. They just been saying that in different videos. I've been reading the comments and they all
you.
be saying the same stuff.
We
You
got
saw
to
what happened
stop.
to Mr. Child, boy.
Yeah, bro. Hey, I
They
got. Go ahead.
they put it where they put a sign up saying under new management.
Oh,
Who knows what that means, right?
I
Under
heard
new
they
management
tore
could
it
just
down. I
mean my
heard they tore
cousin
it
running
down.
the place now, but
Yeah, that's what I believe. I believe they gave it to a family, but I heard they tore it. I heard they tore it up. I
yeah,
don't know when. I
they
heard they tore
did.
it up.
It's
They
a
did.
oh,
guy.
No,
that's
they
what it
didn't
was.
tell. They had that all the
Yeah,
police cars in front of the.
Not after Ramel.
Oh, okay.
After.
After.
After,
After they
it's
left,
a
he
guy.
was
It's a
talking
guy.
shit.
He's from India. He's from India. He came. He opened up a catfish place, and it was a couple of, right up like a couple of blocks down. Go down and get some cat, and
Okay.
his prices. Right. I was like, man, this shit. I said, I want a couple of pieces, man. He was like, it's the same price. I said, what you mean? He said, well, you buy a dinner or you buy individual, it's the same price. Now,
What?
I didn't think it was fair, but I'm a customer. It was a black neighborhood. He was there. He got me a couple of times. Right, so I go in there one day and I see this sign. It says, "Vote for me." It was him on it. He was running in a majority white district. So I said, that's you? He said, yeah. I said, you running for city council? He said, yeah. I said, wait a minute, but that's not this district. He said, I don't live in this district. And I said, wait a minute, your business is in this district. You overcharge the black people I don't know why only people come here, black people, you overcharge them, and you running for office in a white district? And he was like, well, man, I don't think I'm gonna win. I get a tax
But Platinum,
write-off.
that's your fault because
Okay. Let me finish.
you're supporting him monetarily for him to be able to do that. If you know he's
Yes,
doing
sir.
that, if he has the business and you're extracting the money out of black neighborhoods to go run for position in white neighborhoods and wherever he lives, that's black people's fault for funding the enemies. These people who don't,
But he
when I
black.
say enemy, I mean economic enemies, like these people. That's black people's fault.
That is. Hold on, but hold on. Let me just get into it. I said, it's mostly black people. You want people on spaghetti and slaw. Hey man, just give me 2 pieces and $6, right? No, it's $12. Well, I don't sell it like that. It's like, okay, so you got it where you selling it messed up, and you don't respect the people there. But no, I've seen it. Though I'm saying all this YouTube stuff. No, I've seen it firsthand. That dude, he lived in a white community. He knew better to put that fish store in a white community. He wasn't gonna get it there. And then he was running as a Republican in a white community. And he told me he knew he wasn't gonna win. He was doing it for a tax write-off. But no, he was serious
Respect the
about it. He
hustle.
wasn't like, I'm running and I ain't a Republican. No, he was a Republican. And I was like, damn, that shit was crazy. I'm like,
Damn, so Platinum, you over here supporting a Asian Republican? Especially, I thought you don't fuck with
it was
Republicans.
No, I thought he was black.
Indian, if you want to call him Asian.
India, okay. Either way, I mean, why are you supporting an Indian Republican?
Yeah, Habib got to go too.
I wanted
Habib
some
got to
fish,
go
but no,
too.
I agree with you. What my whole point was that I've seen it firsthand that they could give a damn about the community. They was just there to make their money, and they overcharged and they disrespected the customer. But then they would put their money into another district, and like the guy was running for office in the other district, And it was just crazy when you think about it. It's like, how come you don't put the fish store in a couple of blocks down from your house? He knows nobody would nobody buy it.
I mean, that's just, man, a black. I know that if it was a black store and the dude lived in the neighborhood and he was doing his thing like that, man, black folks go hate on him, bro. You gotta be realistic about that
They're
one.
not gonna. How are they gonna hate him? If they go into his business, how they gonna hate on him?
Right.
I mean,
Cause
yeah,
he doing better than everybody else. Come on, man.
you got them type of spots in black neighborhoods that have been around for 20, 30 years. What you talking about?
Yeah, but do he live there?
I mean, they don't
That's
they like. I mean, they
right.
live.
That's not.
They got family like who live who
Yeah,
work there.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about, does that person live there? After a person start
It's
making
black
more
people
money,
who
do
live
they
there.
stay in there?
It's black businesses that live in the black community.
Yeah, of
Yes,
course.
they are. I'm
I
about to go to one
I
right
say,
now. I'm about to go to this smoothie place right now in the black
Some of them
neighborhood.
got the storefronts where they live in the top. You know, at the top house. You know where they got the
that
storefront
must
at
be
the
something in
bottom.
the north.
I
That'd be
mean,
in
in
the
the
north.
south too. I live in
Now,
East, but I'm from South Carolina. I've seen it both cities,
I ain't
and
never
I
seen that,
seen it.
but I hear
Yeah,
you.
You ain't
but
never seen the store at
anyhow,
the bottom with the niggas at the apartment up at
yeah.
the upper
Nah,
level?
bro. Nah, bro. I'm out of
I
Houston.
seen that
I'm out
all
of
over the
Houston.
country. I don't
Yeah,
know.
all over the country they do it like that. That's historically been how it's always been. I mean, they might even if they do move, it'll be
I
the
didn't.
family running. You know, there'll be somebody who live close by in close proximity. It's
Yeah,
always been
I
like
ain't
that.
saying that to go against y'all, bro. I'm just telling you, I ain't never seen that, bro. I'm 40
Okay,
years
all right,
old, bro.
no problem, no problem, no problem.
anyhow, the dude, um, he was good people. But you're right. I stopped going in there. But yeah, that so when people come on YouTube and say the immigrant class exploits black people, yeah, yeah.
But Platinum, if you know that's the case, because earlier I kind of got the vibe that you were saying that black people should, you was kind of defending some immigrants against David earlier. It's like you're saying that black people should.
No, I was saying don't get mad at them. No. I'm saying if a guy says I got a warehouse and I'm hiring people, he's not hiring blacks. So say for every 10 immigrants he hires one blacks. I'm saying I'm not gonna get mad at the immigrant. I'm gonna get mad at the guy who owns the place, and then
But
we'll
what if the
deal
guy who
with it.
owns the place is an immigrant? What if he's a
Well, then
Latino?
that'll be my issue. That'll be my issue with that.
So you now, so this is your competition, right? Of these other Latinos for a job. You're saying that what should be the relationship between blacks and their competition? Like, should it be? Because I'm gonna tell you what they don't have. They want to stomp on us. Okay, they want to. They don't want to fairness. They don't believe in none of that. I mean, as we can see, so what's your suggestion how we should approach it,
We got to
especially
do it
if
through legislation because the reason that they got those opportunities is because of legislation.
One thing,
The Latino dude living next to me, same place, who is preferred down the street at a job, I don't have a problem with him. I get it. And that's sort of how the system works. They want you to take your anger out on him, not on them. They're the one that's creating the anger.
True.
but they
so
down with it
again,
too because they'll
at,
hire their own people over you. That's the thing. And another thing too, I was about to say,
and that's the problem though,
what
because
they
you don't
do,
look at them as your competition. Okay, you're
yeah.
not looking at them. Oh, don't be mad at them. You're not supposed to be happy with them. These is your competitors. These are not
Right.
like
And Ramil, what they'll do, they'll probably, they'll have a gas station. They'll hire like a little black chick, give her a little job or something.
yeah. The beauty
They'll
supply
give
hire
like
that
one
one little black
person. Yeah,
chick.
they make
Let
it
her be
seem
the
like, well,
face.
we got one person who work here, so
That's
they
the
can't.
smart way to do it. That's
Yeah,
business, though.
Okay.
because they know they got to give something back because after a
Okay,
while,
they giving something back.
yeah,
That's
that's
how
what
it's
I'm
big.
saying.
That's if that child would have done that,
By
he wouldn't
having
be
some
able to.
Bonquisha paying her $5 an hour, and she probably
They
sucking dick in the back. Oh, I mean, come
Well,
on,
Exactly,
man.
but
maybe
That's
that's
not
the
giving
way.
choice.
now. Hold
That's
on,
the
hold on.
way
Now
they
you
do it.
hating though, Ramil. Now that's her choice. But
I'm not. I didn't say it's a bad thing. I'm just saying they paying her some low wage. She probably sucking dick in the back. I'm not hating on that.
well,
I'm
I don't
saying
know.
that's
See,
not
that's
giving
you.
back. You
That's
say that's
your
giving back.
experience. I have no
That's the
idea about
front.
all that, but I'm
That's the
just saying,
front.
yeah, you're supposed to hire a couple other people in the community. It's just
Most of them don't even
common
do that
sense.
though. That's rare.
I
Right.
know. That's what I'm saying. Chow could have had that 14-year-old boy. Now, minus the gun, he could have had that boy working for him.
Yeah, but these little down there,
They
them
keep
kids,
money in
man.
the family, bro.
You think that nigga was trying to sweep the fucking
You know what
Chinese
I'm
store up?
Why not? It could.
These
And
I
they
ain't
niggas
seen
be
I ain't
really
seen a
Hold up.
kid
You
sweeping
want some free
barbershop
water?
hair in a
You
long
want some
time.
water?
Yeah, they
You
don't
want
want
a
none of
couple
that.
bars of water? Come on, man. Come do my lot.
Hey, Plat, them
Clean
days
up.
saying?
is
Sound
gone.
good.
Them
yeah, them
days is
days, yeah,
gone,
It's
them
Plat.
days over with.
long gone,
What up,
man.
You,
Joy?
Too many ways
what?
to scam out
Hey,
here.
my boy Dave. What up, Dave? That's my guy. What's up,
They, they,
bro?
they, they got the damn the electric sleep, the little electronic cordless sweepers now. They just let them run around the barbershop, the little remote control, and I pick up the hair
Nah, they
by
ain't doing
itself.
that shit. I go to the barbershop, I always see fucking hair on the ground. Ain't no robot, ain't no kid, no
But
nothing.
they do at
They
my
all sweep their own
barbershop.
stations up. They all sweep
At
their
my
own stations up now. Ain't no
at my barbershop, he
The
got the little
most they
remote
would
control
do
thing.
is pump gas, but these young boys still like, they want to tax you for pumping gas. They want you putting 10 in your car and they want $20 for pumping your gas. Like these
Makes
young
sense.
boys,
Mm.
they don't.
They don't
They,
ask for money. They just say whatever you got, give me a few dollars. No, nobody really
the
ever
water
asks me for like.
boys, they gonna tax you $10 for one water. Like
No, that
that.
I not. No, they usually I give them a little tip. I never pay no $10 for no water.
How
That's
much you
kind
tip
of
them, E? How much you tip for one water?
if it's like one if it's like a group of them and I see they hustle, I'll give them like a little. I give them like a little $20 a split. Sometimes if I see them out there making money,
20.
I'm just saying that's for all of
How
them.
much
It's
water
split.
are you
Hey,
buying?
I'm just
One
saying.
water.
It ain't the it
$20?
ain't no
Y'all
it
ain't
ain't the,
shit.
Them
it
niggas
ain't
be
about the
Debo, and them
water.
young boys
Hey,
be
bro,
Debo.
y'all, we just, and it's good that you guys are doing it. Now, that's good that men, you see them at the, maybe they're collecting for a football team or at the stoplight. You give them some money, you get the water, and it's worked out for you. That's good. Me, I'm a little bit more skeptical. I'm not gonna drink bottled water being sold at the corner at the
ah,
stoplight.
Plat. You
Well,
hating on the
but this,
hustle,
this is how
man.
you support your people, though. Plat. I done gave him like
But,
20.
but,
I done gave him like $60 to $100. It'd be 3, 4. I'll give him
but
like,
you
yeah,
didn't
get
drink.
20 for
Did you
you.
drink the water? Did you
No,
drink the water?
I be having my own water. I be like, I got a water already,
Yeah,
but here, I
that's it.
appreciate what y'all doing. Right.
Oh, I can see you doing that, but I'm talking about when you say drink the water,
I
you
don't
go
know
to
where that
open
water
it.
been.
It's
I don't
like
know where that
it's
water
like
been.
you ran this in the
What? That don't
faucet,
even make
and
sense.
nah, that's okay.
Oh, they rebottling faucet water, Plat.
Yeah.
Oh man.
I respect the young boys out there hustling, man. I give them a couple dollars, but hey, I do be like, you keep the water, young and huh? Take this $10,
Exactly, Joy.
sock it to your pocket, man.
Exactly.
They out there doing something productive though,
We,
Plat. You get what I'm
no,
saying?
Right.
we need to learn. We need to learn capitalism. We need to teach our kids
That is
capitalism.
capitalism.
Yeah, that
We need
is
to teach.
capitalism, right?
Bro, those things of water is like $3, $5. Let me say $5, bro. And you get 40 of them. At $1 a piece, you already up. If you get it by the case, they like $2, $3 a case. I mean per
Facts.
40. You know what I'm saying?
Facts.
So you get a big, what do you call that? Man, they can make some bread, bro. That's a nice hustle, bro.
We need to teach capitalism to our kids as far as ownership, uh, um, businesses, all the preparation. I'm not saying they even had the money. That needs to be a part of their youth, and as they mature, they need to know all of that. We don't do that. A lot of black people, when it comes to stuff like business ownership, they drop the ball.
That's a fact.
They drop the ball, and that's why you have a lot of these kids. You see a lot of these girls, and all they can do is rap, and it's always a profane, ghetto hood affirmations, and it's like, yo, there's more to the world than that. Don't
Not, not
And there's
affirmations.
other
Hype me
ways.
up.
I get what
No,
you're
I'm
saying,
being for
Plat.
real. We need to do that because we're capitalists, right? I don't mean we need to harm each other. I don't mean we need to exploit each other. I just mean we need to understand capitalism in a sense. And then you say bottled water, that's capitalism. Yeah, if it stays in the package. But if you have some shit you ran in the faucet and froze up and standing out there, that ain't nah, man, that shit been open.
Right.
Nah,
And
that's not
I agree with
capitalism.
you. I agree with you, Plaque. Let me say this right quick because my thing at one point in time, they and not even one point in time, they do still safeguard all the positions, a lot of positions. But thank God for technology. See, now there's so many ways to get around them. Now, this is why what you're saying right now, I think this is the best relevant time to teach it because you could basically start a business from your phone.
Bro, they got a
Mhm.
dude on Instagram here, a young dude. He went and taught engineers
Your
how.
connection messed up. DeBoer?
Hey,
Oh, it was a dude on Instagram. He looked fairly young. He went into an 8th grade class and started teaching them how to trade. They started making more money than their parents,
Mm,
and their parents was hating.
mm.
He said it. I got the video on my phone.
Yeah, just like the gaming kids. The gaming kids making a killing. They ain't just
I'm
playing
telling you,
having fun. They making bread having fun.
like grown man money,
selling
and as
V-Bucks,
teenagers,
all
bro.
that shit.
Facts.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Grown man,
And,
bro.
and see, that's what we need more of, DeBoer. That's what we need. We need to teach the youth and anybody. You could be a grandpa about the ways to capitalism. We need to teach them capitalism. The version we see now is not working out for us.
Nah, but that's because, man, like I told you before, the older cats back in the day was hate, like they hate on the younger crowd that's coming after them
Mm.
because I see it as they make stuff easier. Like for my kid, it's easier in life. She actually have things I didn't have. She get to do things I didn't get to do. Like I don't hate on my kid, but a lot of people, bro, they be hating on their kids. You talk about your kid making some money, like he can go out and then he ain't got to pay no bills. Like I can see the level of hate. Like,
Well, now on that, as a parent, you need to teach them that you have to pay your own way. So
bro.
if you're a capitalist, if you teaching someone capitalism, there's business have a cost.
Nah,
It
bro.
costs to operate. Yes, it costs to operate a
I
business.
know, bro, but you gonna charge your kid to live with you? Man, come on, fam.
Yes.
Okay,
You see what I'm saying? Why not?
I get it, bro.
But that's only our community,
bro,
though.
why would that? Yeah, only ours. Why would you do that? That's like putting an 18-year-old out to
Business
be like,
do
okay,
hold on. If you open up a Wendy's, is it gonna be free?
but it's not the same, bro. We
Yes,
talking.
it is. You're teaching them about
This is
business, brother.
This is why we can't get ahead, bro.
But no. Believe it or not, I would agree with both of y'all. Like I'm with you. Like don't get me wrong. If I'm letting him stack to get on his own to get his stuff up, that's different. But at the same time, I see what Platt is saying because even like with my father, I've been working since I was 13. My father, I didn't have nobody give me anything since I was 13. I bought everything.
Here.
Bought everything myself: school clothes, lunch money, bus money, prom, all that, first car, all that me. And my dad, I never forget when I was like 13, my daddy pulled out my daddy always had money. He pulled out a whop of money one time. I'll never forget this lesson. He was like, I could give you this. And he rolled off $300 bills and went to hand them to me. I went to grab me, snatched them back. He said, I could give you this money, snatched them back. He said, no, but you won't appreciate my money. I'm going to teach you how to make your own money and you will appreciate that. And I did. I'm grateful.
And let me say that y'all gotta know Platt just be saying shit to win the argument. So you gotta just always keep that in mind.
And watch this.
That's him.
I'm finna win this
Yeah,
argument.
you out of here. Yeah.
No, Flat leaving. Flat leaving.
That was pretty quick. There you go. You see what I'm saying?
Hey, Platt.
Come on, man. Volvo. No disrespect.
Oh, that's
brother.
Volvo?
He ran off. Yeah, he ran off.
He ran before you get to it.
I ain't kick him off. No, I was just gonna say, bro, come on, man. He don't have to agree with me, but here you go.
It's sad.
Isn't that the whole point? He said, I say shit to win. Isn't that the point? I'm giving you my opinion. But at the end of the day, man, you have to teach your kid that business cost. So you make a profit. Okay. Profit. What was the cost of the business? What you mean? Okay. I bought the water for $40. You sold it. Okay. How much did you make? I made 115, 135. Okay. I need my 40. What? Who gonna pay for the water? But you are. No, that ain't how business works. You got to pay the cost. Give me $40.
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
That's your money.
That
okay.
logic because you gotta show them. Like
you got to teach them business.
Yeah, we talking about them paying rent as a kid, bro.
Tabor, do as you please, sir. I'm gonna do as I please. You have to teach them business. They ain't gonna learn business. If you buy for everything, they ain't gonna learn business.
Why you got ran over your kid?
They're not gonna understand the cost of business, the cost to run business.
Hey, Platt, it's sad about the way that I had to learn it the hard way. And I know you're gonna probably feel some type of way, but I learned from selling drugs, man. Like that was the way I had to learn capitalism. Like
that's what I learned too. Well, I'm
sorry, JR. That's the way I had to learn, bro. No, I had to grab that 8 ball and break it down and
You know,
No,
salute to you,
man.
brother. Salute to you, brother.
Have to learn your
No, it ain't
math and
salute.
all that.
No, but this the thing
Oh,
though,
well, then
fellas.
ain't no salute to you then. Salute to me, because I got a similar story like that. Salute to me.
No, but my thing is,
Damn.
I didn't sell it to our people. I was Killmonger before Killmonger. I sold it to
Well,
the
then
white people.
you wasn't a capitalist.
Okay.
I sold it to the
No,
white
you wasn't.
people.
You was a
No, you
capitalist.
wasn't.
I ain't sell it to us. I sold it to them.
No, you ain't really sell drugs then. You're lying.
Why?
You're
How?
lying.
How?
That don't
You
even
know?
make sense.
You think
A
you
little
think white?
kid
Hold on,
come
hold
to the
on, hold on, hold
neighborhood.
on, hold on. You think white people don't buy drugs?
Yeah, that's who you want. You want a bunch of white people to buy your drugs. That's who you
That's what I'm
want.
saying, good brother. That's what I'm
No,
saying.
you start with whoever's around you. You
No,
don't
no,
you
no,
don't
no,
you
no,
don't
no,
turn
no.
down you don't
Can we
turn
go?
down
Hold on.
$40
Let's
for
go.
being a
Let's,
good
I don't
person.
want to indulge on it, but that's how I was
Man,
just saying,
Yeah,
fellas.
man. Don't
okay. Hold
don't
up.
even
Hold
talk
up.
about it no more, man. Come on,
Yeah,
man.
let's get off of that. We can talk
Y'all
about
are
Damn,
capitalism from a
Joey out there
different.
Yeah,
breaking
let's
down
get
the
off.
Let's
eight
talk about it
balls.
from a
Come
different
on, Joey.
perspective. That's all.
Damn.
Yeah,
Let's talk about it.
let me tell you how I learned it. This how I learned capitalism. Starting like the water boys y'all was talking about. I used to go
Okay.
carry bags. I used to go
Okay.
pump gas. That was the thing. Like me and my friends, we would do that every day after school, and we would do that all summer. That was us providing a service to the world.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes we used to get like 50 cents. Sometimes the guy would be like, it's usually a black dude, like a black man in his mid-20s, 30s, to be like, here go $5, here go $10. That's how we started. You know what I mean? And this is in the 90s. So that's how I learned. Provide a service, save your
Mm-hmm.
money, service people. That's capitalism.
Yeah, I would say it's probably, to me, I didn't have that, that adventurous childhood. I would just say financial literacy for sure, like, because I didn't learn, like, my parents, man, they took well care of me. All I had to do was play ball growing up. That's it. I just played ball,
That's
be what
what's
I was
up.
supposed to be, went to college, got my degree, then commissioned into the Air Force. That was it. I did not understand financial literacy until I was like 25.
You was institutionalized, brother.
Crazy. Like 25 years old. I didn't really like understand financial literacy. Because even when I was in college, like I was getting my little kickback money and stuff like that. Few donors would like grease your pocket and stuff like that. But my parents were still like giving me money in college. I had a scholarship and stuff like that, but I was still getting money from my parents. It wasn't until I was 25 years old in the Air Force, a goddamn second lieutenant at the time, until I truly understood financial literacy. So that I would say that's probably the most important thing.
Wait.
Teach
Is
them kids.
is that when moms and pops stopped giving you money too?
I mean, I was making my own money at
Oh,
that time.
but right,
I'm getting
but
my own check.
had they stopped giving it to you? That's the key point.
Yeah, they
Okay,
had long stopped
now it
giving it
makes
to
sense
me,
why you
but
learn. Now it makes sense why you
I
learn.
didn't understand it until that
So they
time.
stop. Because I got a saying, let me say this. I got a saying, when you remove certain parts of struggle, you remove appreciation. See, like I noticed most of us who struggle, we're pretty appreciative because we recognize nobody owes us anything. The people who have it easy, they tend to be entitled.
I had to
I
get it
wouldn't
out
say
the
I was
mud.
entitled.
Me too.
There was no entitlement about it, but my
Well,
parents raised
not
me to
necessarily
say,
you, just other people though.
do
Not
what you need
necessarily.
to do, be what you need to be where you need to be,
I got it.
take care of these benchmarks, and you'll go far in life.
Yeah, and I have a
But
question
the
though.
money aspect, saving money, investing money, and stuff, I didn't understand that until I was like 25 years old.
Gotcha. Hold that, Jay. I have a question for the guys that was in the streets peddling. Right, I do have a question. Because there's a particular guy, right? If I say give me a low, he shorts me. But if I say give me a high, right? If I say I'll give you 40, he gonna short me on the 40. If I say give me 100, he overgive me on 100. Is that the game where he's saying don't fuck with me unless you fucking with me with some money?
That nigga don't know how to.
100 ain't no money. Let's just start right there. That
I
ain't
know,
no money.
I'm just saying on that perspective. I got you on that, brother. We ain't
I
talking about no Medellin cartel. We talking about just
Well,
some regular.
they say the true hustlers. They say the true hustlers taking everything, penny rolls, anything
No,
and everything. They
I
say
see how he move. How he move
No,
is
no level hustlers taking anything.
no.
Taking
Hold up.
anything.
if you this how he moved, right? It ain't my thing. This how he moved. If you shop with him and you low, he lowball you. If you shop with him and you high, he give you more than you paid for. That's his game. And I was like, that's crazy.
Oh, so
but
he giving you incentive. So there's the incentive. I get it.
Yeah.
No,
that's
that's
not,
the
I want you to
guy.
keep
No,
coming
that's
back
the
and
guy.
getting more instead of getting
Let me
Right.
give you a
$40,
real
but
example. Let me give you a real example. Walmart gonna give you what you pay for. Period. They ain't gonna give you less. They ain't gonna give you more. They gonna give you what you pay for. If you're dealing with a guy that's really hustling, he got a how can I say this? Because I know Platt real since he's weighing it. He's putting it. He gonna weigh it out. So you're gonna get your weight. Whatever weight you pay for, that's the weight you get.
no, because on the low end, he gonna short you.
Yeah, like you trying to buy a 1G and he give you less than a G for it. I mean, he give you less than a G, 0.8, 0.9.
He ain't a real hustler. You need to get you a new plug. Get you a new plug.
I know you
I
talking
think
about.
I think he's a young guy. I think he's a smart guy. I wouldn't do it, but I get what he's
I'm gonna give you
doing.
my
It's
number,
like
Vlad. Don't even worry about it. I'm gonna give you my number, Vlad. You spend 40, you gonna get 40. You spend 100, I'm gonna get you
I
100.
don't get
You ain't even gotta worry about that no more. You ain't gotta worry about that.
if I spend 40, I'm gonna get maybe 26 or 20. I ain't gonna get no
Damn,
40.
You know what,
But
Vlad?
if
that
hold
still sound nice.
on, Vovo. If I spend 100, I get like 120. And I'd be like, damn, you give me more than I pay for when I give you big money, but when I give you regular money, you short me. Fuck. But that's
Maybe
his
you need to
game
get
though.
your life together because now you sound
Do
like
you say
me.
something to him, Platt? Do you
Yeah,
say
you
something
sound
to
like a
him?
black
That's
dude.
the
You sound
South.
like that's not a
That
cluck song.
Hey, that's what we do in the South. I ain't gonna hold y'all. That's the way it is in the South. We
That's
just do
how it
that.
move in the South,
That
DeBoer.
yeah, because I used
Not
to
up
do it.
north.
I
We
know
ain't doing
exactly
that.
what you're talking
Yeah,
about.
well, I'm north. I don't know what that
You get exactly
is.
what you paid for.
Platt,
You
you
Period.
gonna
might
get
have to
what you
run
pay
down
for.
on him then, man. You get shortchanged
Yeah,
on.
I'm
You
gonna
might have to
run.
run
There
down
you
on him.
go.
Hey, at 12 o'clock at night, it ain't gonna matter. If you want it, you want it. If you don't, then call your other plug. You
You know
probably
what?
ain't
No,
supposed
Speaking
to.
of that, have you noticed? Have you
if
noticed
I'm gonna get
the only thing
then I
that's
need to know.
24 hours? The only thing that's 24 hours. Have you noticed is the smoke shop? Have you guys noticed that?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was say open, man. I know what
What
time it
that
is.
tell you?
And
that's
who
crazy.
owns the smoke shop?
They
Who owns
trapping
the
out
smoke
of it.
shop?
It been empty all day long. At nighttime, it start
Yeah, that's
popping.
crazy
Who,
when you
I know.
think about it. The only thing that's 24 hours is the smoke shop,
who own it?
huh?
Who own it? Who the owner of the smoke shop?
You could be a black person. It varies.
It be very.
In my city, most of them owned by the Arabs. Now, I go to the black one, but I gotta get there before 9 because niggas about to shut it down. They in there
Mhm.
already smoking. They
Ready to be
getting dressed,
open.
getting ready to go to the club.
And
He
that's
The
said
where we
Arabs
black
ain't
people
behind.
ain't
doing
going
it.
for it. We out of there, man. 24?
Man,
Man,
Nah,
the
we out
club
of there.
closed. No, they putting them up. They finding. They'll go to the club spots and they'll put one up. It'll be an old, closed down fast food place. They'll turn into a smoke shop. Man, that thing had them lights on. When that club closed, that line be around the block trying to go there. I said, man, I never thought of that. I was like, damn.
I'm surprised I haven't seen a mobile one, like a mobile vape store. You know how people have like their little food trucks and stuff at
I
the
don't know
club.
if you can do
Sound
that
I'm
good.
surprised I
because
haven't
it's
seen one.
tobacco. No, because it's tobacco, it's
We
regulated. So I don't know if you
Yeah,
can do it with
can
that.
do it, yeah.
yeah. T. What it is?
Cause we
No,
went to a
it's still
little
maybe.
ATF could be in your head.
we went to a
It's
little
still,
hookah spot, and after the
they
hookah
just
spot,
call
food
them the
trucks
weed
was
man.
packed. I was like,
They
that'd be
just
a good
call them the
idea
weed
for a
man.
mobile vape or tobacco truck, but like you said, they probably can't do it, regulations or whatever. But
And they're gonna be
somebody
getting
out there, they
robbed.
listening.
They're gonna be getting robbed.
Look into it.
But you could do delivery. You could do delivery of bud though. That's possible, especially if
Well,
you're
no,
talking medical.
that's a whole different subject there. Come on.
Oh my bad. I
Um,
mean, you said the smoke shop. They be having that in there. The Delta Nines and stuff like that.
no, they don't have that in there.
Oh, I hear you, big dog. I hear you, big dog.
That stuff they have in there, man. I
Go
don't know
ahead,
what
tell us
that is.
now, bro.
No, I don't. I just
That
look. I got a question for Vovo. Vovo, did Karmelo? Do you think it was appropriate? You sitting on that jury. Guy put his hands on him. You looking at the evidence. We know the guy lost his life. Do you think that was the appropriate amount of force that he used?
Yes. From the information I got, he was approached by 4 guys. He told them to leave me alone. What are you approaching me for? Tell me to leave. This ain't your tent. You didn't buy this tent. I'm not about to go stand in the rain. A decent human being would say, yeah, come on, I'll make room for you. Come on, stand over here so you don't get wet. Because when you get wet, it's uncomfortable. A decent human being would have made sure you had what you needed. They went over there to bully the guy because they wasn't decent human beings. They went over there. They wanted to press him. They said they put their hands on him. He gave him a warning. Hell, I don't feel like he used enough force.
Yeah, that's true.
He should have went out to the other guy. He should have went out to his twin.
I mean, everybody start backing up. So the game is to get away safe. That's what you want. So you know, what I mean, you don't want to overdo it, but shit, hey man, I would have probably overdid it. I would have
See,
been.
now that would have been considered murder though. If you kept on, he just hit him, poke him one time and
Yeah,
backed off.
he did the right thing. Yeah, that was appropriate for. He poked him, boom, and he got out of there. You ain't about to bully me. You ain't about to press me. I was afraid for my life. Ain't that what the white
Mr. Black Man, Mr. Black Man, and I'm a black man. I 100% think that guy got every right to defend himself, and I don't think he's guilty. But I do believe, and I can't play both sides. Unfortunately, in my opinion, he used too much force. I don't know what that means. I'm not saying he's guilty. I'm saying he used too much force. I think that you take I don't think he tried to do it. I think the law says you have to want to do. When you say deleting someone, the law says your intention was to take their life. I don't think that falls under that category, but that's too much force.
But you can't say too much force.
When you got multiple attackers, you can use anything you got to use.
Yeah,
it's other people that have been stabbed, Platt, and walked off from that situation, like in the chest and everything. So we can't really put too much force. We wasn't there to see what he did. You know what I'm saying? He probably just went.
If that was your kid, Joey, he was 17.
Yeah,
and the exact same thing happened, and the guy passed away. As a parent, you wouldn't have an issue. Maybe it was a little bit. Maybe it was.
If that was what my nephew.
Hold up, it was appropriate force. It was appropriate force, or maybe it was a bit excessive. You would look at it as what? He appropriate force?
I wouldn't even worry about the force. I would worry about the context of what happened. If he was up here picking on somebody and bullying the little young boy, I'm going to say, well, as much as it hurt, he deserved it. Like you play a stupid game, you win stupid prizes. Everybody not playing out here. I tell my nephews, I tell my son, I tell them the facts of life, that everybody is not going to react the same way as you. You might smack somebody, right, Platt? The young boy might come back around the block and get the blicky and start shooting at you.
That's real premeditation right there. But
it is, but
you make a good point, Joy. I could go to the MAPCO for gas and have an argument at the house, and I'm going there to get gas, and a dude could be like, it could already be, well, I'm tired of him. He could be like, yo, man, can I get 2? And hold up, and I slap the shit out of him. But in the process, he falls down, hits his head, and he passes. That was never my intention, but I was upset. He came. We had incidents. I smacked him. It's on camera. He passes away. Now I got to face a fucking murder trial.
Yeah.
Well, we know that ain't gonna happen. You ain't gonna smack the out.
That's just like that. That's just
where
like
you at, Bovo?
No, I ain't worried about it. I'm in Cleveland, Ohio. I'm gonna do it right now.
I want to test that.
Yeah, I do want to test that.
Go ahead.
I don't think it's gonna do it.
This is one of them situations. Like I had a homegirl from my school. She was in a domestic violence situation with her boyfriend, and she had pulled out a knife and hit him in the chest and killed him, and they let her go on self-defense.
I mean, she a female though. They do
Damn.
that. That's what I'm saying.
She ain't do that to a white boy, and she ain't have an all-white jury.
You know what I'm saying?
All white jury getting me, man. Damn, man.
I think little bro, we're gonna be fighting a little bro case for about 10 years, 15 years. I hope not. I hope, but we dealing with these crackers. Man, the goal is to separate.
Hold on, because it's been said. before you, it's been said a bunch of times. You gotta watch the racial slurs, man. Is,
Oh,
is it okay?
my bad.
This is a YouTube channel, man. We small time, man. We need to get us a rumble, but come on, we can do that over there. We can
I was
hurl
about
them
to
out. They
say
don't
you can
care
talk
over there.
crazy on Rumble, Plat. That's the free zone right out there, boy.
They getting money at Rumble still, like YouTube, or they?
Yeah, they do. They got Rumble Bucks or something.
Oh, I
That's
don't know about that.
you gotta have people to contribute over there. It ain't like YouTube.
Oh, you gotta contribute. Oh, so they
Yeah,
ain't running ads.
they do, but I don't even think. I don't know. It's iffy over there. But no, Plat, I get what you're saying though, Plat. I do. But man,
Yeah,
listen, the young boy,
I
I
don't want
don't
to see
think
the guy go to jail, Joey. I don't want to see
I
him go.
don't
I
either.
do not think he deserves to go to jail. I hate the fact
I
he got to
don't
go through
either.
this pressure of a trial. But Joey, I'm sorry. He used too much force.
The law is the law, but I don't want it was a mistake.
we
He
use
was
too much force. How long do we wait? Do we wait for them to put a boot on their head? Do he wait
You're
for them to
right.
break his jaw? Do they wait for 3-4 people to climb on top of them? How long? I'm giving you a warning. I'm telling
No,
you to
no.
leave it alone. That ain't Texas law though. By the way, that ain't Texas law. What you saying?
Yeah,
If you
Platt
It
straddling the
doesn't give
fence.
you. Texas law says you have a right to defend yourself. It doesn't give you. It doesn't say the force aspect. You can, if you fear for your life, you can defend yourself.
now,
Stop.
if we have multiple attackers, would you fear for your life?
My life? No.
man, you walk
You
up
ain't
on
never been
me.
no fight, man. We know you ain't never been no fight. Listen, let me say this. I've been jumped before. And the whole time I was getting
Imagine
jumped,
that.
the
Imagine
whole
that. But go
time I was
ahead.
getting jumped, yeah, I got jumped before. Yeah,
I said, imagine that.
yeah. The whole time I was getting jumped. Now I was fighting back. I didn't get knocked out. I didn't lose a tooth or nothing like that. But the whole time I was like, somebody about to land a good shot that I can't see. That's what I'm thinking. Somebody, I need to figure out a way out of this. I was in fear for my life because I had multiple attackers.
Why didn't you run?
Guys able to take their time while I'm dealing with this guy. It's another guy able to rest and set up an attack I can't see, a kick, a weird kick, or hit me. You don't know what's coming.
But Volvo, why didn't you run, bro?
If you,
Why didn't you run?
because I ain't you. That's why I ain't running. Because I'm
See,
not you.
look at him, tough guy. Yeah,
No,
I'm
it
running to
ain't
get the
about being a
blicky.
tough guy. It wasn't about being a tough. No, maybe if it
You
would have
worrying
got
about
two.
losing teeth and getting your ass, nigga? You going to catch me if you can. I'm the gingerbread man because
I know that's right. You know,
I'm
if
going to
anybody
get.
would, if
I'm
it
going
would
to
have
get
been
my
one guy,
firearm. You roll on
you would
me.
have won.
You roll on
We know
me.
what you would have did.
You
We know
gonna
what you
think
would have did.
twice. But
Huh?
you ain't tough because you getting your ass whipped. Why y'all niggas be thinking that too?
No, you tough when you fight back. You tough when you fight back. That's what makes
Yeah,
you
all
tough.
right. Them niggas gonna put you to sleep.
Well,
You
I
know how
didn't
many
get put to
niggas
sleep.
I seen try to act tough,
If
Plat,
you let
and try
me
to
finish,
stand there
man, if you would
and
let me
try to
finish.
swing back against four niggas? You
If
got
you
four
if you
grown
would let me
men.
finish. Now I was holding my own. Maybe if I would have got too serious, I would have got beat up real bad.
Oh,
Then I
you
would.
was fighting
I'm
some
not
little
opposed to
teenagers,
running.
Volvo.
I'm not opposed to running. Is what I'm saying.
This nigga was fighting some teenagers talking about I'm staying on my own.
I was a teenager. What are you talking about?
You was talking about little come on, Volvo. I
Man, I
thought you was
was a
talking about
teenager. What
grown
are you
men.
talking about? Huh?
I thought you talking about grown men trying to
Now,
sit there and
if
punch
I
on
would
you,
have
dog.
had the poker, yeah, I would have been poking everybody out that motherfucker. Because that's a reasonable response.
I feel you.
What's the purpose of carrying it?
I disagree with. I see where you're
Man, I'm
going,
glad
but
I ain't live like that.
I just disagree. I think that, like you said, because somebody said you up there talking about slicing, or like you said, why I got it. Like I'm telling you, if you start slicing fingers off, they gonna back up, and they
Yeah.
gonna live. They gonna live to tell. But I'm saying that's what I mean. I don't know about popping in the chest like that. I don't know about that one.
You're not making it seem like he was like a Jason Voorhees type of character and he had this big
No,
butcher
I ain't
knife.
trying to go overdo it. No, but no. And I afford the fact that he's a child. That's the thing. If you do agree that he used too much force, don't ignore he is 17. And don't ignore if the other guy was bullying, Don't ignore he was 17. He was a young kid. They made mistakes. Unfortunately, this is the end result. So
And
I'm
don't
saying
and don't. Oh, go ahead, Black.
no, I'm saying you're taking that into account. And I'm saying, okay, if you ask me, should he have used that much force? I would say no. But he is 17. He made a
Don't
mistake.
forget that he was one guy that's 130 pounds. Both of these kids was 200 pounds, and they was with two other motherfuckers. Let's not forget that. I mean, like, man, the burden of proof for black people, even from other black people, is just outrageous. It's unreasonable. It's to the point now to where I could be running away from you and you can chase me the length of a football field and pew me in the back, and that's self-defense.
And you know what? And that's the thing. And they was talking about black people, how non-violent we are, especially when we're dealing with other races. And the guy made a good point. He was saying all that guy had to do, he could have lost his life still, but was fire rounds, and he'd still be alive, because even if he didn't hit him, they would have known what they were dealing with. But because he refused to squeeze his weapon, he lost his life. And now, I'm 14-year-old with a weapon. That's not my thing. But when you think about it, he's making a good point. He did have a gun.
What?
He got shot in the back. No, he had a gun, and he was not trying to harm those people.
He was running.
If his intention was to harm the people running, he would have tried to harm. He never did that. He was running away. They followed him. Gun falls out. He picks it up. He's running away. And the gun, and then they took a shot, and then said he pointed it at his son. And I just don't believe, but I know why he said it. He don't go to jail. But that's an absurd thing to say, because if that was the case, why run? Why don't you just square up? He had a good distance on him. All you had to do is take a knee and size him up. He could have, but he didn't do that.
Hey, Platt, I don't know what's going on too, but a lot of these store owners is leaving they stores, because that just happened in my city, 2 different spots where the store owners is leaving and trying to chase the people down. Like, I know we in hard times, but damn, y'all really trying to catch a body over a bag of chips and some sodas and waters and stuff? Like,
let me say this to the guy who said, why you don't run? That's why you don't run. All the time running ain't the best thing. That's why you don't run. Sometimes you got to stand your ground. When you get to running, when you ever run from a dog, the dog get emboldened. You ever stand your ground with the dog? The dog might bark.
No, Marvo, let's put the context. You said you got 3 to 4 grown, you teenagers with you. Even if they're teenagers, doesn't matter. They can still put a licking on you. You know what I'm saying?
All right, now have you ever been in a fight?
Yes, a one-on-one.
Now,
you don't know Vovo. You don't know he's a boxer. He's an amateur boxer.
Like
me too. Me too. So he know what I'm talking about. So you get tired in fights. Instead of me wasting that energy running, I might as well try to find me a wall, get my back to that wall, and throw these hands. That's what I did. I got my back to the wall and I started throwing hands. That's why I survived.
What's the wall gonna hold you up while you getting punched in your face? Like, if you tired,
it did hold me up. My back was to the wall, so couldn't nobody see me, and I was throwing punches, and they was acting more scared than me. It was just more than them. It was just more than one.
I could dig it.
And then what saved me is my sister came. My sister started throwing punches. That gave me a break. And they didn't hit my sister because they didn't want to deal with my older brother. So then once I got my win back, and then it was on. Then I caught one of them one-on-one. Then it was really on because he don't box. And let me tell y'all this, fellas. If somebody did it, they could do 6 months of boxing training, any combat training. You don't stand a chance against him because you're not gonna understand what's going on. You probably been in a fight in 2 years. That guy fighting every day.
But this the thing, though, Volvo. Advantage. This the thing. Hear me out, bro. Even though I know how to hold my hand, throw a punch, all that shit. When if I got to a fight out in the street, it's way different, good brother. Because this man could be throwing all type of shit. He gonna try to kick me. He gonna try to rush me. So boxing in the ring and boxing in the street is 2 different things.
He don't box. He don't box. A boxer would never say that.
Yes, a boxer would tell you that. What are you talking about?
No. One thing. Listen, I was just boxing last month, and I boxed since I was a kid. I took a break. My first time back in the gym was last month. Right? I'm rusty. The guys that's actively boxing, they got a different type of stamina. They more polished than I am. They've been in the rumble. They've been actively practicing this. Actively. If you're an active boxer, it don't matter what you're throwing some crazy. I mean, anybody got a puncher's chance. But at the end of the day, you understand how to pace your wind, how to pace yourself. You have punch resistant.
Volvo, please, bro, please. Like I could tell you don't box, bro, and I know you haven't been in a street fight. It's way different.
In a minute.
Nigga, you ain't been in a real fight down the street in a minute. That's in a way different. Where JR at? Hey, JR.
You ain't laced up, no gloves.
Where JR at, man?
I'm on camera boxing. I'm on camera boxing.
You ain't laced up, no gloves. Then get out of here.
Man, you was tapping the glove. Niggas be swearing. They playing, man. Niggas be swearing. That's why I don't even get
box like that stuff, Ray J. What Ray J stuff?
Yeah, like
I'm gonna beat both of them up at the same time. They could have given two.
Ray J probably would knock your ass out.
I would have beat you and Ray J up at the same time.
Why you want to fight me?
You and Ray J. With the Cleveland Golden Gloves 2013.
I will punch you so hard in your stomach, I'll make you shit on yourself. And I literally have done that.
First round knockout.
I had that nigga touching the on his knees, plaque up there heaving like.
He done cammed up, Joey. He finna scare you now. You scared, Joey?
Oh shit! Oh damn, Bob, I'm scared, bro.
Nah, he rolling them slow. Them slow rolls, Joey. He ain't getting nowhere with that.
Hey, JR, yo, tell this nigga it's way different from boxing in the ring and boxing in the street, bro.
Totally different, bro.
Niggas don't know, bro. I hate when niggas be saying that. Like,
different, man.
Your mic is bad,
you know how many? Hey, Platt.
We can't hear you, Volvo.
My mic.
Now we can hear you.
It's
a loose cord or something you got.
Yeah,
I can hear you now.
What? Oh yeah, it's a little thing. Yeah.
Okay.
And a boxer ain't supposed to be fighting out in the street, especially if
Why not?
training.
Why not? Why not?
You can lose your rank. You can, especially if your hands is like. I lost my shit because I was fighting out the street.
You lost what?
I lost. Oh my god.
He lying. This nigga lying, huh?
All right.
Hey, did y'all see? Did you see?
No,
anyway.
What he lost? What he lost? He lying. Yeah. Anyway.
The Volvo.
I'm lying. Go ahead, play.
Volvo Ranch, Saint in the Center's thing. I know that's old to you, Volvo, but it's new over here. It showed up on my timeline. I thought that shit was hilarious. I'm trying to see if I can find it. No, it's not showing it to me, but
it's on there. He probably took it down because it embarrassed him again. That shit then he can repost it. That shit that dude is a clown. He was
funny. That's funny. If I can find it, I can't find it. Let
me tell you this. He was dumping on black people bad. He was saying all types of raccoon shit. I defended black people. He got the mute button where he can mute you and drop you down and play little games, right? This guy was dumping on black people. Now all of a sudden he pro-black. After we had that conversation, he took the video down, left it down for like 2 years, and then he just reposted it. That shit old. That video old. I've been here.
Old, but it's funny. Okay, it's old, but it's shit funny. So the people who didn't see it, it's that shit funny. Now I'm just saying because
he said
Volvo, you had came over here, whatever, we disagree or whatever. You did your thing, and for about a month, then I'm on my timeline, and I said, "What?" So I looked at it, and I said, "I thought it was funny."
That nigga crazy.
He said, "I got nappy eyebrows. Nothing nappy about my eyebrows." He said, "I'm going bald. I'm not going bald." What are you talking about, huh? Ain't nobody going bald. He was just saying random stuff. He ain't had nothing to say because I called him out for being a raccoon. He was right. Now all of a sudden, after that video, he took that video down, and then he started being this pro-black guy, this super pro-black guy. Then he posted it later. He thought Vovo was gone. No, Vovo ain't gone. I just got a little more gray hair now. I ain't went nowhere. I'm still standing on blackness.
Yeah, well, I get you that. You've always been a pro-black
Ah,
brother. You've always
yeah,
been
you
that.
always been pro-black. Yeah, give you that.
But Vovo, you don't understand. Other people have opinions, and see, no. Before you go into your screaming, you don't get to define who's black and who's not, and that's the problem with that. I get you. You pro-black, black first. You are pro-black,
You
but
call the black
Vovo, there
pro-black?
are other black people who may not see what you see or look at the world the way you see it, but that don't mean they're not black.
No, when you openly raccooning, you openly he was saying the blacks are bad, the blacks are dumb, the blacks are this,
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm just scrolling through YouTube and I'm like, what the hell is I'm like, what's this? I'm like, oh, I got
You got to get on somebody's top about that. No diddy.
yeah, I got him
You
in there.
can't let him get that on.
And then what he did is remix the whole video and made it seem like he phrased it as saints and sinners had to destroy some Pan-Africanist. I'm not a Pan-African. Everybody know that. He tried to reframe because he thought I was gone because they took my YouTube channel away because I was telling the truth. So
you're not a Pan-Africanist, Rollo? I thought you was.
Pan-Africanist. No.
Oh, all right. I thought you was.
No, I'm a Black American. I'm Black American first. FBA, Foundational Black American first.
No, hold up. No, Vovo. I think I might have, I don't know where I got it, because I thought that shit was hilarious. He said something about gray beard. No. He said something about you got a gray beard or some shit like that, something like that. And you said, wait a minute, bro, you got old makeup.
Right.
That nigga definitely have all eyeliner.
He said, bro, you talking about my hair. You got
he done dyed his hair and all types of shit. Like, what is he talking about? He said, you got all that gray hair and you ain't got no wisdom. I said, bro, you got on makeup. Probably got more gray hair than me. He older than me, but he got on makeup. He was just saying random shit, man. He was so easy to handle. The guy, this his game. He want to engage you in a conversation so he could just be sassy in your face. That's it for content. That's it.
That's what he do.
You could be saying the sun is hot, and he gonna argue with you about the sun not being hot, just so he could be sassy on camera and get content. He really easy to handle.
I mean, but that's his content though, Volvo. So you already know that's what he do.
I didn't
know him. Okay. I just seen a guy dumping on black people, talking about the blacks are bad, the black can't raise families, the blacks are. I said, oh yeah, I'm here for that. Yeah, he had a link to
he's not a Myron type guy though. Now I don't even think he's gonna associate with Myron now. Maybe back then when you did it, but now he's not a Myron type guy. But I get where you're going.
With Myron.
Yeah, he's still cool with them guys.
Friend.
They still cool.
Yeah, he's still Myron is his friend.
He was there up there.
With this guy. What are you talking about, man?
It was up there talking.
Weird.
It was recently, not too long ago. Yeah, it was crazy. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Satan the Center make his rounds. Like you already know, he gonna be part of something.
Look, this guy right here, because I sort of felt, even though me and Volvo we completely disagree, I sort of felt proud because he had coming on my channel, and then I said he finally took his talent somewhere else, and that shit was funny. I can't find it though, man.
Black, listen, Black. This is old. This is years ago, even before I
know. But for me, it's not old. This channel is not old. That shit was funny. I don't know how to. I got it somewhere. You say it's versus Pan-African. Let me see.
It's something he had the school Pan-African or he probably took it down. No, because everybody said I won. Because he wasn't saying nothing. He said, no, Pan-African, unhinged Pan-Africanist caused me a coon. Because I called him a coon. But he edited the video. He chopped the video up bad.
No, I ain't going to be it. I'm looking now.
He probably took it down. It probably don't exist no more. He probably because he took it down a couple times. That was a live stream. He took the whole live stream down.
That was funny.
He took the whole live stream down. But here's the thing, right? Other people made reaction videos to it, so he can never hide it. He can never hide it. It's out there somewhere. It's out there somewhere. So later on, see, I do this right. Why I come on camera is because I understand the historical context of this shit. Like right now with these Asians, if you can find videos of Volvo Ranch talking about the Asians back in 2020, back in 2021. I was saying stop shopping with them, talking about them spitting in our food, not going in their hair stores, all that type of shit. I've been talking about this. So I'm gonna get credit for the historical context of I've been talking about this shit. I've been on some I ain't just jumping to this.
I got you, man. And we hope, man, I don't know, man. I don't know what's gonna happen, man. When this jury renders its verdict, it's already racially polarized. So one side, no matter what, one side's not going to be happy, and we're gonna be stressed out again, man.
They're gonna be stressed.
Well, here's the thing, man. We're gonna always be stressed out, always going through this until we separate. I'm a separatist. We gotta separate in a real way, in a real major way. See, what I know about my people can be easily rocked to sleep. Somebody else be nice to you, another race. We deal with so much, so another race be nice to you, or they looking the other way, focusing on something else. We like to kick our feet up and be like, oh, finally we got a breath. Finally.
But that's slavery, though. No, everything what you just said is really, when you go back, that's slavery. What I'm saying is stay out of grown folks' business, basically. I.e., we'll determine who's right, who's wrong. Stay out of grown folks' business. And I'm saying black people, that's the way they look at the world. They don't want to get into politics. They don't want to get into the sausage making. But
so
they
why
don't
vote?
understand, wait a minute, that voting is a part of the sausage making. You don't vote, Tabor. You said that. Voting is a part of sausage making. We don't understand you have to make the sausage. If you want to control the final product, you got to be a part of it. And I'm saying you go back to slavery, that was slaves. Stay out of grown folks' business. We will take care of important matters. So we sit back and say, okay, the system, the courts, we'll get justice. We get no justice. We said with Chow, we complain, we whine. 5 days later, we see this right now with Monday coming up. And I've already said Monday, that gas station going to be making money, selling the same thing, black people going in there, which is their main constituency. And that kid, he's forgotten about. And they want us to stay out of the business side because this is how they keep us asleep. Because we don't understand business. If we understood the only way that store
to say that
if we understood the only way that store could stay alive is with us, then we would then have leverage where they couldn't mistreat us. And guess what? They would allow us to walk out of there with a couple of fucking bottles of water because they're gonna have a loss anyhow. And they got insurance.
And that ain't sausage making. That ain't sausage making, Platt. You gotta separate completely. That's when you get respect.
Where you gonna go? No, you talking about protest, right?
No, I'm talking about complete. In my plan, what I got, Volvo got, you know what I mean? We gotta separate completely.
Okay, but you can't say that without an option for people to be a part of.
Exactly. That's where it starts, though. It starts with the option. You got to give it. Listen, here's my plan. First, we get control back of the businesses, the small businesses in the community. It starts on the grassroots, on the ground. Then after that, we can start making stuff. Then, simultaneously, while we're doing that, we need to be approaching the UN. The UN just went to New York and said slavery was the worst crime in human history. We're the descendants of slaves. All right, all y'all countries voted on this. All y'all said, yeah, let's send representatives over there to all these countries. We want to talk to y'all. How do we make this whole? Obviously, America ain't gonna do the right thing. Once you start doing shit like that, America's got to be like, hold on, wait, oh, because here's the thing: we legitimize the system by participating in it. Oh shit!
Well, all that costs money, man. And when you don't have money, it just simply becomes irrelevant.
Man, talking about what do you call it? Like separating in 2026, bro. That's just not smart, bro.
Mm.
That's
Mm.
that's that died back in the 60s and 70s when they could have really set something up. 2026, everything is connected. The internet's connected. We got social media, and you gotta keep in mind, bro. If we gotta still be on this America's land, bro. We still want to be on Facebook. We still want to be on YouTube. They can cut all that off, bro, directly for your account. Whatever you do online, they can cut all that off. They can mess with your phones. They can mess with your bank account. So as far as like intertwining in the two, it's just about being smart. How are we gonna move with other people? I mean, you can give them access to the barbecue, but if everybody know why he at the barbecue, then there shouldn't be no problem. If we arguing about race and all that, then we ain't gonna get nowhere because we be in a circle all day long. But separating that's dead, bro. I gotta be honest with you, bro. I gotta say that, bro. That's just dead, bro. That's just my thoughts.
Um, I agree. And you can't separate unless you're prepared to take care of people.
No
People have
grocery
to be
stores.
everything. And we know we're not equipped to do that, man. You know we not. We don't have distribution. If I had a grocery store, I don't have distribution. They can cut off my distribution. Okay, Platinum, that's your grocery
Yeah,
store.
bro.
You own
You know.
some black people only shit. We're gonna cut your distribution off. So you got a gas station, we finna cut off your new supply of gas. So what I'm saying, you can do it, but because you don't branch out, you ain't gonna be able to do it. They'll cut it off.
Yeah, bro. And then you got the trucking side too. A lot of they ain't got too many black owned trucking. You know what I'm saying? Then they'll know when your car getting swiped. They can overcharge your accounts. They can do some treacherous things because most things are digital. Like things got to be thought of, bro. Like I'm telling you, like it's a lot of things that didn't get done back in the day, bro. To do work now, to be honest with y'all, bro, y'all need to focus on the kids, bro. Like, cause we can be up here talking all day with adults, but if the kids don't understand politics, like y'all was talking about, what do you call that, capitalism, then ain't nothing gonna change. But to put the information in their hand, and then even then, you gotta show them how to get some money, bro. Cause you can't go to no listen, bro. You can't tell no little kid, no little dude that listen, you don't need to be doing that for some money, and you ain't got no options for him, bro. You can't tell little homie, hey, bro, you ain't gotta do that. Come with me. I got some work for you. If you can't do that, then you can't tell that nigga to stop selling dope, bro, or doing anything that's illegal. Cause you ain't got no options for him. You just talking. That's what our uncles did for us. If you ain't got nothing for him to do any time of day on a Saturday or a Tuesday, I don't care if it's a discounted rate or maybe even free, you can't tell him not to be outside getting in trouble. He ain't got nothing else to do. He ain't got no game, so he can't be in the house. You know what I'm saying? He ain't got no money, they ain't got no food. Like it's a lot of things that gotta be taken into account before you just be like, we all just gotta shift this way. When early in 2020 they had the trucker shutdown, and I was online, and I may have this video still on my YouTube. I was telling cats, how you gonna do a trucker shutdown? Like you didn't prepare nobody. Everybody ain't prepared to shut down the next day and be down for the next year. You need a 4 or 5 year plan at least. Boys got to have some paper stacked up, so when things do get tough, they know where to go for this, that, and the third. If you ain't got all that in line, and then niggas just don't be listening. You can tell a nigga
Uh-oh.
how to own a store in his neighborhood, tell him credit is important. He ain't trying to hear that because his people been telling him forever credit ain't important until he go get a car and he realize he need credit or he got
Yep.
$2,500 down. You need credit when you need to get a house. Man, there's so many people, bro, that wait until they're 30 years old to start fixing their credit after they ran it bad and they want it to be cleared up in 30 days. Bro, you spent 10 years making it bad.
And
Did
don't get it twisted too, Tabor.
I'm listening.
Mom Dukes, some of them been putting the gas bill, water bill in
I
niggas'
know.
names, cable bill.
Your credit messed up at 5 years old. You shot
Yeah,
by
that's sad,
18.
ain't it?
And then your credit score then dropped at 18. You got to go fight it. Man, my mom did some treacherous things to me. You feel what I'm saying? But it's neither here or there. I figured it out. And then if you don't know about credit at 18, you ain't got no AUs, authorized users with somebody that ain't missing no payments. Your credit ain't gonna really be popping like that. You don't know nothing about secured credit cards, secured loans. You ain't got the right bank account. You just started to get a bank account at 18. Man, your kid should have had a bank account at 2, 3 years old. I got my daughter a bank account with Navy Fed at 5. You feel what I'm saying? When I was able to get mine, because that make or not able a couple years after, but I can not when she get old enough, I can put on credit cards. You feel what I'm saying? We ain't teaching that.
You ain't
Credit is
lying.
something. Credit is something that most black people are scared of, and it's just like, bro, I ain't trying to take it to no illegal side. All I'm saying is that you can buy something on credit in 30 days if you learn your certain dates. You can make a couple dollars and pay it back and repeat the process, rinse and repeat every month, and you may make $2,000-$3,000 enough to take care of yourself. But you thinking I'm lying to you. You worried about interest rates.
Wait, so you
I'm
just say I don't want to say nothing illegal and then just say something
Yeah,
illegal?
cause I didn't say nothing illegal. I didn't go down that road. Cause you know Black will be like, tomorrow. No, we ain't doing that. We ain't
My
doing that. So
dog Tabor, boy, he be,
I'm just saying, bro. So I caught
he
myself. I'm just saying, bro. And we can't separate, fam.
No, no,
Everything.
stay on
that's
the up
not
and
how
up
we
with it, though.
solve it over here. How you solve it, that's you. But we don't encourage people to be involved in illegal activities, brother.
Yeah, I
Nope.
don't either. I do legal, bro. I'm so federal.
Tabor,
Come on,
All
man.
legal work over
All
here.
I'm saying, bro, I'm federal,
Tabor,
bro.
come on now.
I got a twin card.
You said you don't eat Tabor.
What I said, Plat? I didn't even say nothing
You
illegal. I
said
stopped
you
myself.
don't either, Tabor. You say
Yeah,
you
I
don't
don't.
either.
I don't.
Tabor,
I'm
Tabor,
federal
you
compliant, bro.
do.
I'm a
Tabor,
truck
you
driver.
do.
No, I
You
don't, bro.
do Tabor.
What I do illegal, bro? I'm a
I
truck
don't know
driver
what
every
you
day.
do illegal, but you be
Nothing.
when you say stuff, you
I,
be it's almost like you co-sign it or it's okay.
I'm I'm not saying it's okay. I just know I just didn't forget what got me where I'm at for the most part. What got me through hard times. So sometimes I make the correlation, and you know what I'm talking about, but I ain't trying to take it down that route. But I
No,
can't
I don't
say
know what you're talking. Why you say what the
sometimes. Well, you know I'm talking illegal stuff, and if you know that enough, then I ain't trying to take it down that road. I
look,
just
look,
remember
do people
some of this.
engage in illegal activities? Of course they do, but you can't encourage it or even acknowledge it when you talk about something like a social media platform. You got to move on.
Yeah, my bad, Black.
Those conversations are
But
best
I didn't
had
have
like in a barbershop, in a car, or those are private conversations.
yeah. My bad, Plat. It just happens sometimes. I be on a little road. I be a little spell, whatever, and it just come out. I don't be meaning to, man, because the last thing I want to do is mess up another man's money, which is your money up here, fam.
Well, my money already messed up, but I'm telling we talking about the
He-
future.
all right.
The people who are trying to who listen and you just want to steer people the right way, man.
Yeah. I mean, I don't be trying to have conversations like that, but sometimes the way to if you talking to somebody as far as like a kid that's doing a certain thing and he doing illegal stuff, then you need to meet him where he at, bro. You can't talk above his level. He ain't gonna comprehend that. And if you ain't got the resources to show him right then and there, then you ain't telling him nothing.
You don't
It
have
ain't
a
too many.
Hellcat
It
and
ain't
pocket
gonna
full
be.
of money.
You feel
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like what you gonna tell him? Like, and then if you ain't got
That's
like a job for the cat, then he gonna be lost, bro. What you saying ain't wrong, but he ain't listening, bro.
Yeah, financial literacy, that's something we got to push in our community, but you know, everybody
And
lined up
resources.
for
And resources, bro.
the latest, yeah, stack your money, have money for a rainy day. But you know, we'll get there tomorrow. Us
And
black people, we starting to learn a little. A lot of us is starting to learn a
Some
little
of
bit
us,
more better.
if everybody stop wanting to be king and just listen to the person with a plan that really is viable, opposed to you coming into the situation and be like, it's kind of what you was telling me about, bro. Like I come in and say something, it's like you ain't helping, you hurting, just sit to the side. Like I really believe that too. You know what I'm saying? But at some point, you got to have a real conversation with people like, yeah, I hear y'all talking about it, but who's actually got something set up to where I can tap into? I'm just saying, just me. You feel what I'm saying? If you ain't got nothing I can really tap in and it's just words and we in our 40s, then you just talking. That ain't helping
Mm.
nothing. We ain't going
Mm.
nowhere.
Yeah, it's a lot of the old niggas out here. They just talking.
Yeah, bro. They just talking, fam. You feel what I'm saying? And that ain't helping nobody. It sound good, but when is the next meeting besides, what we
Uh-oh.
said in the barbershop and where we meeting at? Do we gotta put up funds? Homie selling t-shirts just to keep things in order. He at the community center. Y'all ain't trying to show up. Y'all want to go to the club the night before, so you
Yeah,
ain't gonna
where
be
the
there in the
hoes
morning.
at? Yup.
What the hell,
That's
you know what I'm saying? Like,
where the liquor, where the hoes at? Where's the
you
cookout?
feel?
Niggas show up for that. But
Yeah, show up, play some
PTA
dominoes.
meetings and some real that's going on out here in the
Yeah, you're
community.
right.
Oh,
Guys ain't showing up, and
Right.
I've been there, and I'm like, damn,
Mm.
where
man.
everybody at? Like, but hey, that's our community. But in due time.
Some of us like that. I just made a move today, Joey, bro. I'm going home towards the end of the year. I know I'm telling you
Okay,
a few months before, bro, and it's well a real long time before because it's November. You know what I'm saying? But I didn't heard you speak about some things, and the way you speak about it, fam, I kick some game on some things. I'm actually doing, fam. I put my own money up, and for the most part, ain't nobody can stop me. You can't tell me what I can't do. I'm just not moving reckless either. You feel what I'm saying? And I'm willing to work with people and pay them what they worth out the gate because I don't want no favors because I don't want you to expect for me to do no favors for you later on, especially if I didn't got to a position to do something and it got me looking bad because I need to do something crazy. Like, nah, just pay that man what he worth. Pay for this, pay for that. I don't need no donations. You can if you want to donate to my nonprofit. 501c3. If you can't do that, then we can't do nothing because it ain't legal, fam. I gotta
Yeah,
be on the up and up for 2 years later. Go ahead, my bad.
I feel
there's
you.
a guy in the chat box. He says COVID showed me niggas can't even produce their own toilet paper.
What?
Wow.
What?
Saying?
What? What?
And
Man,
they
that's
got a dude
crazy.
that
Come
own his
on,
own
man.
What?
company. They got a dude that
Where?
own his
Who
company.
said that?
White
They got a
people?
Now
dude
he's
that
All
talking
right,
about the
never
struggle.
mind.
He talking because I've heard that before. They say separate and move on, and they saying niggas don't even have toilet paper because it's like when you say a community or a society, energy, food, all that stuff is a part of it. You say we're gonna go separate. Okay, you separated. Now what you gonna do? You guys don't even have. You can't even produce
the
toilet paper.
basics. We don't have the basics lined up. And then we don't even support each
We
other right
don't.
with the hood. When you talking about a
No.
little dude trying to, sell something to make some honest paper, you ain't supporting that. You know what I'm
Well,
saying? Go
around
ahead.
my way, nah. If the stores ain't got it, it's a nigga with a table and a U-Haul that's outside selling whatever you need. Trust me. I don't
See,
know about
But he's
everywhere
talking about
else.
making it. He's talking about a black manufacturer.
Hey, Platt, that's the closest thing we gonna get to it. That nigga in front of that U-Haul with that table. That's the closest we gonna get to a manufacturer,
see, but
a
but that
black business.
that's us depending on somebody else. That's what I'm saying. That's why it wouldn't work. It would have worked back in the day if they would have built it and we would, man, just think about this like I told y'all before up here, bro. What is the equivalent to Versace in the black community, bro? By way of clothing or LV or Burberry. We don't have it. We don't support nothing that long.
We did have it, yeah, but we didn't
They
support it that
had it.
long, like he said. Yeah,
What
they
what is we talk
Sean
about?
John,
Yeah,
Fubu,
It came and
Fubu had it.
gone,
Rockaware.
but it's gone. It ain't
I
ours.
mean,
I mean,
but
they
they
sold it. What you want us to do? They
I,
sold it.
I
People
I
were
get it.
supporting it. They sold the company.
I get it, bro.
Ain't nothing we can do about it. Diddy wanted to sell Sean John. Somebody came in and was like, "Yeah, I'll buy it out." He sold it, but people was buying it. They was rocking it. All of
definitely
it.
Fat
Yeah, matter of
Farm.
fact, you can get it on the internet somewhere, but a tight for me, I know he had a burgundy joint and all that, and he had a soft blue joint. Give me the black
The
Diddy
velour suits.
Yeah, give me
Yeah,
that
the
velour
balloon
junk.
suits
Give me
used to be
that all
rocking.
black.
Oh, yeah, bro.
No, I'm talking about now. I'm talking about now.
You're
It would
rocking
probably
now,
be
Platt?
hell yeah. You talking about it'll be 18, 19 years old. Give me a black velour P.
Sean
Diddy,
John?
Sean
Yeah,
John
you showing your age
Hey,
right
Platt.
there.
Hey,
sweatshirt.
Platt.
Hell
I
yeah. I
would have.
throw me
Hey,
some
Platt.
Damn,
Platt.
Platt.
white. I
Platt.
throw me some ice white Nikes on.
Platt.
Ice white. Them
With a
OVOs,
Kango
some
hat.
Drake OVOs, and a
That's
fitted.
Platt.
Hey,
Hell yeah.
Platt.
I go to the mall right now in there. Hell yeah.
If I seen you wearing that, I'll be like, this nigga just got out of jail.
He
What the
just got
hell?
out. That's the first thing I
Fresh
say.
eye.
Nigga, a fresh pair of white Friezos and a Sean John outfit, Platt, head to toe velour?
What?
A velour?
And then Platt have
Yeah,
a
Platt. I'm
sidekick
gonna
page
be
on his hip.
mesmerized. I'm be like, damn, I'm stuck in 2003.
Yeah, what
Like,
year is it?
Yup. 03, 04, 05.
yo, if I see a nigga with a Rockaware jacket, I'll be like, God damn, bro. Where you
Somebody
get
try
that
to get in
from?
the all white Diddy party. That's all I'ma think of, fam.
A
I ain't
whole
hating on you,
velour
Platt.
outfit?
Crazy.
Oh my God.
I
Platt.
don't care. Call well, you can say that because
Hey, you
I don't
fly.
have one.
Hey,
If I had one, I would.
You see that walking in the mall, you get to the other side. And this is
Man,
crazy.
now if you want, but I
Whole
seen
velour
people in the
suit
mall
on
with
right
way
there.
older stuff than a Diddy suit.
I'd be like, hey man, hey, come on, y'all, let's get to the other side, man. Let this brother
Yeah,
get by.
something going on over
There's
here.
something
This
going
ain't it.
on with him, man.
Yeah,
I
we gotta
seen
go
a
to
nigga
another
with the
mall.
Fat Albert FUBU John. I'm like, damn, bro.
Platt
Where
gonna
that
pull
was
out his
tucked in the
Tom Ford
closet?
pager.
Damn. Like, but yeah, Platt, if I see you in the mall with that, I'll approach you like, yo, you
Yeah, you
fly,
good?
man. But damn,
I
where you
bet
get
you
that
won't.
from?
I bet you won't.
I wouldn't talk crazy. I'll be like, that
Yeah.
shit
You're gonna
fly.
get the
Like,
Carmelo Anthony treatment, bro. You know you ain't.
Platt, I'm
This
saying you
man,
fly. Why you gonna stab? Why you gonna poke me and I said you fly?
He think
golly,
you hate.
Platt.
See, that's what I'm saying, yo. I'm saying you
Crazy, man.
fly. You got some fresh Friezos on your feet.
Look at
Sean
Bird.
John.
Mhm.
Sean John. And you gonna have a white beater underneath, Platt, because niggas used to wear white beaters in the summertime with the velour. They ain't
Yeah.
wore t-shirts.
No
Yeah, you
t-shirt. You
gotta
couldn't do
wear.
the
You gotta have
t-shirt,
white
man.
beaters. Yeah.
White beat on.
And a
Yeah,
fresh fitted.
look at Bird being thirsty.
Hey, Bird, look at you putting up. Oh, man, Bird, you freaked
Bird,
out.
you thirsty, Bird.
Who is Bird? She ain't never been up here.
Baby Bird, yeah, she been up here.
Well, I don't think she could pull up Bird.
Yeah.
I think they talked about you before.
Thirsty,
She
Tabor.
from New York,
Right?
yeah, she.
Yeah, she broke though, Tabor.
She
Most
definitely the
women be broke.
sponsor.
Oh man,
You ain't
Bird,
lying.
you better come defend yourself, fam. He's
Oh
hating.
no, she broke. She knows she broke.
Oh man,
We ain't
hey, that's
mad
what
at
they
her
said,
because
man.
of that.
She just Bird, like
I don't even understand why she would even post some shit like that.
yeah. Why would you put that out? We ain't even. Where'd that come from, Bird? You freaked
Out of
out.
pocket, man.
You
Out
horny.
of
Yeah,
pocket.
you
Black
thirsty,
didn't make it
Bird.
no
Bird,
better. He highlighted it.
Bird, you thirsty.
You in heat, Bird?
Oh, Bird, man, I
Out
let him
there,
do
me.
you like
On
that.
See,
target for a woman, but still out of pocket.
a Platt since New York been winning these games, man. Everybody been acting unusual out there in New York, man. Women and men. I don't know what's going on. I had to change my direction. I'm like, I ain't going out New York this week. Them niggas
You see
is
that little
acting
rope?
fool.
You see the little robot?
Yeah, I
They have,
seen him. The fuck is it? He be dancing.
they have a little Knicks jersey on them. They have him
dancing.
out there. But hey, man, hey, the Knicks 2-0 against the spread, and they've been underdogs both games, bro.
It's
I ain't that
crazy.
brave. But if you would have had the Knicks to win, bro, you'd be up like $5,000 right now.
Yep.
What's the odd? Oh, yeah, the odds.
No, they were 8.5-point dogs last night.
Every
Or the
game
night
been
before that,
close.
8.5. They won the game outright.
It's
You know what
crazy.
that, bro? You put 300 on that. That's 300 to win 1,500.
Yep.
Yeah. You would have cooked.
Damn.
For sure.
Yeah, I ain't even talking about the overs. I don't even know if it's been clearing that the total, but the Knicks 2-0 against the spread out of this series?
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, man. If you just and a lot of people, they just rock the Knicks. Fuck the line. They like, I don't care what the line say, Knicks gonna win.
Yep.
And if they're doing that's New York. There's a lot of people in New York. They
A lot of
making some
people.
money, bro. A lot of people rocking Knicks hard.
Yeah, you probably won't be able to find their stuff in stores.
Oh yeah.
That's
Hey
why I
man, it's
said,
about
man,
their
they
time,
finna
man.
have butters. It's gonna be butters all summer if they win.
All fresh
All
pair
damn
of
summer.
butters and some New York jerseys. That's all you gonna
Yep.
see niggas wearing. They already
All
out there
summer.
wilding out. They selling shit out here in New York. I'm like, damn, fuck the Sixers, huh? Fuck the
Philly.
Sixers.
They said fuck Philly. Fuck Philly,
Y'all
Joey. That's
crazy.
what they
That
said.
nigga swept the shit out of us. And niggas
Yup.
selling their jerseys out
We
here.
got
But,
their ass
but
up
if
out
you
of there,
watch the
man.
Knicks, if you watch them, they've been slowly getting better. And I know this
Yeah.
year they was really doing good, and I see what they're doing now. They have been just getting better, man. I don't
Towns
keep
been
up with them.
playing better. Towns been
The
playing.
coaches or whatever, they configured that team, but now they got a championship team now.
Yeah, Towns. I'm surprised Towns is actually he giving Wemby that work, and I'm like, damn.
Yeah.
But he can't shoot though, Joey.
He got his times where he can, but
No, he can't. He can make. All of he can shoot now.
kind of his
He can hit a
mid.
three, but
Yeah.
anything mid game, nah, he ain't got no midi.
Yeah, he had no shot. That was the
Three,
thing again.
he got to be three or going straight rolling to the basket. Once he get down here though, he can get a layup, but he ain't got no
Yeah.
midi though.
I'm surprised at Towns. You already know Bronson. He putting that work. I'm like, damn, bro.
Hey, let me ask y'all this, fam, because I've been thinking about betting. I'll be gambling every now and then on certain things, but not sports. I don't watch sports. Y'all think the Knicks gonna take it this year? Just because they ain't
Hell
had it in
yeah,
a while?
it's
Yeah,
a wrap,
man.
bro.
Yeah, I
Y'all
hate to
need to go
say it,
put a bet.
Tabor.
It's
Yes,
a
Y'all need to go
wrap,
put a bet.
bro.
they about to take this. Them niggas, they've got their foot on the gas now,
Well,
and I'm
well,
like,
let me say this: Wembley soft. That's what that is.
Wemby
Wembley
not
soft.
soft. He's not soft. Don't get it twisted.
Wembley soft, man. Why you just like
How?
him? He's soft.
How? He goes straight
And
to the
Well, he's
soft-
basket every
French, right?
time.
Hold on. He's a French man, right?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
is.
Yeah, he's French.
yeah. He's just gifted with that in a incredible height and the athleticism to go with the height. This is not soft time. You're in the final. It's time for you to bring that dog out.
He is bringing that dog out. It's
I
just
ain't
that
bringing the dog out.
New York is
Nah,
man. New York
yeah.
got hitters, bro.
I think the moment a little bit too big for Wendy. Like
A little
he
too big
playing,
for
but he
him.
making some untimely
Shit,
mistakes.
not yesterday because he give me the ball. Fuck that.
Yeah.
I'm going straight to the where you go straight to the basket every
No, he
time.
missed that last shot.
That turnover
Yeah,
He
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 missed
missed
that
get
that
last
too,
one
shot. He
shot.
should have
Joey.
went
Okay,
to the hoop.
he missed that one shot, and that was the
He should have
shot
went to
that
the hoop.
Yeah.
He should have went right to the
come
hoop.
on,
You
bro.
go for the highest percentage shot you can take.
They
You got to go get the foul. You got to go get
Marvo,
scored
they
down, man.
collided. The every time he get the basket, them niggas all huddle up around that
Yeah.
and paint for a reason.
Why they did that on Jordan?
Yeah.
No,
I'm
that
still
young
I'm
boy
still
got
tripping
heart,
on that
man.
turnover. Like he played good
Yeah, he
defense.
threw that back. Yeah, when he threw that, I'm like, damn,
Yeah,
Wemby,
like
what
what
are
are
Yeah,
you
you
because he
doing?
ain't
doing,
want
bro?
nothing to do
Just
with the
push the
ball.
ball up the court. Nobody was in front of him. Just push the
Yeah,
ball up
he
the
ain't
court.
want nothing to do with the ball. He wanted the ball out of his
I,
hand because he ball.
I
He
wouldn't
did.
jump out there. I'm serious. I'm serious. I would not just jump out there and think the Knicks are gonna win the series.
It's a
Um,
wrap, Plant.
remember they were They was 5.5 point favorites. They lost 8.5 point favorites at San Antonio. They lost. Now they're going back to the Knicks. I don't know if they're gonna be favorites or not. But what I'm saying, I don't know what the line gonna be. But eh,
They about to sweep these niggas
in
flat.
my history, no, in my history, it ain't that easy. I think the Spurs gonna come back and take the series, man.
No, man.
God damn. Nah, I don't see that.
Remember what I said earlier?
They might win
Well,
four.
the extra messed up
Saying shit right
Volvo.
earlier. They
Volvo,
done.
are you in a Volvo? Cause you sound muffled, bro.
It sound like you're underwater.
Was
No,
it
say
in
that
a
again.
Volvo?
Let me see my other phone. Let me see, man.
Yeah, like he not soft to me. Wemby is nowhere near soft. That young man, he putting
Because you
that
got
work
to
in.
remember, this is what you got to remember. Why are they favorites? Like, okay, they're losing, but why does the line maker keep making them favorites? It's like something they see that other people don't see. They're telling you they're a better team than the Knicks. Now they lost those 2 games, but they're a better team than the Knicks.
But
And
Platt, all them games is going down to the wire though. It ain't like they stinking it up and losing by 10, 20, 30. That's every game is going to the wire. It's like 2, 3 shots that's putting the game on the line. Everybody keep hitting free throws. Everybody keep shooting and like it's good games, bro. I don't care what
I think they're
nobody.
gonna
This
come back. I hate to be a Very
You
bad
said he gonna
news.
come
I
back,
think
but all right.
Spurs gonna come back winning in 7.
I don't estimate nobody because shit. Remember when what was that? LeBron and them was down and they came back. Shit, you might not never know. Shit.
Especially going to San Antonio.
Yeah.
Going back home 0-2. They're gonna win this one, bro. Game 3, they're gonna win. They're gonna blow them out.
Okay. We'll see
Tomorrow
tomorrow.
Over
now
it at the
in
half.
Madison
Over
No,
it
we
Square.
at
see
the half.
tonight. They play tonight, don't they?
Nah,
No,
they
Sunday.
play Sunday. Yeah.
Sunday, my fault.
Nah,
Yeah, they
Platt
play
tripping.
yesterday.
The Spurs blowing them out in Madison
See?
Square. I don't know about that, Platt.
No, they in San Antonio. The third game 3.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Game 3 in San Antonio?
Yeah, because it was just in New York. Now they in San Antonio.
Nah, they was just in San Antonio the first 2 games. I thought it was
Nah.
2-2
Hold
being
on.
1-1-1. Is the finals like 3-2 something? Let's see.
Hold on.
No, you're probably right.
Game 3.
The first game was in San Antonio. Yesterday they was in San Antonio. No, they was in New York.
It's in New York.
Yeah. So it's going back. I don't know. Either way, yeah, Platt. Well, I don't know. If they lose this next game, Platt, it's a wrap. That's it.
Yeah,
Wrap the series up.
it's in New York. Yeah, them niggas cook, man.
Y'all ain't go think that they gonna want to run at least 7 games, get the money.
Hell no. I can see the NBA doing that for a play because I think that lottery shit that the NBA do, I think that's a little bit staged. But nah, I think New York gonna get them out of there.
When we talking about jersey sales, tickets, just the hype for the NBA, then New York go be up. Like, yeah, I think they're gonna run 7
Somebody
games.
said he needs to bulk up. Like, nah, Wemby don't need to bulk up like too much because that causes injury. The more weight you gain when you that tall, the joints ain't gonna be able to last for long. You got about 2, 3, 4 good seasons. Look at Embiid. He barely can run up the court. Like, the taller you are and the more weight you got on you, the more your knees and your ankles and ACL, all that shit gonna be gone by the time you finish it, bro.
And what the NBA is like to play, right? When you're talking about adding weight, you got to be flexible, and you got to run up and down that court. So, if you put weight on, that makes it hard to do that aspect of the game. You're gonna be you're gonna be basically out of shape, and you got to do all that running up and down. How you gonna play defense? So you got to be slender and flexible so you can block shots.
Shaq was the only one that got away with it. He could eat a Big Mac. He could eat 10 Big Macs and go out there and catch 20 rebounds and 30 points. Like, ain't another nigga out there like that. They don't make niggas how they used to. And that's really the reason why him and Kobe was beefing. Told that nigga, get your fat ass up and start running up and down the court, Shaq. Make some damn free throws. nigga, he could flick the free throws off his fingers and make it. He couldn't even make the shit, but he's still the GOAT, though. Nah, he don't need to bulk up, man.
Nah, I think he do need to gain a few, but I mean it's just gonna be a progression. It's just gonna take time. I give him another 3 years. You know what I'm saying? Get a good NBA solid body on him, and it's a wrap for the league after that. They already ahead of schedule. Like, you know what I'm saying? This really his this is 3rd year in the league.
Yeah.
So they already ahead of schedule with that. And then the first year he got hurt. Last year, I think he played majority of the year. So this year, I think he played all of the year. I don't really think he probably sat out a few games here or there with some minor injuries, but he ahead of schedule, man. He can stay in the game about 15 pounds though. But it need to come just over a progression. If he gained 15 pounds over the offseason and come back, them injuries gonna happen. His body, it's not gonna adjust. But he gained about 15 pounds 20 pounds over the next 3 years. He's gonna be a force for real.
Somebody said Jordan bulked up and won. Jennings bulked up and won. Yeah, they did, but I don't know.
We'll see, man. If the Knicks sweep them, not only did they win the series, but they went against the gambling line. And wow, that's crazy. If they
Somebody
turn
losing
around
their
and win,
job. If they sweep them
no, it's
and
just
the Knicks win, somebody losing their job, boy. Somebody in Vegas getting fired.
no, that's a hell of a. You got to be a Knicks fan. You just rocking the Knicks. You made you some money, man.
Nah, no doubt. That's why I said that if they sweep them, like if it's a flat out sweep, somebody in Vegas losing their job, bro. They're gonna be like, nah, man. You letting too much money out the house go.
This might be a sweep, bro. I don't know. We'll see tomorrow. If they pull it through tomorrow, then I'll be like, yeah, it might be still a game going on, but they lose. That's it. I'm wrapping it up. Now I gotta see a bunch of niggas running around with New York Knicks jerseys with Timbs and big ass jeans all summer in New York. Like, god damn, boy.
Yep.
Oh, it sound like some hate coming out your voice, Joey. I ain't gonna.
I don't know. I love New
Hey,
York, but them dudes out there, you just gotta be out there tomorrow. Oh my god, they ain't never win nothing. None of these teams never won nothing in years.
Yep.
The Knicks ain't winning nothing in what, 50, 60 years? Like,
yeah, that's why I think
football
they gonna win.
team, the only thing they did have was the Yankees. All their teams was ass.
Maybe that year, man. If it's that year, then for the rest of your time you alive, they gonna be lit, man. They won in 2026, and we ain't trying to hear nothing.
You already know they came to my city disrespecting. Fuck the Sixers. Was stomping on jerseys and buying cheesesteaks, throwing them on the ground. I'm like, see, that's what we talking about, man. You gotta deal with these New York niggas, man. But if they
Boys
win,
came to
congratulations.
stud.
But we'll see. But I'll holler at y'all fellas. All right, Platt, holler
All
at
right,
you,
Bill.
man. Take my girl to get her dog groomed.
I heard
Oh,
that, bro.
God, man. Can't stand this
You know
dog.
what we
As you
gonna do,
should.
man? And we appreciate everybody. We finna go ahead and shut this down, man. We rock with everybody for a long time.
Appreciate you, Platt.
We appreciate you guys take your time out your busy day
All right, play.
coming up. Helping us out. People are listening, man. We're helping. Vovo, yeah, we got you. Don't be a stranger, Vovo. We got you next time, brother. Shout out to my friend, Baby Bird, right here. Hey, babe. I don't know what's going on with her. I might have to go up to New York though, because she be playing and stuff. But anyhow, like the stream, support the platform, hit the Cash App, and we trying to figure it out, man. We'll see how this case unfolds. Karmelo Anthony on trial for murder. We hope for justice over here. As long as this guy gets a fair trial and justice is served.